This boy, he was able to discover everyone looking at him, even the much stronger shadow overflow? How was this possible? If Lin Ming discovered these dark divine runic masters, that meant that this young junior far surpassed their attainments in soul force. Thus, it was no wonder that these dark divine runic masters began to drip with a cold sweat. This was too terrifying. They even suspected that Lin Ming was an old monster hiding in the body of a youth. At this time, Lin Ming flicked his hand and dozens of golden shining runes flew into the air. They scattered in different directions like a pack of homing pigeons, zooming to 19 different places where they paused in the skies. These people sat in ordinary seats and also in ordinary rooms. But without exception, all of them had a peak Holy Lord cultivation or above. As the audience saw the cultivation of these people, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They weren't idiots. With things having come this far, even those that didn't understand the divine runic arts knew what was happening. These people all spied on Lin Ming but were actually seized by him instead. And the key point was that if these people weren't holy lords, then they were world kings. Yet, their spying had been discovered by a simple divine lord realm junior. Many people felt this was unbelievable. They stared at Lin Ming's dantian, wanting to see if they could find a clue. But without a doubt, all of them verified that he was truly a middle divine lord realm martial artist. What was going on here? Is he some old monster in disguise? However, a great world king level powerhouse shook his head and said, "No, only an Empyrean would be able to disguise their cultivation and skeletal age to such a perfect degree beneath the gaze of several hundred thousands of heroes. But an Empyrean would not do something so boring as to deceive a group of juniors. Not just that, but we even have 2 strong Empyreans personally attending this event, so wanting to fake anything in front of them is as difficult as ascending to heaven." The great world king's words were a confirmation of Lin Ming's cultivation and age. This left many people stunned speechless. And at this time, on the auction stage, Song Wen overcame his initial shock at Lin Ming's abilities. Slowly, his complexion became dark and gloomy. "Those 19 friends marked by runes? Could you kindly stand?" Song Wen's voice was calm and filled with forceful aggressiveness. These dark divine runic masters, although they couldn't be seen in the light of day, were still people with status. They had never been treated like this before. No one moved. Song Wen thought little of it. He coldly coughed, saying, "You may be considered our peers, but I must apologize that we do not welcome your kind here. Our Divine Runic Masters Guild has always drawn a clear line with Dark Divine Runic Masters." Song Wen's original intention was to protect Lin Ming and to prevent any secrets from his drawing of the heavenly fire symbol to leak out. But he never imagined that as he said this, Lin Ming would instead laugh and smile, saying, "Elder Song, there is no need to do that. As the saying goes, good relations always lead to wealth. Although I pointed them out, that doesn't mean I wanted them to be evicted. If they want to see, they can certainly stay and learn." What? Lin Ming's words left everyone dumbfounded. Whether it was Shadow Overflow, the other Dark Divine Runic Masters, the audience, or Song Wen, just what was Lin Ming planning? Well, however, Lin Ming suddenly changed his tone. "I do have a condition. I cannot allow them to freely stay for nothing. To those 19 Dark Divine Runic Masters I just marked, if you wish to stay, then you need to pay a viewing fee of 30 million points. Of course, if I fail in drawing up my heavenly fire symbol, then the fee will be completely refunded." Lin Ming's words and actions left everyone panic-stricken. One person was 30 million, that meant 19 people were nearly 600 million. Wasn't this money just too easily earned? 30 million was not a small amount. Even the price for a VIP suite was 30 million, and that was something only a large influence like an Empyrean-level influence would pay for. As for World King-level influences, they would only rent out ordinary rooms. For instance, these Dark Divine Runic Masters were mostly in the ordinary rooms. Of course, the reason for choosing an ordinary room, besides cost, was also because they wished to remain low-key. 30 million points was also a price they could pay. Dark Divine Runic Masters dabbled in transactions of the underworld, and all of them were fairly wealthy. Even so, they couldn't take out 30 million points without paying. that price would definitely leave them feeling a bit of pain. Hearing Lin Ming say such words, Elder Shui was a bit worried. He said with a sound transmission, "Lin Ming, don't be impulsive here. These dark divine runic masters have existed for billions of years and have an immeasurably long inheritance. The number of secret techniques they possess is incalculable. If you let them watch and mimic you, then that is too dangerous." If your inheritance was revealed, Old Shui was indeed concerned for Lin Ming. Lin Ming's inheritance was far, far too valuable. He feared that Lin Ming would be too confident in himself because Shadow Overflow had failed in unraveling the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol before. After all, copying without seeing and copying with seeing were two completely different concepts. Before Lin Ming replied to Old Shui, Shadow Overflow smiled and said, "The newborn calf really doesn't fear the tiger. Not only do you not fear us copying you as we watch, but you even want to take our money. Interesting. How interesting. Good. I will put forth these 30 million points." With Shadow Overflow's wealth, he certainly didn't care much about 30 million points. But at this time Lin Ming suddenly sneered. He looked towards Shadow Overflow and spread his hands. "I'm sorry, but it seems you didn't hear me clearly just now. I asked those 19 Dark Divine Runic Masters that I marked to pay a 30 million viewing fee if they wish to stay and watch, but you are not included in those 19 people. If you want to stay, then the fee is a bit higher at 200 million. Whether you want to stay and watch is all up to you." "What?" Shadow Overflow nearly choked on himself. He glared at Lin Ming, hate thick in his eyes. What is the meaning of this? Lin Ming simply didn't bother with Shadow Overflow's sharp and cutting vision. He indifferently said, "This price is decided by me. If you don't want to stay, then I am not forcing you to. Grandmaster Overflow, you are already so infamous outside that you will surely be able to see more details than these other Dark Divine Runic Masters. If I do not charge you a higher fee, then it is not fair to any of them. You dash." Shadow Overflow's face turned red with rage. Even for him, taking out 200 million would be painful. Lin Ming's viewing fees were decided after calculating the net worth of Shadow Overflow and the other Dark Divine Runic Masters. It was a price that they didn't want to pay, but one that they weren't willing to refuse and give up on. At this time, Songwen stepped forwards. "Everyone, if you do not wish to pay the viewing fee, then I must ask you to leave. This Divine Rune City auction originally did not welcome the likes of you Dark Divine Runic Masters." Songwen also praised Lin Ming in his heart. This boy was truly not easy to deal with. If anyone underestimated him because of his age, then they would simply be stupid idiots. To draw up a peak 5th grade improved heavenly fire symbol under the gaze of the audience, to dare allow a group of peak 5th grade and 6th grade Dark Divine Runic Masters spy on the process, but to also sit back and receive money. This level of daring was not something an ordinary person could possess. Even an established 6th grade Divine Runic Master like Elder Shui wouldn't be brave enough to do this. "Good. Good. Very good," Shadow Overflow repeated as he cast off his black cloak, revealing his old and withered face. His filthy eyes were currently shimmering with a faint blood-red light. "Then I will pay this 200 million. Shadow Overflow was stirred to anger by Lin Ming. At this point, it was the same as Lin Ming declaring war on him. A junior that wasn't even 100 years old was declaring war on the infamous Shadow Overflow. If he didn't dare to meet this challenge, then he would be made a laughingstock by everyone he knew. Shadow Overflow threw out a jade slip with 200 million points within. At the same time, from all over the arena, 19 jade slips flew up one after another, each one having 30 million points within it. Divine Runic Masters were proud and arrogant people, and even Dark Divine Runic Masters were the same. These people did not believe in superstitious nothings, they believed in themselves. Even if they couldn't unravel the heavenly fire symbol, they would still be able to see many things. This would be greatly beneficial to them in the future. With that, these 30 million points weren't wanted at all. Lin Ming received all of these jade slips and gave them to Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian looked at the shining point cards in her hands and put all the points within them in a larger contribution points jade slip. Feeling the contents of the large points jade slip rapidly grow, Xiao Moxian grinned from ear to ear. Big Brother Lin makes money far too easily. Let alone selling those heavenly fire symbols or selling those promissory notes. You have already earned 800 million. As the audience heard Xiao Moxian speak, they seemed to wake up from a stupor. Before this, they had been laughing at the idea of Lin Ming selling promissory notes at the Divine Rune City auction, thinking he would make a joke of himself. But now, before the promissory notes were sold, he had already earned 800 million points. This amount of points earned in such a short period of time was far too abnormal. In the VIP suites, Suya spat out a light breath. She felt more and more that the youth on stage was unfathomably deep. She thought she understood Lin Ming, but the truth was that she never understood him at all. With every step Lin Ming took, she was always amazed by whatever astonishing matter happened next. 800 million points, that was the same as stealing. But this blatantly wild grab for money was completely justified. To have a group of dark divine runic masters and even the famed shadow overflow obediently fork over so much wealth. If Suya had only heard of this but didn't see it with her own eyes, she would think whoever said this was insane. Little brother Lin, you may begin at any time. Song Wen nodded towards Lin Ming. He was also curious where Lin Ming's self-confidence came from. There is no need to set up a temporary divine runic room. I have already sent people to bring over the required array discs. To refine divine runic symbols required all sorts of intricate array formations. Otherwise Lin Ming's efficiency in drawing up divine runic symbols would be much lower. What's the point of having array formations? You have an old man here willing to be an assistant. Old Shui stepped forwards, taking the initiative to volunteer himself. The main role of an array formation was to help in processing materials. But no matter how good a 7th grade array formation was in processing materials, it wouldn't be as good as having a real 6th grade divine runic master. To have Old Shui as an assistant, that was an absurdly luxurious matter. Many people who knew Old Shui's status in the Divine Runic Masters Guild were left flabbergasted by this. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ming felt a warmth in his heart. He could feel Elder Shui's concern towards him. Drawing up a heavenly fire symbol wasn't easy at all. Without the support of large-scale high-grade array formations here to support him, having an assistant here would save him a great deal of soul force and make it easier to draw up the heavenly fire symbol. Haha! What are you being so polite for? When the divine runic symbol is finished, you can just give me 100 million from those 800 million points you received just now. Old Shui laughed. Lin Ming choked on his words. This old man, he really wouldn't change no matter what. The truth was that to Lin Ming giving away 100 million wasn't a problem at all. But he knew that Old Shui was in truth just joking around with him. Lin Ming took out a specialized divine runic table from his spatial ring as well as various piles of materials. As Lin Ming took out the materials, he no longer concealed any of his actions from the spying Shadow Overflow. Shadow Overflow's neck was stretched out like a rooster as he licked his dry lips. His complete focus was concentrated on Lin Ming's every move lest he miss a single detail. The materials he uses aren't strange. They are all materials required for drawing a heavenly fire symbol. There are also several more types. Shadow Overflow mumbled. They aren't too cheap, but they aren't too expensive either. Shadow Overflow instantly judged. At this time Elder Shui had already picked up some of the materials and began processing them with precise skills. He removed the inferior parts of materials and then broke them down. Lin Ming took out some 9-flame grass. His fingertips were like precise scalpels as he made an accurate cut on each blade of grass. His soul force merged into the 9-flame grass, immediately drawing out the essence of the juice. A strange tractive force emerged from Lin Ming's palm, cleanly pulling out every drop of essence juice. His fingers seemed to dance in the air. Every movement he made like passing clouds and flowing water, smooth and clean, giving off a whole and balanced feeling. As they said, laymen watched for fun, experts watched for interest. In the eyes of ordinary people, Lin Ming's movements only had a faint aesthetic sense. But for some divine runic masters, the more they watched, the more immersed they were. Without knowing it, they began to mimic Lin Ming's movements, drawing their hands in the void to capture the precise trajectories of his movements. They knew that these ghostly movements involved the subtle changes in angle and power of extracting the juices. These changes seemed ordinary, but there was actually a profound meaning behind them. Only these divine runic masters were able to sense some of the mysteries within. Shadow Overflow's face darkened. Just Lin Ming's movements in extracting the essence of the juice were enough to leave many fifth-grade divine runic masters red with shame. Drawing up a divine runic symbol was in many ways a form of art. Lin Ming focused all of his concentration into drawing the divine runic symbol. After completing the first step of extracting the essence of the materials, he directly stepped into the next stage. The divine runic pen dipped into the juice essence and drew a bright path through the air like a chain of stars. A brilliant soul force spilled out into the void, marking the juice essence. As Lin Ming began to draw up the tiny runes, he perfectly calculated every small change in his mind. These deductions were accumulated over the last several months. Even the slightest possible change was recorded in his mind. Now all he needed to do was to perfectly display them. Every tiny rune was like a tiny flower that bloomed on his fingertips. Small lines of soul force appeared between the tiny runes, interspersed, connecting them together, revealing a sense of mystery and beauty. Even for those that didn't understand the divine runic arts, this was a shockingly beautiful scene. To think that the decidedly dull divine runic arts could be so enchanting. At this time, Shadow Overflow's eyes were fanatical. His body shivered as he held his breath and focused on Lin Ming's every moment, recording even the smallest detail into his mind. The other divine runic masters who had spent points all remembered Lin Ming's movements with everything they had. However, they discovered that they weren't able to follow him. It wasn't that they couldn't remember Lin Ming's movements, nor was it that they couldn't see the tiny runes he drew up, but because they didn't know what the meaning behind his drawing was. Even if they used all sorts of dark divine runic analyzing techniques, they still couldn't analyze just how these tiny runes were connected. Once they missed the tiniest detail, it was easy to be lost on every following stroke. Some dark divine runic masters had already begun dripping with a cold sweat. Lin Ming took a long time to draw up the heavenly fire symbol. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. This wasn't an easy process for Lin Ming. His forehead was dripping with crystal-clear beads of sweat. As for Xiao Moxian standing beside him, she didn't even dare to help wipe Lin Ming, lest she disturb him. After those several months of attempts, Lin Ming's chances of drawing up those 2 improved divine runic symbols had greatly increased. For the heretical god symbol, he had a 60 to 70% chance of success. As for the heavenly fire symbol, he had a 90% chance of success. A 90% chance couldn't be considered a guaranteed 100% success rate. But if Lin Ming revolved the divine mist heart mantra to the limit and didn't hesitate to consume every last bit of his soul force to draw up the heavenly fire symbol, then he could bring the success rate up to 100%. As the last tiny rune appeared in the void, the 2,000+ runes seemed to come to life. As they floated in the air, they looked like a galaxy, exuding a vast aura of energy. A pitch-black power of fire submerged into the middle of the runes, carrying with it a strange aura of laws. This flame was the nirvanic flames that Lin Ming possessed. Xianxia, Lin Ming said. In truth, he didn't need to say anything. Xiao Moxian was already transferring the nirvanic flames into him, where they gathered into the divine runic symbol. Xiao Moxian's nirvanic flames were far purer than Lin Ming's. This scene left many in the audience startled with amazement. This black-clothed young girl had followed Lin Ming everywhere. They originally thought she was only a flower vase that was there to look good, but they never imagined the flames she commanded could be so pure. Moreover, her attainments in the fire laws seemed to have reached the 7th level concept. This was a boundary that left many fire attribute world kings weeping with shame, and this young girl also seemed to be of similar age and cultivation to Lin Ming. Just what in the world was this? Wasn't this just a match made in heaven? This was too odd. At this time, Lin Ming's actions sped up. His hands left afterimages in the air as he fused tiny bits of pitch-black flames into the center of each rune. All of these runes seemed to have been gifted with life. A small dark phoenix was stored into each one, shaking as if they wanted to spread their wings and soar away. Dark flames jumped over all the runes, dancing amongst them. Everyone watched with bated breath, not even daring to blink their eyes in case there was the smallest change in the flame runes. Shadow Overflow watched all the more intensely. He even stopped breathing. The most critical time had come. What he didn't understand the most was how Lin Ming fused the Azura Heavenly Tao into the divine runic symbol. But now, Lin Ming was beginning this third step, the fusion of the Azura Heavenly Tao. Lin Ming flicked his finger and a deep blue god rune shot out. This was a rare blue soul-level god rune and one of the necessary materials. At this time, the Azura Heavenly Tao laws descended, drawing unbelievable lines in space. The path of these lines was elusive and unpredictable. Ordinary people only needed to glance at them a single time to feel dizzy. This is it. This is it. Shadow Overflow widened his eyes so much that they nearly popped out of their sockets. This was the moment he had been waiting for, but he was completely unable to understand the pattern of these laws at all. He wildly roared in his heart. At this time, a brilliant white light flooded out, covering Shadow Overflow's field of vision. Even so, he wasn't willing to close his eyes. He stubbornly persisted even as the light scorched him and his eyes turned blood red. This was a brilliance radiated by the Azura Heavenly Tao. Even a World King powerhouse would feel pained by staring into this light. As for a Divine Lord or Holy Lord realm powerhouse that didn't understand the Azura Heavenly Tao, they might have simply lost their eyesight by now. Shadow Overflow's eyes began to drip blood. He naturally knew that these strange patterns were the true reason as to why Lin Ming's divine runic arts were so powerful. However, even though he used all the dark divine runic arts techniques at his disposal, even though his eyes bled, he still wasn't able to read the patterns or comprehend what was happening. How could this be? Where have I gone wrong? Shadow Overflow nearly went crazy as he tried to grasp something. However, time was rapidly passing. When that endless brilliant glory condensed together, it converged with all the strange heavenly Tao law patterns, condensing onto a single ordinary symbol paper. Heavenly Fire Symbol, complete. Lin Ming let out a long breath of relief. He had consumed a great deal of energy just now. In order to guarantee a 100% success rate with this Heavenly Fire Symbol, Lin Ming hadn't held back any use of his soul force. This also made the Heavenly Fire Symbol he just drew even more perfect. After finishing all of this, Lin Ming fell onto the divine runic table, propping himself up with his right hand. As for Old Shui, he had already hurriedly received the divine runic symbol. Closing his eyes, Old Shui sensed the runic structure within and sighed in praise. Good brat. This heavenly fire symbol is even better than the first one I used. Old Shui's words caused the audience to gasp in marvel. At this time, without saying a word further, Songwen immediately activated the testing array formation. Even though no one suspected Lin Ming any longer, only by witnessing the truth for themselves could they be shocked. When the dreamscape of the Great Desolate appeared and the vicious beasts manifested, a dreadful explosion filled the air and roiling flames surged forth. Old Shui's actions were quick and decisive. He used the heavenly fire symbol that Lin Ming just made to burn down a World King vicious beast. This power was far too terrifying. It was even stronger than the first test. If this were used by a peak Holy Lord, then although the strength would be weaker than that displayed by Old Shui, as long as it struck it wouldn't be a problem to severely wound a World King. At the conclusion of the test, Old Shui glanced at Shadow Overflow with relish in his eyes. He cheekily grinned and said, I must say, Old Shadow, I think you nearly snapped your neck in half trying to get a good look just now. Tell me, did you discover anything interesting? Although Old Shui wasn't a dark divine runic master, he could tell from Shadow Overflow's grim complexion that he hadn't had any harvests at all. At this time, Shadow Overflow's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Shadow Overflow didn't say anything. He composed himself, deeply staring at Lin Ming, not bothering to conceal the deep killing intent in his eyes. Then, without further ado, he silently returned to his VIP suite. I won't see you off. Song Wen faintly smiled. He stepped onto the auction stage and loudly said, Everyone, the auction will begin soon. Little brother Lin. Of course. Lin Ming responded. He took out a special symbol and used a divine runic pen to leave behind a soul force mark. This mark had Lin Ming's unique soul fluctuations within it. It was impossible to fake. Song Wen used this light promissory note that Lin Ming just drew up and placed it on the auction stage platform. He said, Everyone, my Divine Rune City auction house will now auction off Mr. Lin's promissory note. If there is no objection, then we shall begin. President Song, hurry up with the auction. Sir Lin has already proven his strength. If he wishes to sell those promissory notes, then Setting Sun City's Far East family is willing to bid. I am Great Yang City's Ouyang Ho. I am also willing to. For a time, many people were shouting out loud, urging Song Wen to hurry with the auction. Seeing this, Song Wen faintly smiled. Since everyone feels this way, I won't waste your time with idle talk. The auction shall now begin. The base price is 0. Every increase in price cannot be less than 20 million. 0 base price? As Song Wen's voice fell, everyone was stirred into an uproar. Song Wen starting the base price at 0 was in order to have all the bidders lose any sort of standard in their heart. It was impossible for them to weigh the value of these 500 heavenly fire symbols. Like this, it was possible to produce a sky-high bid. On the other hand, setting a high base bid at the start would cause many people to lose all courage to bid. This would dampen the atmosphere and prevent the fiery competition required. This was the first time that Song Wen was auctioning promissory notes. Before this, he had never tried before. This was simply an amazing precedent, especially for the Divine Rune City auction house that was renowned throughout the entire Inner Azura Road. If these promissory notes had sold for a low price, then the Divine Rune City auction house would be mocked by their peers. But now, it seemed the chances of that were extremely low. And once sold for a dramatic amount, Divine Rune City auction house would actually create a legend. 100 million! Someone shouted out from the lower seats. 150 million! 200 million! Just as that person finished bidding, another person immediately increased the bid. There were even several people shouting at once. As the auction started, many of the martial artists in the scattered lower seats were impatiently bidding. 100 million, 200 million. This is just a joke. The first person who urged President Song, Far East Miao from Setting Sun City, suddenly sneered. Lin Ming had just drawn up a divine runic symbol and had even received an 800 million advance to do so. Wasn't it just an insult to bid 100 to 200 million? At this time, Far East Miao stood up and loudly shouted, My Far East family bids 1.3 billion. Those with different status and perspective often had decidedly different judgments. Many people in the lower seats were shocked. They had shouted out 100 to 200 million just then. But now someone had shouted out a bid of over a billion. This was just a bit too odd for them. 1.4 billion. An indifferent voice shouted out from the VIP suites. It was unknown who the bidder was. 1.5 billion. Suya's senior apprentice brother suddenly shouted after a moment of silence. The Extreme Star Holy Lands definitely wouldn't miss out on shouting a bid. As it was, they had already missed a chance to be on good terms with Lin Ming. After experiencing Lin Ming's monstrous talent in the divine runic arts, who would miss out on a second time? And what was even more important was that if they obtained these 5th-grade divine runic symbols from Lin Ming, the effects they would have on their war against the Heaven Strife Holy Lands would be immeasurable. Of course, Suya's senior apprentice brother knew that 1.5 billion was only the start. Wanting to buy these heavenly fire symbols with this amount was far from enough. 1.8 billion. On the west side, a crisp voice sounded out from a mysterious VIP suite. As Suya's senior apprentice brother thought, 1.5 billion fell far short of being enough. At this time, no one in the lower seats was able to speak. This was now a battle between the VIP suites. The shouts of bids had already slowed down. It wasn't that 1.8 billion approached the upper limits of the heavenly fire symbol's value. but because many people in the VIP suites were using secret techniques to contact their headquarters. Of these people, many of them had tools similar to the 1,000-mile heart link. As long as they were all in the same universe, they could contact each other no matter how far they were. High Elder. There is an urgent matter I must report to you. There is a talented divine runic master that has produced a batch of divine runic symbols. These are promissory notes. Don't be startled. Please allow me to explain. Open the image transmitting array. I must transmit an image of the 5th grade heavenly fire symbol to the sovereign. I must ask the sovereign to authorize at least 2.5 billion points for us to bid with. When Old Shui tested the heavenly fire symbol, there was a good number of people who were interested and had recorded a phantom video with array discs. As multiple sound transmission stones lit up throughout the VIP suites, more and more influences joined in on the auction. I haven't even finished speaking with headquarters, and the bid has risen to 2 billion. These damned people, Suya angrily thought. She had just applied for 2 billion points with some difficulty, but just as she was about to call out a bid, the current bid had surpassed 2 billion. It seemed that even 2.5 billion wouldn't be enough. Junior apprentice Sister Suya, don't worry. The sovereign is already contacting several elders of the Heavenly Palace to have them help. Because of the war against the Heaven Strife Holy Lands, the sect reserves of the Extreme Star Holy Lands had nearly run dry. To increase the bid again, that would be with the elders taking out their own private wealth and adding it together. Once the sect regained their strength, these elders would naturally be repaid. As the bid climbed to 2.3 billion, the entire auction hall arena had calmed down. To bid 2.3 billion for promissory notes written by Lin Ming, this was simply a crazy scenario. 2.5 billion. Setting Sun City's Far East Miao shouted out between clenched teeth. However, even though he had tossed all his chips onto the table, he still wasn't able to stop the price from dramatically rising. And 2.5 billion wasn't even high enough to give Song Wen a chance to start a countdown. At this time, Suya emerged from her VIP suite. She gracefully floated in the skies of the arena hall and clearly said, 2.6 billion. Suya had already applied for all the points she could. Originally, she thought that it was enough, but now she realized it wasn't. The points she had requested had all been reserved. If she had used too many, then they really wouldn't be able to win the White Birch Spirit route later. However, the Vice Palace Master had informed her that they could find other solutions to search for points for the White Birch Spirit route. Seeing Suya push the bid to nearly 3 billion points, Far East Miao's complexion changed. Even 2.5 billion wasn't enough to shake off these competitors. He had wanted to obtain these 500 heavenly fire symbols no matter what and had applied for a massive volume of points to do so. But he never thought that the auction battle for these promissory notes would intensify to such a brutal degree. He lifted his hand, wanting to bid once more. However, his hand was shaking already. This was not a small number. It wouldn't be something their Far East family would be able to easily withstand. He grit his teeth, wanting to raise the bid once more. But at this time, from the highest sections of the VIP suites, a dignified voice echoed out. 3 billion. This voice shocked everyone. They all looked towards the VIP suite that shouted this price, and as they did, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Those were the rooms of Empyrean Lionheart. Empyrean Lionheart had actually shouted out a price. Since the auction started, the two Empyreans here had yet to say a single word. It was clear that up until now, there was nothing that was able to arouse their interest. But now, Empyrean Lionheart actually spoke for the first time, and his first words were to issue a mind-boggling bid. Before this, who would have thought that an Empyrean-level character's first words at the Divine Rune City auction would be to call out a sky-high bid, and all for the promissory notes of a Divine Lord Realm Jr. 3 billion. Hearing Empyrean Lionheart's voice, Far East Miao paled and slumped back into his seat. 3 billion was a bid that caused him to lose all heart to continue bidding. With the background of their Far East family, they had no qualifications to struggle with Empyrean Lionheart. To compete with an Empyrean, not everyone had the courage to do so. This was not just pressure that came from a high bid, but pressure that came from strength. How could common martial artists dare to struggle with an Empyrean? But at this time, from another VIP suite, Xianxia bit her lips. With an unwilling expression, she took a deep breath and called out, 3.1 billion. This feminine voice had a powerful, piercing strength, spreading through the entire audience. For a time, Xianxia caught the attention of everyone. The audience was shocked. This woman dared to challenge Empyrean Lionheart. At this time, Xianxia's milk-white breasts were violently heaving. Her back and her palms were both wet with sweat. To compete with an Empyrean was to directly face their majesty and dignity. This was an incredible level of pressure. 3.2 billion. Empyrean Lionheart spoke out again, raising the bid once more. 3.3 billion. Xianxia seemed to have been roused to anger. She refused to concede. Oh! Empyrean Lionheart's eyebrow arched up. He fell quiet for several breaths of time, and then his voice once again spread through the entire audience. 3.6 billion. Empyrean Lionheart had poured a powerful momentum into his voice, making anyone who listened feel afraid to disobey. As soon as this bid of 3.6 billion was called out, everyone in the audience felt their hearts shake. Xianxia was also pale white. Through today's sudden development, she had been keeping in contact with the extreme star Holy Lands even as she engaged in a bidding battle with an Empyrean. She was already unable to continue. Junior apprentice sister, please give up. Don't fight anymore. We'll have more opportunities in the future, Xianxia's senior apprentice brother said, feeling a little bitter. At this time, Xianxia's cheeks were blushing red and she was dripping fragrant sweat. She bit her lips as if she wanted to bid again, but she didn't have the energy to break past the barrier of 3.6 billion that Empyrean Lionheart had set up. At this time, her eyes touched upon Lin Ming. Although his expression was indifferent, his lips still moved as he spoke two simple words to her. Xianxia was stunned. Lin Ming had said, "Don't worry." With these two simple words, Xianxia felt the tight pressure over her heart lighten. She knew that Lin Ming would certainly have another way to help her, so that she wouldn't need to struggle with something she couldn't win against. Xianxia's heart warmed. Her nose burned just a little. "Thank you," Xianxia replied as she slumped down in her VIP suite. Even if Lin Ming didn't say anything, she truly didn't have the means to continue competing for the bid. 3.6 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Song Wen's eyes flitted over the audience. His gaze stopped on the VIP suite of another Empyrean, Empyrean Minor Violet. However, this famous woman Empyrean had yet to say a single word. He counted down. No one challenged the current bid price. Then, I declare that Lin Ming's promissory note of 500 heavenly fire symbols has sold for 3.6 billion points. Congratulations to Empyrean Lionheart, Song Wen loudly proclaimed as he struck his mallet against the podium. At this time, even his hands were shaking. In Song Wen's life, he had already presided over countless auctions. There were even many treasures he had auctioned off which sold for far more than 3.6 billion. But, to auction a promissory note for 3.6 billion, that was definitely a first. That meant that on average, every heavenly fire symbol sold for 7.2 million. This was a truly mind-boggling price. By relying on these heavenly fire symbols, Lin Ming had drawn up a single one and had auctioned off 500 in advance for a total gain of 4.37 billion points. Earning this amount of points so quickly couldn't even be described as crazy. The final bid price of 3.6 billion left the entire audience stewing in silence for some time. After a while, there was a round of applause from the audience that originated from their innermost respect and shock. Afterwards, through the representatives sent to the auction by the various influences, this news spread out via a variety of means. If these were ordinary times, then people would suspect this was just some fake hype being created, or that the one buying was an idiot. But the final bidder to win was Empyrean Lionheart. Who would dare say that Empyrean Lionheart was an idiot? Empyrean Lionheart's judgment was far from what an ordinary person could compare with. Moreover, with the status of an Empyrean, how could they possibly work with an auction house as a bid manipulator? With this, no one dared to question the veracity of this news. The Divine Rune City auction had originally been under the attention of many people and had been a great topic of discussion. But after this event, it was like a wildfire had been set off. The one to sell the promissory note was only a human, Divine Lord Realm Jr. Not just that, but this Divine Lord Realm Jr. had drawn up a divine runic symbol in front of an audience of hundreds of thousands, including even Grandmaster Overflow and over a dozen other dark divine runic masters. And what was even more ridiculous was that not only did this Divine Lord Realm Jr. not fear these dark divine runic masters copying his techniques, but he instead forced them to hand over almost 800 million points as a viewing fee. From the complexions of Shadow Overflow and those dark divine runic masters, the audience had been able to speculate that they hadn't been able to learn anything at all, even after paying the fee to spy. This left many people even more panic-stricken, causing the news to spread further out. For a time, news of an Empyrean spent 3.6 billion points buying a promissory note, and a Divine Lord Realm Jr. spent less than a day to earn 4.37 billion points spread throughout the various intelligence networks. Many people spoke of this in restaurants and city squares. This news could be said to overwhelm the world. This also caused the popularity of this year's Divine Rune City auction to dramatically rise. Because of this news, many people began to rush towards Divine Rune City. Seeing was believing. All of them found it hard to believe that a Divine Lord Realm Jr. was able to accomplish such miracles. However, matters didn't end here, as everyone believed that the auction of the Heavenly Fire Symbol promissory note was the greatest and most explosive news of the Divine Rune City auction, and would even surpass all other news that the other surrounding auction houses would be able to come up with. The Divine Runic Masters Guild actually released yet another astonishing burst of news. It was that, in half a month, the creator of the improved Heavenly Fire symbol would hold an auction for another improved version of a divine runic symbol, the Heretical God symbol. As for this Heretical God symbol, its power even surpassed that of the Heavenly Fire symbol. All representatives of great influences were invited to attend the Divine Rune City auction. For a time, many great influences within the inner Azura Road began to stir. Even many Empyrean-level characters started to quietly enter Divine Rune City. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, the treasure fair also auctioned off many valuables treasures, all of them triggering a wave of enthusiasm. But what people loved to talk about the most and what attracted the most attention was an auction that had yet to begin, the Heretical God symbol. Half a month ago, a Divine Lord Realm Divine Runic Master called Lin Ming had used an improved Heavenly Fire symbol and a promissory note for 500 Heavenly Fire symbols to create a miracle in the history of the auction hall. Now, just how amazing would this Heretical God symbol be, one purported to be stronger than the improved Heavenly Fire symbol? Nearly everyone's gaze was focused on the Heretical God symbol that was soon to be auctioned. During the last auction, when the improved Heavenly Fire symbol had severely wounded a powerful vicious beast like the Golden Phoenix Crow and had even reformed multiple times afterwards, the images of this event had been recorded in an array disk and spread all throughout Divine Rune City. Of those that saw the image recordings, all were left shaking. It wasn't just the inner Azura Road, but even some influences in the outer Azura Road had heard about this event and were quickly catching up. After the long wait of half a month, the hope and desire had brewed for so long that it was a volcano waiting to explode. On this day, the dappled sunlight was bright. The deep blue sky was as clear as a mirror, crystal bright and beautiful. From the moment that Divine Rune City lifted the Guardian Array formations that protected the city, all sorts of space channels opened up in the skies. Massive ships emerged from these space channels, all of them powered by potent energy crystals. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The smallest of these ships was more than 30 feet high. They flew forwards like floating treasure palaces, emitting bursts of radiant light. The hulls of these ships were carved with images of phoenixes and dragons. Innumerable runes shimmered around them like a sea of stars. Holy crap, I fear that every single one of those ships is holding a sovereign-level character. Incredible, too incredible. In the crowd of people, a visitor that came from outside of Divine Rune City stared up at the treasure ships in the sky, praising the scene. Sovereign! A local of Divine Rune City looked at this visitor with disdain in his eyes. This visitor's cultivation wasn't high, and he had only relied on a little bit of business sense to earn some money. Such a person didn't have status, nor did they have much respect. Each of those treasure ships is seating a concubine. They are the concubines of the ruler of Providence Edge Nation, Su Wuxia. What? Concubines? The visitor's eyes widened. He found this hard to believe. What's so strange about it? The one speaking seemed annoyed. Providence Edge Nation's ruler is an Empyrean that has been safeguarding the destiny of the nation for over 10 million years. He rarely leaves, but today he actually came to visit our Divine Rune City. It seems this year's treasure fair is becoming increasingly splendid. Empyrean. The visitor was panic-stricken. This was yet another Empyrean. The divine runic symbols that Lin Ming created were not of much personal use to an Empyrean. However, they were extremely useful to the influences that these figures raised. In other words, they were sharp weapons of war. And this auction of divine runic symbols would inevitably involve a large number of points. Only an Empyrean personally attending would be able to instantly increase the price as they wanted. Their subordinates wouldn't have the courage to do so. As the day of the auction neared, heroes gathered from all corners of the world. Large numbers of different races and clans rushed in like tidal waves. The flying castle added on 8 space channels constructed with top-quality space crystals. These space channels connected to massive sphere-like VIP suites within the auction hall arena. Looking up from the ground, it was like the floating castle had grown 8 long tentacles. At this time, within the entire castle, everyone's single seat and room was packed to the brim. Several items had already been auctioned at the start, but these items hadn't been able to stir up much of a wave. The atmosphere was extremely strange. There wasn't much movement originating from the VIP suites. A tall hourglass floated high in the sky. The yellow sand within rustled to the bottom, soon about to finish. Finally, within the many peaceful rooms, there was movement. Song Wen wore a meticulously prepared robe as he stepped onto the auction stage. He smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, you've had to wait a long time. The next auction will be for the heretical god symbols." Song Wen's voice was brief and potent. Although it was short and to the point, it rumbled through every corner of the castle, spreading into every room. For a time, the movements in the various rooms slowed down. The auction for the heretical god symbols was finally about to begin. Is this heretical god symbol even more powerful than the improved heavenly fire symbol? Many people thought, their eyes burning with a blazing light. Their eyes locked onto Song Wen as he took out a gray spirit stone box. This heretical god symbol is known as being even stronger than the improved heavenly fire symbol. How is it stronger? Many people began to ask from the VIP suites. In truth, besides the Empyreans, although many people waddled over here like packs of ducks to join the auction for the heretical god symbol, almost none of them had hopes of successfully winning the bid. The previous auction for the heavenly fire symbol promissory note had already left them feeling powerless and frustrated. Moreover, this heretical god symbol was said to be stronger than the heavenly fire symbol. It was hard to predict just how high and terrifying the final bid price would be. Thus, most people came because they wanted to see the might of the heretical god symbol with their own eyes. Song Wen had already expected this situation. He placed his hand on the spirit stone box and turned around to look behind. At this time, a black-clothed youth silently entered the auction stage from the back. His aura was restrained, his figure was tall and straight, and his steps were slow and steady. Each step he took seeming to resonate with the heartbeats of those in the audience. This youth was Lin Ming. The one to personally test the heretical god symbol would be Lin Ming. Only by demonstrating the true potency of the heretical god symbol in front of everyone would the following bidding war be at its most intense. This was all in order to raise the final bidding price as much as possible. He is the creator. In the entire auction hall arena, many people recognized Lin Ming. As people recognized Lin Ming and pointed him out, Lin Ming could feel countless senses locking onto him from the VIP suites. In particular, several senses were as deep as the vast sea. Compared to those dark divine runic masters that spied on him just half a month ago, these senses were dozens and hundreds of times more terrifying. It was clear that the masters of these senses were supreme beings of the Azura Road, many of them being Empyreans. These senses did not offend Lin Ming, nor did they attempt to pry into the situation of his spiritual sea. Even so, they made Lin Ming's skin tighten, as if the vision of these people was more than enough to lock him in place. Lin Ming didn't waste time. He rubbed his hands against the spirit stone box, tracing strange lines across the surface. The 7th grade divine runic box opened, revealing a simple blue divine runic symbol. As the symbol appeared, it brought with it an ancient and desolate aura, as if it weren't just drawn up not too long ago. What wonderfully mystical law fluctuations! Within a VIP suite, a terrifyingly strong old man lowered his hands, his fingers flicking back and forth so fast they created illusions. It seemed as if he were calculating the meanings behind these lines. However, the Azura Heavenly Tao Law's Tao patterns were left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. How could an Empyrean-level powerhouse hope to unravel their mysteries? No matter what this old man tried to calculate, the only result was a frown on this face. He was simply unable to understand what these lines meant. All he could conclude was that this was a special inheritance that Lin Ming studied. That powerful and mysterious master behind Lin Ming. Just what sort of person was he? At this time, on the auction stage, Lin Ming held the heretical god symbol in his hands. All of his focus concentrated on it. His 2 pupils flashed with a blinding electric purple light. In the palms of his hands, pitch-black nirvanic flames slowly emerged, crackling as they burned. A vast and great aura emerged from the center of that symbol. The uniqueness of the heretical god symbol was that it simultaneously utilized the fire and thunder laws. And Lin Ming was the ideal candidate to demonstrate the powers of the heretical god symbol. The heretical god symbol was an extremely special divine runic symbol. Although its origins lay with the extreme dual polarity symbol, it had already become fundamentally different. It had all sorts of special effects. If other people tried to use it and didn't have Lin Ming's instruction and didn't learn the way to activate the heretical god symbol, they wouldn't be able to display any of its mysteries. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this divine runic symbol was the manifestation of Lin Ming's current highest level of skill. At this time, Song Wen activated the auction house's illusory magic array. Bang dash! The world trembled. At this time, the surroundings weren't the previous time's primal grasslands. Rather, it was an endless desert of yellow sand, bleak and dreary. Immersed in this world of yellow sand, everyone was focused on Lin Ming. All of them wanted to know just what was so special about this heretical god symbol that the Divine Rune City auction house had propagandized so much about. Deep in the yellow sands, one could see 2 faint tornado-like things sweep up into the air. In the depths of these yellow tornadoes, 2 eyes shined like lanterns in the dark. As the tornadoes appeared, one could see an approaching creature whose entire body was wrapped in thick earth-yellow scales, bizarre and otherworldly. That's a mystic yellow Tihu. In the audience, many people immediately recognized the vicious beast produced by the illusory magic array. The mystic yellow Tihu didn't possess a strong striking power, but its defenses were extremely formidable. Deep in the distant Great Desolate, there were powerhouses that used this vicious beast as a moving castle to lead their people around. The defensive capabilities of this creature were several times that of an ordinary world king. It even achieved the standard of a weak great world king. The Divine Rune City auction house was actually testing the heretical god symbol with this kind of vicious beast. If so, that meant they had full confidence in the strength of the heretical god symbol. Could it be that this heretical god symbol can injure a great world king? The entire audience fell quiet. Many people looked at Lin Ming with rapt attention, waiting for the answer to be shown. Lin Ming took up the heretical god symbol in his palm. Pitch-black flames and blazing purple thunder flashed together. At the same time, countless Azura heavenly Tao laws gathered together, connecting with the thunder and fire in Lin Ming's palm. Seeing as the power of thunder and fire fused together with the Azura laws, in that moment, Lin Ming's sense and the perception of time seemed to slow down to a crawl, like the slowly flowing grains of sand in an hourglass. Pulled up by Lin Ming's soul force, the heretical god symbol floated up in front of him. Lin Ming raised his left and right hands. Using his 2 index fingers, he pierced towards the heretical god symbol, causing 2 light ripples to spread out like a rock hitting a lake surface. His 2 pupils immediately flashed with a jolt of electricity that twined around one ripple. Then, a thin strand of black fire twined around the other ripple. In front of him, waves of substantialized soul force appeared. The 2 ripples began to twist in the air as if they were being manipulated by an invisible hand, quickly twisting until they seemed like images of blooming flowers. The entire process seemed very slow, but it was also completed almost instantly. And just a few miles away from Lin Ming, at the edges of the desert, one could see those 2 faint tornadoes rolling towards him, leaving a swallowed world in their wake. As for Lin Ming, he remained motionless. All that remained in front of him were these 2 flashes of thunder and fire. The auction house's testing array formation was different from the rented testing array formation at the Divine Runic Masters Guild. The rented testing array formation was only an illusory magic array, but this one being activated right now was actually a true illusory killing array. If one stood motionless and allowed the array formation to freely attack them, then they would definitely be grievously wounded. What is Lin Ming doing? Has he not activated that heretical god symbol? That mystic yellow Tihu is about to trample over him. But as everyone saw Lin Ming control the faint circles of thunder and fire around him, and yet the heretical god symbol didn't activate, some people began to develop doubts. Just what was Lin Ming doing? If Lin Ming was luring the mystic yellow Tihu to close range before he detonated the heretical god symbol, then he too would be affected by the explosion if the beast was too close. Then, people watched as the mystic yellow Tihu crossed the 100-foot line from Lin Ming. That distance was the best chance to detonate the heretical god symbol. At this time, the 2 groups of energy around Lin Ming began to produce tiny patterns of energy composed of threads smaller than silk. These lines of energy pulled into the void, developing into numerous patterns. In just a twinkle of the eye, a series of thin energy lines spread out, surrounding Lin Ming. Moreover, these energy lines were all different from each other. They were energy patterns that those present had never seen before, and seemed to contain tens of millions of possible changes within them. Each energy line seemed to entangle with the others, inspiring more and more changes. In just an instant, half of these energy lines that were drawn out developed into threads of shining lightning, and the other half developed into glistening threads of fire, rapidly condensing into a red and purple 2-colored array diagram. At this time, the tyrannical tsunami of sand that rushed over struck Lin Ming, but was completely submerged into the thunderfire array diagram in his hand. Seeing this, Xiao Moxian couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Although she knew in her heart that Lin Ming was safe, she still couldn't avoid her heart clenching upon seeing such a sight. Bang! A massive explosion occurred. The mystic yellow Tihu with its incomparably firm body and its maximum velocity crashed into the thunderfire array diagram. It was a meteor impacting into the earth. A powerful impact swept outwards, bringing up waves of yellow sand that were tens of thousands of tons heavy. This terrifying strength left the entire auction hall shaking. Everyone found it hard to remain still, and some of the weaker martial artists couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Lin Ming hadn't attacked from beginning to end. Instead, he used the thunderfire array diagram to block the frontal dash of the mystic yellow Tihu. As the yellow sand settled, everyone saw that the mystic yellow Tihu had its head left bloodstained after colliding with the thunderfire array diagram. As for the thunder array diagram, it only slightly bent without any sign of breaking. By using the power of the heretical god symbol alone, Lin Ming had defended against an attack with the all-out strength of an ordinary world king. Could this be a defensive divine runic symbol? Everyone immediately thought. A defensive divine runic symbol was rarely seen and was often much more expensive than offensive divine runic symbols. But when they heard the description from Divine Rune City, the heretical god symbol should have been an immensely destructive divine runic symbol. Before people had more time to think, Lin Ming suddenly grasped the heretical god symbol with both hands and pushed it out. The palm-sized heretical god symbol suddenly rose and countless threads of thunder and fire spun around until they formed a massive vortex, instantly covering the heavens and earth. This vortex formed a giant web that wrapped around the massive mystic yellow Tihu. In that moment, within the endless yellow sands, a brilliant light erupted like a rising sun. In the middle of this light, crackling bolts of thunder twisted around with a conflagration of raging flames. The flames and thunder twisted together, roaring like the birth of a fire dragon and thunder dragon. Several hundred earth-shaking explosions echoed out from the midst of the giant vortex of raging flames and twisting thunder, illuminating the world like a descending apocalypse. Thunder collapsed the earth as snakes of fire shot to the heavens. Within this vortex, the mystic yellow Tihu roared out again and again, but its howls slowly turned lower and deeper as it gradually faded away. The explosions produced a brilliant light that formed an incomparably thick swirling column of thunder and fire. As it rapidly spun around, the world seemed to tear apart around it as the surrounding ground caved in, forming a massive crater hundreds of miles deep. From where the explosions occurred, a pit so deep appeared that one couldn't see the bottom. The mystic yellow Tihu's scales had nearly all fallen off. His giant tail dangled to the ground. Although it was still living, it was on the verge of death, approaching death with every breath it took. Within the heretical god symbol, the mark of the Azura heavenly Tao patterns will reverse in the void to reform yin-yang patterns of the Azura heavenly Tao. This also agrees with the true meaning of the extreme dual polarity symbol, the absolute polars of thunder and fire. The power is as expected. Moreover, with the revolution of yin and yang, it can attack but also instantly form a defensive barrier when the symbol is activated. Drops of sweat dripped down the tip of Lin Ming's nose. He was extremely satisfied with the performance of the heretical god symbol. In creating the heretical god symbol, Lin Ming had consumed a great deal of effort and diligent care. As he created the heretical god symbol, his comprehension of the Azura heavenly Tao laws also became much deeper. At this time, in all the rooms and seats, everyone had forgotten how to speak. This was a dual offensive and defensive divine runic symbol. Normally, divine runic symbols were one-time use items that could either be used to defend or attack. But the net of thunder and fire formed by the heretical god symbol was an offensive and defensive form. Imagine, two martial artists were in a life or death battle and both had utilized all of their abilities and were completely exhausted. At the end, they both used their ultimate finishing blows. But at this time, one side took out a heretical god symbol, defending against the opponent's attack, but also erupting with a terrifying attack, directly covering the enemy in a sea of thunder and flame. Just what sort of effect would that have? Moreover, this heretical god symbol had reached a terrifying degree of strength whether it was in defense or offense. Even that mystic yellow Tihu with an incredible defensive power comparable to a weak great world king had been beaten half dead. In other words, even if one were a great world king, if they didn't understand the unique attributes of the heretical god symbol and were fooled, they would be placed in an extremely difficult situation, possibly even injured. For a time, the entire castle fell silent. One could clearly hear the breathing of others even from a long distance. And at this time, that brutal and violent power of thunder and fire in the skies began to gather together. The lines of the Azura heavenly Tao condensed, forming endless starlight that sprinkled down. The power of thunderfire and the Azura heavenly Tao was sucked into a giant vortex. Then, it shrank until it finally transformed into a perfectly intact divine runic symbol that fell into Lin Ming's hand. The heretical god symbol was reborn. Seeing this scene, although many people had expected it earlier, they couldn't help but feel their jaws drop down, shocked, speechless. To be reborn and reused, this was the special attribute of the Lin logo. However, when one considered the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbol that wasn't much stronger than the original, it wasn't too amazing even if it could be used multiple times. Following that was the heavenly fire symbol. It was ridiculously powerful to the point of being obscene. Moreover, it could also be used multiple times. This was far more impressive and also the reason that they sold for a sky-high price of 3.6 billion points. But now, this heretical god symbol was both offensive and defensive, and in the attack process there seemed to be all sorts of incredible changes as if there were many more mysteries waiting to be unlocked. But Lin Ming simply hadn't had the time to reveal them. This divine runic symbol that could nearly bring the dead back to life in a dire situation, that was so abnormal that it could wound a great world king, could actually be used multiple times. This just destroyed all common sense. If one had several heretical god symbols in hand, then an ordinary world king would be able to challenge and speak the last words with a weak great world king. And if used in a war, there was definitely no need to speak of their efficacy. These were different from the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol because these heretical god symbols could be used in battles between high-level figures of the sects. If using a heretical god symbol was able to turn certain defeat into victory between a battle of world kings, then this would be worth an astronomical level of wealth. It had to be known that every world king was formed by piling up an immense amount of resources. Thinking of this, the complexions of the several Empyreans in the VIP suites began to change. Little brother Lin's test has ended. Elder Shui, I would also like to ask you to evaluate the rank of this divine runic symbol. Song-Wen took a deep breath, his eyes excited. He had a premonition that today's auctions would reach all new heights. Elder Shui froze for a moment. His eyes reluctantly moved away from the illusory magic array. This is... Elder Shui hesitated for several breaths of time. Then, he said, Little friend Lin Ming, this heretical god symbol. How many times can it be used? Elder Shui's eyes were affable as he looked at Lin Ming. About 3 or 4 times, Lin Ming said after thinking about it for some time. If he used it himself, he could use it up to 5 times, but others didn't have this ability. Because it can attack and defend, the flow of energy is extremely great and the burden on the tiny runes is much larger. Thus it can only be used this many times. Out of the 3 divine runic symbols that Lin Ming had improved, the heretical god symbol was the one that could be used the least number of times. This was the price of great power. But this power alone was enough to drive others crazy. This was a top-grade divine runic symbol that could even resist a great world king. This power was far more important than the number of times it could be used. If the power was lacking, then even if it could be used several times, it still wouldn't be as useful as one tremendous attack. Formidable might, excellent technique. This divine runic symbol can compare to a superior 6th grade divine runic symbol in power alone, but it also has the characteristic of being offensive and defensive as well as being able to be used multiple times, and, most importantly, the restrictions to use it are far, far lower than those of a superior 6th grade divine runic symbol. Because of all of these factors, its value cannot be compared to that of an ordinary superior 6th grade divine runic symbol. It's impossible for me to determine its exact price. I will have to ask everyone else to make their own judgment. Elder Shui summarized after thinking for some time. Superior 6th grade. That was the domain of a great world king. Superior 6th grade? Many people were left dumbfounded by this. If Lin Ming's divine runic art skill continued to rise, then he might be able to draw up a true superior 6th grade divine runic symbol. Perhaps he even might be able to draw up a quasi-7th grade divine runic symbol. What sort of concept was a 7th grade divine runic symbol? If a world king powerhouse used one, they could pose a threat to a half-step Empyrean. What a wonderful treasure! Indeed, it is much better than the improved heavenly fire symbol. This trip was not made in vain. Although the heretical god symbol takes a decent amount of time to gather enough potential, it can actually defend during this time. This Lin Ming's strength also far surpasses other martial artists of his level. Although he appears to only be at the Divine Lord realm, using that divine runic symbol requires strength at least at the peak Holy Lord realm. If an ordinary Divine Lord martial artist were to use this divine runic symbol, their soul force would have completely dried up by now. It wasn't known who said this, but these sudden words seemed to wake everyone up from their daze. Because Lin Ming created miracle after miracle, many people forgot that he was a mere Divine Lord realm martial artist. If that's the case, then let us begin the auction. The promissory note is still for 500 divine runic symbols. The base price is 0 and every increase in bidding cannot be less than 50 million points. Song Wen's voice was boisterous. But just as the bidders were about to engage in a crazy bidding war, a light voice called out, "These 500 promissory notes, just when they will be fulfilled?" This voice echoed out from the VIP suites, carrying with it indescribable vicissitudes, as if these years contained the concept of endless time. Everyone was startled. They looked up towards the VIP suites and immediately felt a chill crawl up their backs. The one speaking was the supreme ruler of Providence Edge Divine Nation, Su Wuxi. Su Wuxi had broken into the Empyrean realm many years ago, and he also had high attainments in alchemy and the divine runic arts. And even Empyrean-level divine runic masters wanted to purchase Lin Ming's divine runic symbols. Whether it was the heretical god symbol or heavenly fire symbol, their most important characteristic was the lowered requirements that allowed lower-level martial artists to use them. This was an ability that not even Empyrean-level divine runic masters possessed. Su Wuxi was immediately able to see how complex the heretical god symbol was. He found it hard to imagine that this was a real 5th-grade divine runic symbol. And correspondingly, the more complex a divine runic symbol was, the more difficult it was to create. The more time that one took to draw up, the likelier the chances were of failure. A promissory note of 500 heretical god symbols was easily said. But the truth was that this order wasn't easy to fulfill, especially if the creator's cultivation wasn't high enough. Su Wuxi's vision pierced through the array formations of the VIP suites and fell onto Lin Ming's body. Song Wen as well as many other bidders also looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Perhaps 3 years. Currently, Lin Ming's success rate in drawing up heretical god symbols was around 60 to 70%. Although he could hold a demonstration of drawing up the heavenly fire symbol in front of everyone, he couldn't do the same with the heretical god symbol. Even if he used up all of his soul force in drawing up a single heretical god symbol, there was still a considerable chance of failure. Moreover, drawing up a heretical god symbol required a tremendous amount of soul force. The most he could do was 1 per day. Considering the speed and also the fact that he had to draw up the heavenly fire symbols, he had then stated the time requirement of 3 years. This was a deadline that Lin Ming could afford. It was inevitable that his soul force would slowly increase, and with every passing day, his understandings of the Azura heavenly Tao laws would become more and more profound. Thus, he might not even need such a long time. Oh! Su Wuxi was secretly startled. Other people didn't know what 3 years meant, but as a divine runic master, Su Wuxi certainly understood what it meant for Lin Ming to complete 500 heavenly fire symbols and 500 heretical god symbols in this time period. Just the heretical god symbol alone would completely exhaust the soul force of a 6th-grade divine runic master. Good. Then I have no problem with bidding on these promissory notes. But I need a delivery deadline. If I win the bid for the heretical god symbols, then I hope that every 3 months the Divine Runic Masters Guild will send the finished divine runic symbols to Providence Edge Nation. If the entire batch of 500 divine runic symbols cannot be completed in 3 years, then I also require the return of all points. Su Wuxi's words left all the other bidders breathless. This condition was more than ruthless. If Lin Ming couldn't fulfill the promissory notes on time, then not only would he lose all points, he would also have to pay the money for the materials as well as lose all the time and effort he invested. This was the same as tossing away 3 years of hard work. Many divine runic masters were left dumbstruck. However, if one was selling promissory notes, there certainly should be a deadline limit. With these conditions, only someone with absolute faith in their abilities would agree. The difficulty of drawing up this heretical god symbol was simply dreadful beyond recognition. Su Wuxi's words won the unanimous approval of the many great bidders who came from all over the inner Azura Road. These top characters all had a cultivation at the Empyrean realm. Although they had taken a fancy for the heretical god symbol, they wouldn't wildly bid for a promissory note just because of a brief moment of impulsiveness. Thus, before they began, they all decided to put forth this oppressive condition. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Ming. In this situation, this oppressive pressure wasn't something that an ordinary person could withstand. Lin Ming's expression was calm. He thought for a moment and said, "Yes, I agree. These simple words were filled with vigor, leaving those who heard them shocked. Lin Ming had actually agreed. His confidence was bewildering. It seemed that he really believed he could complete these divine runic symbols in 3 years. But I also hope to put forth another condition. Lin Ming changed the flow of conversation. Su Wuzi's eyebrows lifted up. He lightly said, "Speak. It's not special. I only hope that after the bidding is over, the payment is paid with half points and half rare materials." Lin Ming had more than enough points right now. What he needed was materials, and especially rare and precious materials, the kinds that couldn't be found in markets. Good. I have no problem with that. Su Wuzi readily agreed. The other Empyreans also tacitly approved of this. At this time, Su Wuzi didn't bother waiting for Song 1 to announce the start of the auction again. He directly opened his mouth and said, "The auction has started then? Then I will be the first to bid. 4 billion. This bid left nearly everyone in the audience choking on themselves. Even with a base price of 0, Su Wuzi had directly started with an initial bid of 4 billion. This caused over 99% of bidders in attendance to fall out of the bidding war. They couldn't even summon the courage to think of shouting out a higher price. Originally, many of them had thoughts of shouting out several bids. Although they didn't expect to win the heretical god symbol, they wanted to bid against Empyreans on the auction stage and also participate in this grand event of the heretical god symbol auction. In the future, they could also say to their friends and family that they joined in on this bidding war. But they never imagined that Su Wuzi wouldn't even give them the chance to do so. From the start, this auction of heretical god symbols was a battle between Empyreans. The entire arena hall fell silent for a time. The auction for the heretical god symbols wasn't the heated battle that everyone imagined it would be, with people shouting bid after higher bid. Rather, this was an extremely somber and wintry war. Although it was so, every new bid left one panic-stricken. 4.2 billion. A faint woman's voice echoed out. The one calling out this bid was Empyrean Minor Violet. This was only the second bid, and yet the price had already reached such heights. Even Empyrean Extreme Star, who had rushed here from Extreme Star Heavenly Palace, felt himself gasping for breath. He had a faint premonition that their Extreme Star Holy Lands would lose this time. These people were simply far too crazy, and their Extreme Star Holy Lands didn't have much wealth remaining. As Suya saw Empyrean Extreme Star's somewhat ugly complexion, she guessed that for this auction, their Extreme Star Holy Lands had fallen out of contention. As for whether or not there would be any harvests, everything would depend on her personal relationship with Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming had already agreed to complete 1,000 divine runic symbols within 3 years. So where would he have the time to draw up divine runic symbols for the Extreme Star Holy Lands? As Suya was worrying, the bid had already risen to 4.5 billion. Then, another bid came from Empyrean Minor Violet. It seemed that this woman of mystical origin and strength desired to obtain the heretical god symbols no matter the cost. 4.6 billion. Her faint voice echoed through the arena hall. Besides Empyreans shouting out new bids, everyone remained silent. Even the auctioneer Song Wen didn't speak a single word, not even asking if there was anyone wishing to bid a higher price. This woman, Su Wuzi frowned. He shouted out 4 billion from the start, and although this bid seemed exaggerated, it was only able to frighten the bidders in the ordinary seats and ordinary rooms. The Empyreans in the VIP suites simply weren't suppressed by him. They bid as they wished to bid and continued to compete if they desired to do so. "Your Majesty's thoughts must not be thrown into confusion," an old man cautioned Su Wuzi from the side. This old man was the imperial scholar of Providence Edge Nation. If he was able to speak warning words to Su Wuzi, it was clear his status was extremely high. Even though he was reminded to not be thrown into confusion, how could Su Wuzi remain calm at this time? He feared that his Providence Edge Nation might soon be sucked into the dreadful flames of war, and the reason for this war was related to the final trial. At this time, another voice echoed out from the VIP suites. 4.8 billion. It's Empyrean Deep Gloom. Someone cried out in alarm. The positions of the many Empyreans weren't a secret to begin with. Moreover, just from the aura of these Empyreans and the mounts and spirit ships on which they arrived, most people were able to correctly guess their identities. It was a struggle between two Empyreans, but now another one has joined it. I have no idea who the winner will be. These Empyrean-level characters were all exorbitantly wealthy. To them, it wasn't whether or not they had the money to pay, but just how valuable these 500 heretical god symbols were in their minds. After all, although Empyreans were wealthy, they still had to mull over the worth of spending billions of points. For 0.9 billion, Su Wuxi braced himself as he spat out this price. He was already feeling somewhat weak-hearted. If this Empyrean Deep Gloom were shouting at this price at this time, it was likely he came prepared. To him, this bid might only be the opening salvo. Against such an opponent, Su Wuxi certainly felt dread. 5 billion. 5.1 billion. With this Empyrean Deep Gloom and Su Wuxi began to cruelly battle. If they continued struggling like this, it was unknown how high the bid would go. In his VIP suite, although Su Wuxi had already broken into the Empyrean realm and couldn't be concerned with most treasures in this world, he still found his palms slick with sweat. It was becoming increasingly hard for him to maintain his composure. 5.5 billion. Empyrean Deep Gloom suddenly spat out. By suddenly increasing the price by 400 million, it seemed as if Empyrean Deep Gloom wanted to strike Su Wuxi to death with this single blow. Su Wuxi's pupils shrank. He opened his mouth again and again but eventually didn't increase the bid. And at this time, a clear womanly voice spread through the entire hall. 5 billion points plus a million-year dragon saliva grass. These 500 heretical god symbols. I will buy them all. These sudden words stunned the entire audience. Even Lin Ming straightened up. Million-year dragon saliva grass. What he needed now was dragon saliva grass. At the Divine Rune City auction, there was only the Jade Dragon Horn for sale. It was the dragon contract that would be auctioned off in several days. However, there was no dragon saliva grass to be found. Still, Lin Ming had researched several substitutes for dragon saliva grass. Although they just managed to fulfill the requirements for the Celestial Tyrant Manual, the effects were naturally far inferior to those of dragon saliva grass. In these past days, Lin Ming had tried to search for dragon saliva grass through several different methods, and it seems that this news was uncovered by Empyrean Minor Violet. Before coming to this auction for the heretical god symbols, Empyrean Minor Violet had already gathered intel on Lin Ming and came here especially prepared to aim at his needs. According to the information recorded within the Celestial Tyrant Manual, 500,000-year dragon saliva grass was sufficient for use. But Empyrean Minor Violet had suddenly offered million-year dragon saliva grass. Just this dragon saliva grass alone was worth over 1 billion points. In addition, Empyrean Minor Violet also put forth a bid of 5 billion. In other words, Empyrean Minor Violet's ski-high bid was worth more than 6 billion points in total. On average, every heretical god symbol sold for more than 12 million points. This price was nearly impossible to withstand. Even Lin Ming felt it somewhat ridiculous. Empyrean Deep Gloom remained completely quiet. The entire audience fell silent for a long time. Song Wen began counting down from 3, but no one increased the bid. Finally, this auction was announced as having been won by Empyrean Minor Violet. With the 6 billion plus points in addition to the wealth that Lin Ming gained from auctioning off the Heavenly Fire symbols, in just over half a month, Lin Ming had relied on the auction of 2 promissory notes to obtain a wealth worth 10 billion points. From hearing this, it was like some bedtime fairy tale. So many great figures had gone crazy about these 2 promissory notes, and even many Empyrean Supreme Elders weren't able to afford them. If one didn't witness these events with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe. Many people remained in a shocked state for a long time, feeling nothing but a deep envy and awe. They didn't regain their composure for a long time. People increasingly admired and became stupefied by this formidable and mysterious youth. He seemed to have emerged from thin air within the inner Azura Road, without any news of him before. His talent was extraordinary, his strength was unusual, and his divine runic arts inheritance was inconceivable. When this was combined with his young skeletal age, It made Lin Ming a miracle that far outstripped the auction of the heretical god symbols. After several days, the name of Lin Ming and his Lin logo was widely spread through the inner Azura Road. Many great influences in the inner Azura Road learned of him, and according to the speed at which this news spread, it was likely that Lin Ming's name would soon spread to every nook and cranny of the inner Azura Road. What people paid the most attention to was that Lin Ming didn't seem to have joined a sect. Although Divine Rune City was itself an Empyrean-level influence, they were more similar to an alliance of interests and not a true sect. Divine Rune City also didn't forbid their divine runic masters from joining other sects. This also caused many influences to hold out an olive branch to Lin Ming. Some influences even prepared some rare and precious materials, wanting to invite Lin Ming to join them. As for the fiery Divine Rune City auction, it became even more lively. In the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the air above Lin Ming's residence was filled with spirit boats. Many messengers from great influences wished to meet with him and discuss having him join their sects. However, regarding this, Lin Ming used the excuse of needing to maximize his time to fulfill the order of 1,000 divine runic symbols within 3 years to throw all of them off. Lin Ming was well aware that these influences would undoubtedly put forth attractive conditions to joining them. But at the same time, they also wanted to earn even greater returns from Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't plan on staying in the Azura Road for much longer. After the final trial ended, he planned to return to the Divine Realm. If he were to join these influences and accept their gifts, perhaps they might not let him leave so simply. As for drawing up divine runic symbols for these influences, Lin Ming only needed to draw up a new divine runic symbol and he could easily sell them at high prices, so why would he need to join these other influences and be subject to all sorts of restrictions? Thus, even if some people offered to find Lin Ming a jade dragon horn in a short period of time if he joined them, he still wouldn't agree. Beyond that, there were even those that offered him top living furnaces. Some Empyreans wished to marry off their granddaughters with special physiques so that Lin Ming could dual cultivate with them. But Lin Ming had no interest in this and rejected them all without exception. Because of Lin Ming and the Lin logo, the Divine Rune City auction was even fierier. Even though Lin Ming's divine runic symbol auctions had ended, the residual heat had yet to dissipate. The Empyrean-level characters hadn't left, and in the next several days all sorts of treasures sold at new heights. As for Lin Ming, he also purchased a rare material required to refine a variation of soul recovery pill. This soul recovery pill was not for Lin Ming himself, but was something he was preparing for Empyrean Divine Mist. Before Lin Ming won the auction for the rare material he needed, he had already gone to the Divine Runic Masters Guild to purchase the rest of the necessary materials. Lin Ming felt that with his own current ability in alchemy, combined with his divine runic arts, he could just barely refine a pill that would have an effect on an Empyrean. During this time, Empyrean Minor Violet also paid the dragon saliva grass to Lin Ming in advance. The million-year dragon saliva grass was a top material amongst top materials. Normally, dragon saliva grass took 100,000 years to germinate. Then, for growing and flowering, that also required another 100,000 years. After that, in order to mature, there needed to be a divine dragon protecting this dragon saliva grass, watering it with saliva daily so that it would eventually grow fruit. Seizing dragon saliva grass from the claws of a divine dragon required an Empyrean to personally go out and capture it. Thus, the price for this raw material could be imagined. Lin Ming held the wood spirit jade box in his hands. Looking at the dark jade-colored grass stalk in the box as well as the purple gold-colored fruit, he could feel all his blood energy being pulled by it, as if his blood was about to gush out from his body. This dragon saliva grass was bred with the life essence of a true dragon. Thus it naturally resonated with Lin Ming's true dragon bloodline. Even if Lin Ming didn't use this ingredient for alchemy, just swallowing it alone would have immeasurable advantage to him. Looking at this dragon saliva grass, Lin Ming impatiently wished to start refining the ravenous wolf heaven pill. However, as he thought of his current strength, he knew it would be difficult to ensure success in refining this pill. He could only suppress the restlessness in his heart and put away the dragon saliva grass. Then, another 5 days passed. The Divine Rune City auction was nearing its end. On this day, on the auction stage, there was something that Lin Ming had to buy. On the wide auction stage, two beautiful maids pushed in a small cart. This cart had a jade box that was covered with yellow silk on it. This jade box was 7 foot long. After opening it, one could see a treasure that was as high as a person. This treasure was snow white all over. It resembled a giant sickle that didn't have a handle. Song Wen personally took out this treasure. For a time, the treasure exuded a vast and bleak aura. This aura condensed into a white dragon phantom in the skies, as if it would soar away at any moment. As everyone present saw this white dragon phantom, they felt their surroundings drastically change. They seemed to arrive in a cold and chaotic world with grim animal bones stretching into the endless distance, just like deep in the great desolate. Dragon contract. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. This dragon contract was refined with a jade dragon horn and was an Empyrean spirit treasure. A jade dragon was also called a white dragon. It was an extremely rare species within the ancient dragon race and was snow white all over. Now, in the entire divine realm, it was impossible to find the tracks of a white dragon. In order to find a white dragon, one would need to go to other lands within the 33 heavens. Lin Ming had to refine the ravenous wolf heaven pill, and the jade dragon horn was an irreplaceable material. And this material was also extremely rare. Since it was being auctioned, Lin Ming definitely wouldn't miss it. With a wealth of 10 billion points to support him, Lin Ming would obtain this dragon contract no matter what. Everyone. This is a dragon contract that a world king powerhouse found in the depths of an ancient ruin. Moreover, this dragon contract has the spirit of a true dragon sealed within it. The spirit of this true dragon may be summoned to assist you in battle. Not just that, but the dragon contract itself is a sharp weapon that may be used to cut down your enemies. Song Wen confidently said. As many martial artists saw this dragon contract, their eyes shined with avarice. What a good treasure! It's another Empyrean spirit treasure, and quite good even amongst Empyrean spirit treasures. Of course, just the materials used to refine it are extraordinary. It requires an extremely rare jade dragon horn. That material alone could sell for 700 to 800 million points, and it was only used to refine this treasure. Many martial artists, especially world king powerhouses, felt their eyes light up. Although the world kings present were spectacularly rich, there were very few of them that had Empyrean spirit treasures. Even great world kings were the same. The response of the audience didn't exceed Song Wen's expectations. He faintly smiled and said, "Now the auction shall begin. The base price is 1 billion points. Every bid increase cannot be less than 20 million points." As Song Wen shouted out this base price, many people suddenly deflated as if a bucket of cold water had been tossed over them. Many people that were originally full of enthusiasm suddenly sighed in dejection. Just the base price was 1 billion points. The final winning bid was likely to be far higher. Just where would they have the points for this? In truth, they had already expected that they wouldn't be able to afford this dragon contract. It was just that with this top treasure placed in front of them, they couldn't help but daydream about it. If they could really buy it, just how wonderful would that be? And after daydreaming about this treasure, many of them even imagined that they would soon obtain it. However, the base price shouted by Song Wen caused all of their daydreams to blow up like bubbles. 1.02 billion. A world king grit his teeth and shouted out from an ordinary room. 1.05 billion. Another world king shouted. 1.1 billion. The bid rapidly rose. Generally speaking, an Empyrean wouldn't have any interest in an Empyrean spirit treasure. Those that shouted out bids were mostly world kings, and those that could put forth a bid of 1 billion points for an Empyrean spirit treasure were undoubtedly extremely wealthy individuals. At this time, an old voice echoed out, 1.3 billion. The one calling out this bid was an old man in the ordinary seats. To increase the bid by 200 million, it was clear that he wanted this dragon contract no matter what. Many people were surprised by this old man. They were shocked that there was actually such a character in the ordinary seats. This old man wore worn-out robes and seemed a bit unkempt, but no one dared to underestimate him because his cultivation was at the Great World King realm. Many older Great World Kings were well aware that they would never make another breakthrough in their lives. Thus they devoted all of their time and energy to researching and refining magic tools to increase their overall combat strength. This old robed man was clearly in this type of situation. But after the old robed man spoke, Lin Ming opened his mouth and stretched out 2 fingers. He slowly said, 2 billion. This sudden voice startled the entire audience. Even Song Wan was shocked. When Lin Ming first spoke, he had directly increased the bid to 2 billion. In terms of points, he was filthy, disgustingly rich. From 1.3 billion to 2 billion all of a sudden, the bidders present looked towards the room that Lin Ming was in. To an Empyrean, 2 billion was an amount that would hurt but was still something they could take out. But those that were competing for the dragon contract were mostly World King level characters. 2 billion points was definitely an amount that would bankrupt them. Lin Ming had suddenly increased the bid by 700 million. It wasn't a surprise that everyone was shocked. That is Lin Ming's bid. So it's him. In these days, the location of Lin Ming's ordinary room had already been memorized by many people. Lin Ming didn't use an isolating array formation either, so others were able to see him. Lin Ming's bid will make anyone reconsider this auction. The highest bid Empyrean Spirit Treasure has only sold for 2 billion so far, and that was because it was a battle between 2 tigers. The 2 billion point Empyrean Spirit Treasure that was referred to was the violet gold spear purchased by Duke Fullmoon. Besides Suya, no one knew that the reason the violet gold spear sold for such a high price was because Lin Ming was deliberately conning Duke Fullmoon. And in Lin Ming's mind, the dragon contract was undoubtedly far more valuable than the violet gold spear. Just the materials used to refine the dragon contract alone were worth over 1 billion points in total. Moreover, as the dragon contract appeared and Song Wan introduced it, Lin Ming had made a new discovery. It was that sealed within the dragon contract, there was the spirit of a true dragon. It was possible to summon this spirit to aid one in battle. The so-called spirit of a true dragon that Song Wan spoke of was in truth an incomplete dragon soul. The dragon contract had a true wisp of an incomplete dragon soul sealed within it. This was why within the name of the spirit artifact there was the word contract. A jade dragon horn plus a wisp of a dragon soul. These 2 divine things were greatly beneficial to Lin Ming. After all, he had the blood of the true dragon within him. Thus Lin Ming had to win the auction for this dragon contract no matter what. At this time, Lin Ming's eyes moved over to the VIP suite that Duke Fullmoon was in. In these past days, Duke Fullmoon had been keeping a low profile and was far more subdued than he was in the past. This was because other high-level figures of the Divine Void Divine Kingdom's 9 Nether Province had come to Divine Rune City, and their goal was also to participate in the grand auction event for the heretical god symbol. Through the array formation of the VIP suite, Lin Ming's eyes and expression were all seen by Duke Fullmoon. In fact, Duke Fullmoon knew that through the array formations of his suite, it was impossible for Lin Ming to see him. But for some unknown reason, as he caught Lin Ming's gaze, Duke Fullmoon felt his heart chill, and he found it hard to keep looking back at him. This was the pressure that came from Lin Ming continually suppressing Duke Fullmoon all this time. This brat! Duke Fullmoon clenched his fists. In his eyes, Lin Ming was only a Divine Lord realm boy, and even with all things considered he was only comparable to a peak Holy Lord. Compared to him, the difference was far from being comparable. However, when he faced Lin Ming he actually felt a bit weak of heart. This feeling of inferiority was extremely uncomfortable to Duke Fullmoon. At this time, Lin Ming's lips moved. Duke Fullmoon was startled. Even through the walls and the isolating array formation, he could still clearly sound out Lin Ming's unspoken words. I indeed have a great interest in this dragon contract. If you're thinking of bleeding me out, then you can feel free to shout whatever price you want. But I won't guarantee that I won't stop at any time I wish. If that happens, I hope you have enough points to be responsible for the bid you called out. Lin Ming said these words with a confident look. Duke Fullmoon felt ill. His wealth had just been used to buy up the violet gold spear. Anything left remaining was the wealth of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. This wealth was all required to buy things desired by the Nine Nether King of the Nine Nether Province. He wasn't able to use it as he pleased. If Lin Ming decided to give up the auction and Duke Fullmoon was discovered as having bid an exorbitant price on this dragon contract, then he would be deader than dead. He didn't know just how invested Lin Ming was in obtaining the dragon contract. If the events of the Violet Gold Spear were to replay themselves, then he really would have no more tears to cry from grief. If he wanted to struggle with Lin Ming, his entire total wealth now was only around 2 billion points. He simply didn't have the will or the energy to continue competing. Moreover, his need of the dragon contract wasn't that intense to begin with. Duke Fullmoon didn't have the courage to play with his life on the line just to try and con Lin Ming out of several 100 million more points. Fullmoon, what is it? It seems that Lin Ming is targeting you. A blue-clothed old man asked from beside Duke Fullmoon. This blue-clothed old man was one of the top aides of the Nine Nether King and also possessed a half-step Empyrean cultivation. Within the Nine Nether Province, his status was a level higher than Duke Fullmoon's. Concerning Duke Fullmoon and Lin Ming's conflict, besides Suya and a select few others, no one knew of it. Thus, after the blue-clothed old man arrived at Divine Rune City, even he hadn't heard any rumors about it. This question left Duke Fullmoon looking a bit awkward. He vaguely mumbled, "I only competed for a spear against him," Duke Fullmoon said, concealing the fact of his conflict with Lin Ming. The blue-clothed old man nodded. It's best if you don't have any conflicts with Lin Ming. This young divine runic master will have a limitless future. The Nine Nether King has a particular focus on this type of person. When I came to Divine Rune City, he advised me to be on good terms with him if possible. He will surely be a great help to us. You must know that between the 7 provinces of Divine Void Divine Kingdom, the competition is extremely fierce. The blue-clothed old man seemed to guess what was happening. As he looked at Duke Fullmoon, he spoke with deep hidden meanings in his voice. Hearing these words, Duke Fullmoon felt as if he had swallowed a fly. What? You have grudges with Lin Ming? The blue-clothed old man's eyes were as bright and illuminating as torches. He could see that the conflict between Duke Fullmoon and Lin Ming wasn't as simple as stated. No matter what the reason is, it's best if you resolve these grudges if possible. Duke Fullmoon clenched his jaws. He tamped down the bitter sadness in his heart and tried to sound as sincere as he could as he said, "Yes, Fullmoon understands." After being maliciously tricked by Lin Ming and then reprimanded by this blue-clothed old man, Duke Fullmoon's mood could be imagined. "Oh, 2 billion points? Is there a higher bid?" Song Wen loudly spoke from the auction stage. Potential bidders looked at each other with dismay. Some hesitated, seeming as if they would shout out a higher bid, but eventually none of them could summon the courage to compete with Lin Ming. Lin Ming's wealth was well known by all. It was simply impossible to defeat him. However, those with different boundaries had differences in vision. Some people had a highly exaggerated valuation of the dragon contract similar to Lin Ming. In the eyes of some people, just that wisp of incomplete dragon soul was worth nearly 1 billion points. 2.1 billion. A pale man with red hair and a red beard, dressed in dark blue robes, spoke up. He was a half-step Empyrean powerhouse. In truth, he already possessed an Empyrean spirit treasure, but was highly interested in this dragon contract. He was a loner without any influence behind him. Thus, he didn't care about access to Lin Ming's divine runic symbols, nor did he fear offending Lin Ming. Originally, most people thought that Lin Ming's ridiculous bid would already mark the end of this auction. But they didn't think that another change would occur. Oh, that person is... This other person was similar to Lin Ming and sat in an ordinary room without any isolating array formation. This allowed Lin Ming to sense a faint dragon aura coming from his body. I see. So this person has a dragon race bloodline relationship. Lin Ming frowned a little. There were far too many outstanding existences here. It wasn't strange for someone to have a dragon race blood lineage. This meant that to this other person, the dragon contract was no less useful than it was for Lin Ming himself. 2.2 billion. Lin Ming shouted out, his voice calm. 2.3 billion. The old man's eyebrows jumped up. He knew that Lin Ming was rich, but he didn't know just how valuable this dragon contract was to Lin Ming. This was because of the difference in their bloodline density and purity. The old man's dragon bloodline was similar to a top figure from the divine realm's ancient dragon clan. But compared to Lin Ming, who had absorbed the supreme dragon bone from the god-beast mystic realm, who had trained in the eternal demon abyss and within tragic Death Valley's god-beast array formation where he had undergone a baptism of a black dragon's aura, the differences in bloodline was far too vast. This allowed Lin Ming to sense the bloodline of a dragon within the old man but not the other way around. 2.4 billion. Lin Ming flicked his fingers. With this calm tone and expression, it was like points were nothing more than a number to him. With the bid having reached this degree, the old man's lips twitched. He gazed at Lin Ming's direction and quietly said, "Young man, the dragon contract is inestimably useful to me. You had best not continue competing for it. If you obtain it, you will only gain an Empyrean spirit treasure. That is simply a waste of heaven's gifts. But if I were to obtain it, the benefits it will give me cannot be imagined by you. I know you are rich, but isn't your strength limited? Gaining some grievances towards you, that might not best the best thing for you." The old man's words were unhurriedly spoken but carried a faint threat to them. He lifted his hand once more and grimly said, 2.5 billion. Is that right? Lin Ming chuckled. I thought that someone else would be competing with me, but I never imagined it would be someone like you. What a coincidence. The dragon contract will also be extremely useful in my hands. As for you, you just have a little bit of a dragon bloodline lineage. Do you really think it's necessary to remain so mysterious about it? Lin Ming's words shocked the old man. The old man immediately felt that this youth speaking to him couldn't be understood. He had clearly restrained his dragon race aura, and yet he had been seen through by Lin Ming. How was this possible? Lin Ming smirked. If you want to compete, then let us do so fairly and openly. Threatening me? Do you think that's useful? 3 billion. Lin Ming raised the bid by another terrifying amount, but his expression still remained calm. This sort of expression, if placed on anyone else, would have felt like an act. After all, 3 billion was an amount that even an Empyrean would have to mull over. But for Lin Ming, this expression that didn't seem to care about money at all was actually reasonable. Everyone had already witnessed Lin Ming's horrifying ability to gain wealth. In just half a month and with 2 promissory notes, he had earned 10 billion points in wealth. Just who could compare with him? You! The old man clenched his teeth and glared at Lin Ming with resentment. But he remained silent. No matter how much he desired the dragon contract, he could only watch helplessly on as Lin Ming carried it away. 3 billion points had indeed surpassed the limits of his wealth. 3 billion points? Is there a higher bid? Song Wen asked several times. When no one put forth a bid, he began counting down from 3. Then, in the end, the dragon contract was won by Lin Ming. Hence, to Lin Ming, the Divine Rune City auction had been perfectly finished. He had obtained everything that he wanted. Although 3 billion points for the dragon contract was a bit outrageous, Lin Ming could accept this trade. To him, the dragon contract was worth at least 2 billion points to begin with. And now that he had also learned it contained a wisp of a dragon soul, adding in another billion wasn't too great a loss. 10 days later, in a 7th grade Divine Runic room at the Divine Runic Masters Guild, Lin Ming was meditating in front of a Divine Runic table, preparing himself to draw up the 1,000 improved Divine Runic symbols. In these 10 days, Lin Ming hadn't been idling around. He had been purchasing a massive amount of items. Besides the jade dragon horn and dragon saliva grass that he obtained through the auction, Lin Ming needed 2 more rare materials, a heaven-devouring snake gallbladder and primal jade quintessence. These 2 materials were originally within the Divine Runic Masters Guild's warehouse. So Lin Ming spent 600 million and 800 million points on each respectively to exchange for them. As for the 9 sun jades he needed to pay, Lin Ming replaced those with points. After buying all the materials he needed, Lin Ming still had over 4 billion points remaining. Lin Ming didn't waste these points. He exchanged them for massive piles of other precious materials from the Divine Rune Masters Guild. Whenever the Divine Rune City auction came around, the Divine Runic Masters Guild's warehouse would be at its richest state and have the most pills and treasures available. This was because innumerable influences would arrive from all over the inner Azura Road and would exchange their materials and treasures for points. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Ming was able to purchase any material that he took a liking to. He was able to contact other people to find any materials that he wanted. Some people weren't willing to exchange their treasures for points yet. So in this situation, Lin Ming would pay over 20% higher than the market price in points to purchase materials from them. Lin Ming didn't mind these extra costs. Many of these materials weren't available at normal times. Once this hectic period passed, it would be some time before he encountered them again. In 7 days, Lin Ming spent most of the 4 billion some points he had. In the end, he only had several 100 million points remaining. With these 4 billion points, Lin Ming also purchased an Azura command that allowed him to travel through the Azura Road. With this Azura command, whether it was leaving the Azura Road or entering the inner and outer Azura Road, it would be much easier for him. In addition, Lin Ming also bought another material needed to refine the pill to open the third Dao Palace, a twin-life thunder crystal. Seeing Primordius Heavenly Palace packed to the brim with materials, Lin Ming was pleased with himself. These materials would last for a long time. His road of body transformation would be paved with these materials. Of course, it was still too early for refining the Ravenous Wolf Heaven pill required to open the second Dao Palace. Lin Ming first needed to complete the 1,000 improved heavenly fire symbols and heretical god symbols. To him, this was a chance to challenge and temper himself. After completing this task, whether it was his comprehension of the Azura Heavenly Dao or his soul force, both would be greatly enhanced. With that, he would be more confident in refining a Ravenous Wolf Heaven pill. Brilliant arcs of light flashed through the dim divine runic room. Lin Ming's hands swam through the void, leaving behind beautiful traces of light that seemed as enchanting as flowers. Little by little, tiny runes filled with the power of thunder and fire began to shimmer into existence. In the divine runic room, all of Lin Ming's soul force was concentrated on drawing up this heretical god symbol. Around him, time seemed to lose all meaning. Beside him, Xiao Moxian was paying attention to Lin Ming as she meditated. During these years, Xiao Moxian's cultivation had far outstripped Lin Ming's progress. As he was spending his time on the divine runic arts, her cultivation boundary was already nearing the late divine lord realm. Practicing the divine runic arts would inevitably influence Lin Ming's cultivation slightly. Although the divine runic arts were greatly beneficial to Lin Ming's soul force and understandings of the Azura laws, soul force and comprehension of laws didn't directly increase one's cultivation. The entire divine runic room was filled with a faint light. Traces of thunder and fire flooded the room, filling it with a mystical aesthetic sense. The tiny runes were drawn by Lin Ming one at a time. As he drew up the 1,300th tiny rune, Lin Ming didn't notice that there was something in his spatial ring that was beginning to cast a strange light. This wisp of light carried with it a fresh and vibrant aura, as it quietly mixed into Lin Ming's soul force. As Lin Ming was about to tie together 2 lines of glowing energy, the brilliantly dazzling energy in his hands was actually affected by this strange strength. It caused one of the lines of energy to bounce away and melt into one of the tiny runes. All of the tiny runes that Lin Ming drew up were infused with a tiny wisp of the power of thunder and fire. Underneath the influence of the Azura Heavenly Dao laws, these 2 strengths were able to join together in a bizarre but marvelous balanced harmony. But with the sudden surge of this strength, this balance was immediately crushed apart. First, it was a tiny explosion that blew up in front of Lin Ming. A wild and chaotically imbalanced energy poured out, surging into the other runes. Soon after that, a horrifying chain reaction spread through the 1,000+ tiny runes. Bang! 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 Countless small explosions occurred, finally gathering into countless threads of thunder and fire that soared to the skies. Lin Ming dodged to the side as the shockwaves swept over him. Luckily, he was able to revolve his protective true essence in time so he wasn't injured in the explosion. Even Xiao Moxian, who was idling on the side, didn't have time to respond. Her cute face was soon covered with black soot. Lin Ming froze in place, not moving for a long time. What happened? For what reason was the energy uncontrollable just now? It was clear that he had everything under control just then. It seems that in the critical moment of the drawing process, a strange power inexplicably swelled forth and destroyed the balance of energy in the runes. Lin Ming earnestly recalled every step he took in drawing up the heretical god symbol. He racked his memories, trying to recall when an external strength had appeared and interfered with him. It was at this time that he felt a seething power emit from his spatial ring. Yes, it was this strength. He quickly opened his spatial ring and a vast and desolate aura rushed out like a broken dam. This aura was old and spiritual. It originated from that crystalline jade dragon horn. Since Lin Ming obtained it from the auction house, there hadn't been a single movement of the jade dragon horn. But currently, the sealing runes around the jade dragon horn were flickering, shining with a radiance like the gentle waves of the ocean. All of this light spread to a silent corner of the spatial ring. Lying at that location was a little ovoid-shaped object. Seeing this little thing, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. An astonished expression raced through his features. This pitch-black object was something he obtained from Empyrean Primordius comrade-in-arms deep within the eternal demon abyss, the revered black dragon god-beast. It was the black dragon egg. This black dragon egg needed a tremendous amount of strength before it was able to hatch. From time to time, Lin Ming would supply it with medicines, 9 sun jades, and spiritual energy. Unfortunately, even though this black dragon egg had absorbed a massive amount of spiritual energy, there still hadn't been the slightest response from it. He never imagined that today the jade dragon horn would cause the black dragon egg to beat. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He took out the jade dragon horn and black dragon egg from his spatial ring. After he obtained the jade dragon horn, he had placed it in his spatial ring where he was momentarily keeping the black dragon egg. Because they were now in the same space, there was clearly some change that occurred because of the mutual attraction of their dragon race auras. The snow-white dragon horn was the height of a person. But, when placed next to the dragon egg, it seemed the size of a dish. The pure black eggshell was covered with strange patterns that shifted between light and dark as if the egg were breathing. In the darkness, a soft luster formed from energy surrounded the dragon egg, forming a faint black halo. And beneath the dragon egg, the snow-white dragon horn was emitting a gentle white light. The sharp contrast of black and white was like a glossy black gem placed in snow. Big Brother Lin, I feel that the jade dragon horn's dragon spirit has been stirred. It's likely resonating with the little thing in the black dragon egg, Xianxia said from behind Lin Ming. In a daze, she walked forwards and stood in front of the jade dragon horn. Her eyes were misty as she looked at the jade dragon horn and peaceful black dragon egg. Her hands were lifted in the air, gently weaving through the glossy light emitting from the jade dragon horn, as if she were running her hands in the waters of a lake. It's true. It seems that the dragon spirit within the jade dragon horn is slowly gathering into the dragon egg, Xianxia dreamily whispered. Lin Ming closed his eyes, also feeling the same thing. The dragon spirit within the jade dragon horn was an extremely incomplete and flawed soul. It lacked nearly any sense of self. It was only because of the contract that it was controlled by the master of the dragon contract. Now, although the little being in the black dragon egg wasn't able to control the dragon contract, it seemed as if it was relying on the unique relationship between members of the dragon race to slowly absorb the ancient dragon spirit from the dragon contract. And this ancient dragon spirit didn't seem to resist at all. Lin Ming linked his divine sense with the dragon contract and seemed to sense a faintly sad and depressing atmosphere. Lin Ming had the dragon race bloodline in his body, and this allowed him to faintly communicate with the ancient dragon spirit. He could feel its hopelessness and sorrow. Because the ancient dragon spirit was extremely incomplete, it lacked almost any sense of consciousness. But it still had its instinct. Hundreds of millions of years ago, it had been caged within the jade dragon horn. Sealed by an ancient contract, it had become nothing but a contract puppet. Time had passed 100 million years and then another hundreds million years, repeating again and again. It had gone through many masters and had even gone into dormancy deep in the depths of ancient ruins. It had traveled through multiple universes and had taken countless lives. But no matter how long the lifespan of a divine dragon was, the end of its existence had finally neared. It had transformed into pure soul energy, but even so it was imprisoned by the contract. It was still regarded as a puppet without a mind of its own, used as a killing tool for its ever-changing masters to fight again and again. This type of life left the dragon spirit feeling endless sadness and despair. And now, a familiar bloodline relation of its people was calling to it, summoning it. Without any resistance at all, the dragon spirit allowed itself to be summoned. For this dragon spirit, rather than being imprisoned forever in this contract, forever unable to reincarnate, allowing itself to become a part of this new life was actually a kind of salvation. Lin Ming closed his eyes for a long time. After several hours passed, he finally opened them. Amongst the god beasts, their bloodlines were few and far between. In order to survive, it was much easier for them to trust each other than to trust a human. Humans fighting amongst each other was a common occurrence. In fact, within the great 33 heavens, whether it was mortals or martial artists of any race, countless lives perished every year. To struggle for resources, to fight because of grudges, to rob others, innumerable reasons led to the extermination of innumerable lives. But god beasts would not do this in most situations. This was because their numbers were far too few. If they fought amongst themselves, it was likely they would all become extinct. At this time, more and more gentle light emitted from the jade dragon horn. In the void of the divine runic room, the light transformed into a shimmering white dragon. In the midst of this glorious light, an untold number of strange dragon-shaped marks, and even life essence began flowing towards the black dragon egg. This was the essence of the dragon spirit that had been sealed in the dragon contract for an unknown number of years. In a sense, it was a type of inheritance. This was the purest form of its life essence, containing all of its talent, supernatural powers, and so forth. Lin Ming watched quietly. After a full day passed, the light of the dragon egg began to gradually dim down, and the pulsating lights on the dragon egg also disappeared. The strength of the dragon spirit had completed fused into the black dragon egg, seeming as if nothing had occurred. Lin Ming silently waited as all of this happened. Even the drawing of the divine runic symbols was momentarily postponed. He was extremely patient. This black dragon egg was his contract beast, and their spirits and lives were linked together. He could feel that after absorbing the dragon spirit, the black dragon egg was undergoing a tremendous series of changes. To hatch a true dragon, that was absolutely an unfathomably vast project. Even under the nourishment of countless heavenly materials and limitless amounts of heaven and earth origin energy, this was still a process that required tens of thousands of years. But now, with the ancient dragon spirit fusing its essence into the black dragon egg, this greatly reduced the time it needed to incubate. At the same time, the life essence, talent, and supernatural powers that entered the dragon egg accelerated its growth. Once it hatched, it would definitely be far more powerful than Xiao Moxian's hungry big yellow, a Taotai god beast. Time slowly passed, a breath at a time. Slowly, over the surface of the black dragon egg, a dazzling and mystical line appeared. Then another strange and shimmering line appeared. As these radiant lines slowly appeared, the pitch-black dragon egg became crystalline and translucent. Lin Ming could even faintly hear a small whisper from within the dragon egg, as slight and imperceptible as dust falling in the wind. After that, vaguely, the outline of a little baby dragon appeared from within the glowing dragon egg, flitting in and out of sight, indistinct and hidden. It was slowly absorbing the power of the dragon spirit like drinking from a trickling stream. Lin Ming could see at first glance that absorbing the ancient dragon spirit wasn't something that could be accomplished in a single day. Rather, it would take a long time as the process slowly occurred. This was just like a small little bug eating a massive cake. After finishing eating and then also absorbing other heavenly materials, just what boundary would this little baby black dragon reach? The life fluctuations of the black dragon egg began to die down as it changed back to its previous appearance. The only differences were the traces of life marked on the outside of the dragon egg. They still emitted a luminescent light. This was clearly showing the pulse of life within. It seems it will need a much longer time before it can hatch. Lin Ming gazed at the black dragon egg, satisfied with what he saw. He would allow that little life to slowly digest the power of the dragon spirit. At this time he had to do his best not to disturb the black dragon egg. He also understood the common saying that one shouldn't try to run before they could walk. This needed to be a progressive, gradual process. Just as he put the black dragon egg and jade dragon horn in his spatial ring, there was the thumping of a knock on his door. Who had come at this time? Lin Ming wasn't happy to be disturbed while he was drawing up divine runic symbols. Xiao Moxian frowned and opened the door. They could see two old men with strange smiles on their faces standing at the entrance. Beside them were two young divine runic masters. They were clearly apprentices. Who are you? Xiao Moxian swept her eyes over them, her vision catching on their divine runic badges. Their divine runic badges were not in the style of Divine Rune City, so they clearly weren't divine runic masters of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. We felt a chaotic energy just now. It seems that the eyes of one of the old divine runic masters looked over Xiao Moxian and swept through the divine runic room. As he saw the messy and chaotic scene, he knew that a considerably large explosion had occurred just now. Even the array discs might have been damaged. It seems that there was an explosion. Is Sir Lin safe? A tall and thin old man asked. Although he had a smile, one could clearly hear the anxiety and worry in his voice. The other old man was short and fat. Although he didn't speak, his distraught expression spoke more than enough for him. These two people had clearly felt the strange fluctuations of energy in the air. You are not from the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Xiao Moxian frowned. Just where did these two old fellows come from? Why were they here? I am Zhao Chong, a divine runic master from the Minor Violet Holy Lands. Before, hadn't Sir Lin said that he would hand over the completed heretical god symbols every few months? Thus, Empyrean Minor Violet sent us here to be responsible for this matter and to lend any aid that we can. If there is any matter that you need help with, please feel free to look for us. We will do our best to help you in any manner we can. Divine Runic Master Zhao spoke with a close and friendly tone. As he spoke, he continued to sweep his sense across the divine runic room, trying to get a grasp of Lin Ming's progress on the heretical god symbols. Xiao Moxian was stunned for a moment before she recovered. It seemed that Empyrean Minor Violet didn't trust them too much, and had sent several supervisors to keep an eye on them. This caused Xiao Moxian to feel extremely uncomfortable. Her eyebrows twitched and she nearly slammed the door shut. But at this time, Lin Ming stopped her and smiled at the two old divine runic masters as he said, "Please rest assured. I will turn in divine runic symbols every 3 months, on time. As for this divine runic room, the sound insulating array formation is quite good, and it's nearly impossible for the fluctuations of energy from an explosion to escape. Two sirs, perhaps you were living in the room next door." Lin Ming smiled, chuckling a little. He didn't mind that Empyrean Minor Violet had sent these supervisors to watch over him. To be honest, if he were in Empyrean Minor Violet's position, he would absolutely send people to keep a close eye on matters. After all, this was a total of 5 billion points added with a 2 billion point dragon saliva grass, and all of this was traded for a promissory note. How could Empyrean Minor Violet not be anxious about this? Lin Ming's words left the two old divine runic masters blushing red with embarrassment. Indeed, they were assigned to monitor him at all hours, every day. It wasn't much different from having moved a bench right outside the door of his room. However, they couldn't disturb Lin Ming as he was drawing up divine runic symbols, so they didn't have the chance to enter his room. It was only with this explosion that they took this opportunity to see the progress of his work. The two old divine runic masters idled at the door for some time, clearly wanting to go in and sit, but Lin Ming didn't share this intention at all. After a brief conversation, he quickly came up with an excuse that he had to hurry up with the divine runic symbols and closed the door. Looking at the closed door, the two old men glanced at each other with dismay. They were also people with status, and yet they had to spend their days here guarding the door of a junior. But there wasn't anything they could do about it. Besides Lin Ming, who else could draw up the improved heavenly fire symbol and heretical god symbol? Even Empyrean Minor Violet had taken an extreme liking towards Lin Ming's divine runic symbols and would occasionally ask about them. The situation doesn't seem too good, the tall old man said, stroking his beard. Although they didn't enter the room, they were still able to vaguely get a sense of his progress. During these past several days, Lin Ming didn't seem to have made any headway in the production of the divine runic symbols, and instead seemed to have caused some explosions in his room. That brief accident just now was not just an ordinary failure, it might have been a problem with the creation of the energy structure. When Shadow Overflow had tried to copy Lin Ming's divine runic symbol, it had also been a problem with the energy structure that had caused the entire divine runic symbol to collapse. This left them both feeling worried. Was there a problem in drawing up the heretical god symbols? If so, would Lin Ming be able to finish the task on time? In fact, it wasn't just these two old fellows that were paying attention to this. After the Divine Rune City auction ended, many Divine Runic Masters had yet to leave. They often visited the Divine Runic Masters Guild, hoping to observe the heretical god symbol and the improved heavenly fire symbol. Originally, this sort of request was a bit outrageous. After all, these two divine runic symbols involved a great deal of secrets. If the Divine Runic Masters Guild refused, they wouldn't have anything to say about the matter. But what surprised them was that these requests were actually not refused by Song-Won. All Divine Runic Masters, as long as they applied, could examine the heretical god symbol and heavenly fire symbol for 3 days. But in order to apply, there was a condition. Divine Runic Masters had to exchange some of their attainments. In other words, some of their skills and secret techniques in drawing up divine runic symbols. When Song-Won put forth these requests, even Old Shui had to clap his hands in praise. Old Shui couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although this Song-Won normally seemed like some virtuous and magnanimous character, the truth was that he was a dirty bucket of water filled with tricks. As for Old Shui himself, he was the opposite. Although he seemed crafty and greedy on the surface, when it came to his own benefits he was honest with his bottom line. This led to Song-Won having a good reputation, with everyone referring to him as a gentleman. In truth, Song-Won was only a miser that took advantages of others. As for Old Shui, he had a poor reputation. Many people called him an old dog, but Old Shui had never truly taken advantage of others. However, Old Shui knew that wanting to copy the improved heavenly fire symbol and heretical god symbol was impossible. The past results of Shadow Overflow were the best example of this. Even if they lent out these divine runic symbols for other divine runic masters to examine and research, they wouldn't be able to produce any results. On the other hand, with these divine runic masters exchanging their attainments to the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the Divine Runic Masters Guild would have tremendous benefits. After all, every divine runic master would have different discoveries and experiences when drawing up a divine runic symbol. For instance, if 100 divine runic masters were to draw up a heavenly fire symbol, there would be 100 different techniques. Even though the main runic structure was the same, the subtle differences between them were infinitely varied. Absorbing the experience of a single divine runic master wasn't much at all. But if one could absorb the experiences of many divine runic masters, that was a highly valuable asset. The truth was that most of these divine runic masters were well aware that it was impossible for them to unravel the heretical god symbol and the improved heavenly fire symbol. Even though they had no hope of unraveling it, they still wanted to experience it and study it themselves. These two divine runic symbols had a soaring fame in the outer world. Even though many divine runic masters knew this was a trap, they still willingly leapt into it. This was the craziness caused by one's curiosity and enthusiasm towards the divine runic arts. For many divine runic masters, even just looking at the heretical god symbol had them feeling satisfied. More and more divine runic masters came and exchanged their attainments for the chance to look over the heretical god symbol and improved heavenly fire symbol. However, as more and more people studied these two divine runic symbols and even conducted research on them, they came to a horrifying conclusion. That was that the degree of difficulty in drawing up these two divine runic symbols had reached a terrifying level. Just looking at the tiny runes that comprised the structure of the divine runic symbol, there were 2,000 to 3,000 of them. They feared that even if they knew all the techniques needed to draw these two divine runic symbols and also knew how to fuse together the Azura heavenly Tao, if they wanted to draw these divine runic symbols themselves, the difficulty would likely be several times greater than that of an ordinary 6th grade divine runic symbol. It was hard to imagine just how Lin Ming had completed one, as they all remembered that Lin Ming said he would complete 500 heretical god symbols within 3 years. All of them felt that this was unbelievable. This was simply a mind-boggling workload. If Lin Ming couldn't complete the 500 heavenly fire symbols within 3 years, then Emperor Lionheart wouldn't say anything. After all, at the time, Emperor Lionheart hadn't placed a condition on Lin Ming to complete the 500 improved heavenly fire symbols within 3 years. But Emperor Minor Violet was different. If Lin Ming wasn't able to fulfill the promissory note on time, then the points he obtained would be taken back. For a time, many Divine Runic Masters focused their attention on the Divine Runic Masters Guild. These miraculous divine runic symbols left their hearts itching with desire and not wanting to leave. Much less, Divine Rune City was considered a holy land of Divine Runic Masters. With so many Divine Runic Masters gathered here, they could share and exchange their knowledge. To these long-lived people, 3 years wasn't anything at all. They would rather stay here and see if Lin Ming could finish this intimidating task. But Lin Ming secluded himself in his divine runic room, not allowing anyone to enter. During these days, there were no more movements of the Black Dragon Egg. Lin Ming invested all of his focus into drawing up the divine runic symbols. His hands cut through the void, leaving behind lines of glowing energy. Time passed like sand in the wind, unknowingly marching by. At the start, Lin Ming didn't have any problems drawing up the heavenly fire symbol. But concerning the heretical god symbol, the process was still as slow as before. One after another, several small incidents occurred. Luckily, after Xiao Moxian was left covered in soot due to the Black Dragon Egg incident, she had kept her guard up, so all troubles were quickly resolved. After that, Lin Ming became increasingly skilled in his drawing process. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. The discarded materials piled up as high as hills. But during this process, Lin Ming became increasingly skilled and familiar with drawing up the improved heavenly fire symbol and heretical god symbol. He accurately captured all of the small changes in the energy patterns between the lines. Slowly, Lin Ming finally became able to draw up 2 complete heavenly fire symbols in 1 day. His success rate in a situation where he was conserving his soul force had reached 99%. As for the more difficult heretical god symbol, Lin Ming's success rate was only 80-some%. Moreover, he could draw at most 1 a day. This led Lin Ming to make a decision. He would spend the majority of his energy drawing up the improved heavenly fire symbols, and through this process constantly enhance the level of his divine runic arts. As for the heretical god symbol, he would leave that on the back burner until his skill in the divine runic arts reached a certain level. Once he could guarantee a 95% success rate, he would then start drawing them up en masse. Doing this would save the most time. And at this moment, the divine runic masters from Minor Violet Heavenly Palace that were keeping guard outside of Lin Ming's divine runic room felt a bit restless. During this long period of time, Lin Ming hadn't come out to hand over any divine runic symbols. This left them feeling weak at heart. Finally, Zhao Chong couldn't help but knock on Lin Ming's door. Xiao Moxian frowned. First, she confirmed that Lin Ming hadn't been disturbed. Then she laid down an isolating array formation before she opened the front door with a dark and gloomy face. Facing Xiao Moxian's eerie face that was illuminated by the dim light and the murderous gaze in her eyes, Zhao Chong stiffened and awkwardly coughed several times. He slowly explained, "Fairy Maiden Xiao Moxian, we are here to receive the divine runic symbols." At the time, Sir Lin said to Emperor Minor Violet at the auction that he would deliver what he had completed every 3 months. Zhao Chong spoke with an upbeat and warm tone, as if he were trying to flatter Xiao Moxian. Upon hearing this, Xiao Moxian remembered that Lin Ming had indeed said this. Pulling her ear for a moment, Xiao Moxian walked back inside and took out the completed heretical god symbols from a jade box on the divine runic table. Then, she handed them over to Zhao Chong. The stack was thin and light. After a quick count, there were only 10. This was because in order to save time, Lin Ming decided to take things one step at a time. In a high-intensity drawing process, he would first start with the improved heavenly fire symbols to hone his craft further. As Zhao Chong looked at the mere 10 heretical god symbols in his hands, he nearly choked on himself and fainted. This is it. During these 3 months, Lin Ming had only drawn 10. Wasn't this far too slow? The promised deadline was 3 years. At this speed, in 3 years Lin Ming would only be able to draw 120. This was far away from the goal of 500. That's right, this is it. At the time I remember it was said that only completed divine runic symbols would be handed over, but it was never stated how many needed to be handed over per month, right? Xiao Moxian rhetorically asked. Zhao Chong was speechless. Indeed, at the auction, Lin Ming only said he would turn in what he had completed every 3 months, but it was never stated how many would be turned in. The short and fat old man beside Zhao Chong couldn't help but remind Xiao Moxian. Fairy Maiden Xiao Moxian, please remember that the agreement was that if the promissory note couldn't be fulfilled in 3 years, then the 5 billion points and dragon saliva grass must be returned. The short and fat old man kindly reminded as he felt that it would be difficult for Lin Ming to complete this task. After all, he too had studied the heretical god symbol created by Lin Ming and felt that even with his own ability, if Lin Ming were to teach him by hand how to draw up a heretical god symbol, it would still not be easy at all. There would definitely be a high failure rate. To complete 500 in 3 years was a bit too imposing of a condition. After all, in his eyes, Lin Ming was still a youth, not much different from a little child. Although these 2 old men had a good character and spoke from the kindness of their heart, Xiao Moxian still didn't appreciate these 2 old fellows squatting in front of the door every day. She impatiently said, "Thank you for the advice, but please do not worry yourselves. It has only been 3 months. Moreover, Big Brother Lin has more to draw up than the heretical god symbols. He still has to draw up the improved heavenly fire symbols." Improved heavenly fire symbols? Zhao Chong repeated, startled. There was trouble in completing the heretical god symbols, and yet Lin Ming was still drawing up the improved heavenly fire symbols? He felt that Xiao Moxian had the heart and manner of a child and liked to mindlessly boast. But he had the good manners and heart not to break apart her little act. He once again kindly reminded her, "The heavenly fire symbols don't seem to have a deadline. Perhaps it might be better to focus on the heretical god symbols alone for these 3 years." Sure. Xiao Moxian simply didn't have the interest or patience to keep on bantering with these 2 old men. She mumbled a response and then slammed the door shut. The 2 old men jumped back as their faces were almost struck by the stone door. They couldn't help but glance at each other in dismay. Why is that little girl so angry? The 2 old men were somewhat depressed. It was rare for a junior to treat them like this. After such a cold reception, they were really at a loss for words. "She is complaining that we are staying out here and disturbing her." The other old man bitterly smiled. To squat outside one's door every day, it wasn't strange to arouse someone's disgust and annoyance. If it weren't for this being Empyrean Minor Violet's personal command, they wouldn't be willing to squat at the door like some beggars. Lin Ming seems to have pushed himself too far. I have no idea if it's really like that little girl said, and he's investing a massive amount of energy in the improved heavenly fire symbols. At the time, Empyrean Lionheart hadn't stipulated any deadline, so as long as Lin Ming isn't foolish, he shouldn't take on too great a burden. Lin Ming's not an idiot. Empyrean Lionheart isn't facing a war anytime soon, so he has no urgent need for the divine runic symbols. To him, it shouldn't matter if it's 3 years or 5 years. My gut feeling tells me that there was a problem in the drawing process. That heretical god symbol alone has 3,000 some tiny runes, enough to even cause a 6th grade divine runic master to feel fear at heart. So how could it be easy to draw up? Perhaps the previous explosion was because there was a problem with the runic structure. We can only hope that Lin Ming managed to solve the problem. As these two old men continued deliberating, they passed these mere 10 divine runic symbols to a messenger from the Minor Violet Holy Lands who passed through numerous channels to deliver them to Empyrean Minor Violet. In 3 months, Empyrean Minor Violet had only received 10 divine runic symbols. This small amount caused her to slightly frown. However, it was only slightly frowning. She didn't say much, only commanding that all the divine runic symbols be delivered to her every 3 months. Lin Ming delivering 10 heretical god symbols in 3 months wasn't a secret at all. In addition, with the numerous people who were paying attention to Lin Ming, this news soon spread. If he spent 3 months to complete 10 divine runic symbols, how could he possibly complete 500 in 3 years? These people couldn't help but gossip quietly amongst themselves. Although Lin Ming was young, no one dared to underestimate him. At the Divine Rune City auction he had obtained 10 billion points in just half a month. Whether it was in terms of will or mentality, he was absolutely top-notch. Since he had dared to make a promise that he would be able to fulfill the promissory note of 500 heretical god symbols in 3 years, he had to have some assurance in doing so. After all, if his confident promise at the time was just an act, the future price he would have to pay would be dreadful. Thus, everyone felt that Lin Ming's slow speed in drawing up heretical god symbols was likely because some accident had occurred. If he could solve this problem, then he might be able to increase his speed. But if he didn't manage to do so, then he would truly lose everything. This news left many divine runic masters that were on good terms with Lin Ming worried for him. For instance, Old Shui and Old Su were both fretting over his problems. But there were also many others taking this chance to gloat. They wanted Lin Ming to fail. The materials had been paid for using Lin Ming's money, and if he were forced to pay back the 5 billion points and dragon saliva grass he earned, that would truly be tragic. Old Su and Old Shui discussed the situation with each other. They figured that Lin Ming should have encountered some problem in the first 3 months that he wasn't able to solve for the time being. After the first 3 months, his speed should have increased some more. But they never imagined that after 6 months of time, Lin Ming would only hand over 3 more heretical god symbols. This left many people speechless. How come he would turn in less each time? Good heavens! Old Shui and Old Su were no longer able to sit still. This was not just Lin Ming's problem, but something that involved the honor and reputation of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. The 3 kinds of divine runic symbols that Lin Ming invented were his brand and also the brand of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Slowly, the Divine Runic Masters that had gathered at the Divine Runic Masters Guild from all over the Azura Road felt the situation becoming more interesting. This youth had spent half a month to gather 10 billion points and had made a great show of things. If he wasn't able to fulfill his promises and lost everything, then the miracle of that time would turn into nothing but a joke. After 9 months, Lin Ming only delivered slightly more heretical god symbols, 5 of them. When placed against the total requirement of 500, this was nothing but a drop of water in a bucket. Time passed a day at a time. Lin Ming was deep in seclusion and didn't leave. The divine runic symbols he completed were handed over to Xiao Moxian for processing. Lin Ming focused all of his heart and mind on drawing up the divine runic symbols and declined all disturbances. No one knew that at this time, Lin Ming had already been able to draw up 3 improved heavenly fire symbols in 1 day, and his success rate had risen to 100%. With his current soul force and control of the Azura laws, Lin Ming believed that if he were to stop drawing up the heavenly fire symbols now and immediately start on the heretical god symbols, his success rate would be above 95%. During these 9 months, Lin Ming had already completed 390 improved heavenly fire symbols and had just a bit more than 100 left to do. He could complete that in a little more than a month. Then, 10 months passed. Halfway through the 11th month, Lin Ming completed all improved heavenly fire symbols. All 500 heavenly fire symbols had been perfectly drawn up. Following that, Lin Ming's divine runic arts had risen to another level. With this experience at his back, he started his work on the heretical god symbols. With the warm-up of the heavenly fire symbols, it had become far easier for Lin Ming to draw up the heretical god symbols. From 1 a day at the start, after becoming more familiar with the process, he began to draw up 3 every 2 days. In over 40 days, Lin Ming drew up more than 50 heretical god symbols. With this, the 12th month had passed. An entire year had quietly slipped by. The end of the 12th month also signaled the receiving of the completed divine runic symbols. As many people thought that Lin Ming would complete heretical god symbols in the single digits, when Xiao Moxian took out the jade box and opened it, she actually revealed a thick stack of heretical god symbols within. Zhao Chong was stunned as he saw this. He quickly counted the heretical god symbols and noticed there were 52 of them. With a brief probing of his soul force, he could see that all of these were completed heretical god symbols. How come Lin Ming had handed over 3 and 5 divine runic symbols, but now there were suddenly 52 divine runic symbols? Did Lin Ming finally manage to draw around one every 2 days? As this news spread throughout the Divine Runic Masters Guild, Old Su and Old Shui were overjoyed. There was finally some good news about Lin Ming. However, a speed of drawing up one every 2 days still wasn't enough to complete 500 of them in the time left. They could only hope that Lin Ming would increase his speed yet again in the next 2 years. Only like this would he have hopes of completing the 500. Old Shui held onto this hope. But he never imagined that after another 3 months, Lin Ming would give them all another heaven-shaking surprise. It had to be known that when Lin Ming drew up the 52 divine runic symbols, he had only used a month and a half to do so. The first half of the 3 months had been spent on drawing up improved heavenly fire symbols. However, during the next 3 months, Lin Ming was spending the entire time span to do so. He invested all of his concentration in it, only thinking of drawing up heretical god symbols. Thus, during these 3 months, Lin Ming drew up a total of 135 heretical god symbols. He had drawn up 2 divine runic symbols every 3 days, no more, no less. When Xiao Moxian handed over these divine runic symbols, Zhao Chong was left dumbfounded for a long time. How come there are so many? To hand over 135 all of a sudden, this was over twice the total amount of all the heretical god symbols he had handed in before. Is it not good to turn in too many? Xiao Moxian asked. She urged Zhao Chong to hurry up and inspect the goods. Zhao Chong shook his head and regained his composure. He swept his sense through the heretical god symbols and saw that there was no problem with any of them. How had Lin Ming drawn all of these? As Zhao Chong was lost in thought, he dazedly passed the 135 heretical god symbols to headquarters. As this news spread, Old Su and Old Shui were ecstatic. As for many other divine runic masters, they were left perplexed. Lin Ming had handed over heretical god symbols a total of 5 times. The first time he turned in 10, the second time 3, the third time 5, and the fourth time was the most normal at 52. But the 5th time, he actually handed in a ridiculous number of 135. Could Lin Ming have been deliberately holding back some divine runic symbols the first year? And then, for some reason, he decided to hand them over now? Many people had this thought. This was also the most reasonable explanation. Otherwise, to complete 135 heretical god symbols in 3 months, that was simply unbelievable. Up until now, Lin Ming had completed 205 heretical god symbols in 15 months. If this number was averaged out, that would be around 13 to 14 completed every month. This was a perfectly acceptable number. Even so, at this speed, it would still be extremely tight if Lin Ming wanted to complete 500 divine runic symbols in 3 years. It felt as if he were gasping for time. Whether or not he could complete the task would depend on how many divine runic symbols Lin Ming would turn in the next time. Time quickly passed. Soon, 6 months passed during the 2nd year. It was time again for the delivery of divine runic symbols. And this time, when Xiao Moxian took out the divine runic symbols, Zhao Chang's chin nearly hit the ground. She took out 145 at once. With this, Lin Ming had now delivered 350 heretical god symbols. He was only 150 away from 500. Everyone didn't even have the time to digest this news or to figure out how Lin Ming had managed to draw up 145 heretical god symbols in 3 months. And following this, after the 9th month of the 2nd year passed, Lin Ming directly left seclusion and handed over the remaining 150 divine runic symbols. With this, Lin Ming completely fulfilled his promissory note to Empyrean Minor Violet. As Lin Ming stepped out of his room, his appearance was a bit haggard and exhausted. As Zhao Chong and the other old man saw him, they were both left panic-stricken. In their eyes, this young man in front of them was no different from a monstrous freak. The original deadline was 3 years, but Lin Ming had used a year and 9 months to complete it. As for the difficulty of the heretical god symbol, the two old fellows had a deep understanding of it. There were over 3,000 tiny runes and innumerable connections and combinations between them. Just looking at the possibilities gave one a headache. Even for a 6th grade divine runic master, their soul force might not be enough to complete the task. Moreover, the more and more soul force he used up, the higher the chances of failure became. How had Lin Ming accomplished all of this? As this news spread out, the divine runic masters in Divine Rune City were all left startled. In particular, those hoping for Lin Ming to fail and lose all the money he had used to purchase materials were left absolutely flummoxed. However, they still had a great question in their minds. Lin Ming was clearly able to complete 500 heretical god symbols in a year and 9 months. So in the first 9 months, why had he only turned in such a small number of divine runic symbols every time? This time, Lin Ming hadn't handed over many heretical god symbols at the start, instead handing them all in near the end. This was a slap in the face for the divine runic masters who had doubted him. In the early part of the first year when Lin Ming had only handed in divine runic symbols in the single digits, many divine runic masters gossiped and said that Lin Ming would definitely be unable to complete the task. There were even some people who said that if Lin Ming could finish his task, they would eat their own divine runic tables like steamed buns. But in the end, Lin Ming had taken a year and 9 months to complete the task. Without a doubt, this left all of his detractors' faces swollen red from shame. In their deep mortification, they began to curse Lin Ming and say that he was putting on an act. If he could clearly complete them early, why would he wait until the final several months to turn them in? If this wasn't putting on a show, what was? But, although these divine runic masters cursed Lin Ming in their heart, they still understood that Lin Ming's ability to draw up divine runic symbols far surpassed their imaginations. Towards someone this young but with such an absurdly high level of talent in the divine runic arts, those people that openly gossiped about him decided to take a new approach to the current situation. They decided to scurry away. If they had offended someone like this, wouldn't it be better to just hide? As these people were mulling over leaving Divine Rune City, the Divine Runic Masters Guild was holding a massive celebration banquet. One reason was to celebrate Lin Ming's completion of his task, and another reason was to propagandize the successes of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, so that more Divine Runic Masters would join them, causing Divine Rune City to grow even stronger. Lin Ming originally had no interest in attending this celebration banquet, but after Song repeatedly requested his presence and said that it was for the future of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, Lin Ming decided to take up the offer. He allowed them to do as they wished. Before the celebration banquet began, all sorts of celebrities in the world of Divine Runic Masters began to converge. All of them wanted to experience the magnificent style and elegance of this new legendary Divine Runic Master. Someone like Lin Ming, who had a limitless future in front of them, was simply a spirit treasure in human form. There were countless influences that wanted to win him over, but he had declined all guests during his seclusion. Since these influences didn't have the opportunity to meet him before, they certainly wouldn't miss the chance at this celebration banquet. For a time, all sorts of people surrounded Lin Ming. These celebrities of the inner Azura Road greeted him, wanting to get on good terms with him. This was a scene that Suya definitely wouldn't miss out on. However, she wasn't the only bright spot on the field. Even though she put on her eternally sexy and captivating clothes, she still couldn't cover up the light of the other girls. In the center of the field, there was no shortage of proud beauties from many different great influences. These women all came in their own styles. Some were cute and lovable. Some were pure and ethereal. Some were exploding from their clothes. And no matter which beautiful young woman it was, Suya didn't necessarily surpass them. And after Lin Ming arrived, he became the focus of all these young ladies' wiles. Grandmaster Lin Ming, you are far too fierce. I've been studying the divine runic arts for more than 10 years, but I'm still only just a little first-grade divine runic master. But Grandmaster Lin Ming doesn't seem much older than me, yet your divine runic arts are skilled enough to transform classic versions of divine runic symbols. You can establish your own sect and begin your own inheritance. When my grandpa returned from Divine Rune City, he had nothing but endless praise for Grandmaster Lin Ming. A young girl with snow-white skin and shimmering bright eyes breathily said. Her long dark hair fell down her shoulders like an inky waterfall, and as she spoke to Lin Ming her vision was filled with an alluring charm. As she lifted a glass of wine in her hands, her pale white hands contrasted with the deep red wine, seeming especially beautiful. The grandpa that she was mentioning was an Empyrean Supreme Elder. Of course, an Empyrean's granddaughter wasn't anything too great. After all, a general Empyrean had far too many granddaughters. All descendants of Empyreans had to rely on their own abilities, and it was quite good for her to become a first-grade divine runic master in 10 years. But to suddenly be referred to as Grandmaster Lin Ming had a strange expression come over his face. To think that he had inexplicably become a grandmaster. It was quite bewildering. I am not a grandmaster. Just refer to me by my name. In my eyes you are a grandmaster. I wonder, if you have any free time, perhaps you could direct my divine runic arts? The young girl said, her face blushing red. Just as she was about to speak again, an old man with silver hair approached Lin Ming. This old man wore purple robes and his white hair was frizzy like needles that stuck up from his head. His aura was restrained and his eyes were sharp. Lin Ming could see that he was a master at first glance. Half-step Empyrean? Lin Ming was surprised as he rapidly made this judgment. A half-step Empyrean, no matter where they were, was considered a formidable existence. Even in Divine Rune City where masters were like clouds, there weren't many half-step Empyreans. Little friend Lin, haha. I have already been hearing your famous name for quite some time. Since we can meet like this today, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Vice Palace Master of Lionheart Heavenly Palace. The reason I came this time is on behalf of Empyrean Lionheart. The Vice Palace Master of an Empyrean influence? Lin Ming was startled. This sort of status was quite exaggerated. Compared to the Vice President of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, it was only slightly worse. As the old man introduced himself, he quickly caught the attention of many people. He smiled and said, Little friend Lin, allow an old man to raise a cup to you. Before this I was worried that the Palace Master's 500 improved heavenly fire symbols wouldn't be able to be fulfilled anytime soon. But now it seems I was overthinking matters. Really, even 500 heretical god symbols were completed by little friend Lin in just a year and 9 months. Then, drawing up the heavenly fire symbols shouldn't be a problem at all. Ha ha ha. The old man heartily smiled, raising his wine glass to Lin Ming. As for Lin Ming, after a brief moment of surprise, he suddenly said, If the Lionheart Holy Lands want the 500 improved heavenly fire symbols, I have already finished drawing them. If Senior wishes, then I can fulfill the promissory note now. Lin Ming's voice wasn't loud, but most of the martial artists in attendance were already paying attention to him and the silver-haired old man. They were able to clearly hear what they were saying. For a time, the loud and bustling party calmed down. Everyone looked at Lin Ming, stunned, not sure whether or not they could believe their own ears. The silver-haired man was bewildered. The wine glass in his hand also froze in mid-air. You finished? 500 heavenly fire symbols? You finished drawing them? The silver-haired old man's throat twitched. He found it difficult to speak. This old man's response confused Lin Ming. Was this so strange? He had originally promised a 3-year deadline, and that was to complete both the heavenly fire symbols and heretical god symbols. If he hadn't finished them, then why would he leave seclusion? Of course, his results were better than what he had imagined. In less than 2 years, he had completed the 1,000 divine runic symbols. Lin Ming was highly satisfied with his own speed. He lightly clinked his wine glass with the silver-haired old man's and said with a matter-of-course tone, I've naturally finished drawing them, otherwise I wouldn't have left seclusion. If I were to fall behind in drawing up the expensive divine runic symbols that a holy land purchased, I would simply have to work overtime, so how would I have the time to drink wine at this banquet? Lin Ming thought that his own actions were quite normal. But everyone present was left dumbfounded. Took them some time to regain their composure. Not too far away from Lin Ming, old Shui was enjoying his 100,000-year spirit rhino wine, drinking down cup after cup. But as he heard Lin Ming's words, he nearly spat out all the wine in his mouth. In less than 2 years, Lin Ming had completed 500 heretical god symbols, as well as casually completing the 500 improved heavenly fire symbols. When one considered the difficulty and time required to draw up these 2 divine runic symbols, this was simply unbelievable. You? The silver-haired old man licked his dry lips. Little friend Lin, since when did you complete the 500 heavenly fire symbols that my holy lands purchased? He asked this question because he had some slight suspicions that Lin Ming might have completed a portion of the heavenly fire symbols before the auction had begun. However, Lin Ming refuted this. He shook his head and said, "It was last year. I first drew up the heavenly fire symbols, and after I completed them I began to draw up the heretical god symbols. After all, the heretical god symbol is a bit more difficult to draw up, so it would be easier with the experience of drawing up 500 heavenly fire symbols before that. Fortunately, my success rate increased afterwards. Starting with something simple and then progressively going harder will naturally save more time. If the Lionheart Holy Lands had requested that I hand over the completed heavenly fire symbols every 3 months, then I would have handed them in then, and there wouldn't have been a need to wait until now." As Lin Ming spoke, everyone suddenly recalled what happened last year. During the first year, Lin Ming had only completed an extraordinarily small number of heretical god symbols, sometimes even handing in single digits of completed ones. But in the second year, Lin Ming's speed of drawing up heretical god symbols rapidly increased. One time, he even handed in 150 of them. Originally, many people thought that Lin Ming had finished most of the heretical god symbols last year and only turned in the majority of them near the end. They assumed that Lin Ming was putting on some sort of show. But they never imagined that Lin Ming simply hadn't been drawing up heretical god symbols at all, but had been focusing on drawing up heavenly fire symbols. As others were worrying over whether or not Lin Ming would be able to complete his task, he hadn't been worrying over this matter at all. Everyone's concern during the first year had simply been unnecessary. Rather, it could be said that when Lin Ming agreed to a 3-year deadline, he had factored additional time into the deadline. In fact, he had been referring to drawing up both divine runic symbols within the deadline. Lin Ming had put extra cushion room in his deadline in order to guarantee an escape route for himself. Many people froze as they realized all of this. For a time, none of them knew what expression to make. They felt that, in front of Lin Ming, their thousands or tens of thousands of years of life had all been a waste. I see. So little friend Lin only needed less than a year to draw up the heretical god symbols. The silver-haired old man mumbled, his mind in jumbles. During the last 3 months Lin Ming had delivered a total of 150 heretical god symbols, all of them complete. He had used the whole 3 months to do this. In other words, he had been drawing up 5 divine runic symbols every 3 days. This degree of speed left many 6th-grade divine runic masters red with shame. Little friend Lin, do you have those completed heavenly fire symbols with you? The silver-haired old man was particularly respectful with his tone. Lin Ming nodded and took out a jade box from his spatial ring. As he opened the jade box, a black-red flame slowly fluttered out, as if the jade box contained a mass of burning black flames. An incomparably pure energy surged out. Upon feeling this pure strength, even the silver-haired old man who didn't understand the divine runic arts too well knew that these heavenly fire symbols were all top quality. Seeing was believing, even though everyone knew that Lin Ming wouldn't lie in this situation. As the 500 heavenly fire symbols appeared before them, this still left a considerable impact on their minds. When Lin Ming took out the improved heavenly fire symbols in front of all the heroic elites at the celebration banquet, this caused them all to reevaluate him with a different light in their eyes. Just when they thought Lin Ming was already strong, he always managed to show that he was even stronger than they imagined. leaving them all speechless. This celebration banquet continued deep into the night before it ended. With this, Lin Ming fulfilled his promissory notes of 1,000 divine runic symbols. As soon as the banquet ended, this news had already spread out wide into the city. As the many circles of divine runic masters learned of this, it was like a large boulder crashing into the world of divine runic arts, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. Of course, Lin Ming didn't bother with this. As soon as he returned from the banquet, he locked himself back into his divine runic room. He had many other tasks to complete. Now that he had fulfilled the orders of improved heavenly fire symbols and heretical god symbols, he could begin to handle his own business. The first matter was to refine a soul recovery pill. This pill was to be made for Empyrean Divine Mist, whose soul force was failing. If he were the Lin Ming of the past, then he might not have had the confidence to create the soul recovery pill. But for the last 2 years, he had been constantly drawing up improved heavenly fire symbols and heretical god symbols day and night. His skill in balancing intricate energy patterns as well as understanding the various changes in the Azura laws had reached a new level. Now, he was confident he had at least a 70% chance to successfully create the soul recovery pill. Creating a soul recovery pill consumed a massive amount of soul force. Moreover, there was an extremely strict environmental demand. The slightest fluctuation of outside energy could be catastrophic. After clearing up all of the waste materials in the divine runic room and cleaning it until it was shining, Lin Ming arranged a simple soul-gathering array. Sitting in the center of this soul-gathering array, Lin Ming began this massive project. He estimated he would need at least 10 days to refine this nearly transcendent divine pill into one that could have a significant effect on Espirita's Empyrean. Windbreak stone, resurrection grass, god crow gallbladder, all sorts of materials were spread in front of him. Lin Ming opened the heretical god force. His right hand whistled as a wisp of heavenly tribulation fire burst to life. At the same time, Lin Ming stretched out his left hand. He revolved the bloodline in his body, and a tiny wisp of life essence left in his body from Xiao Moshin burst out, forming a black nirvanic flame that rose from his left palm. In essence, nirvana was a heavenly tribulation that a phoenix had to undergo. If they failed in their nirvana, even a phoenix would perish. These two different flames shared a similar origin. They were both flames that were condensed from the heavenly Tao laws, and their grades were almost the same. The jet-black flames twisted together with the blazing red flames, slowly spinning as they evolved into a strange array diagram in the array. The phantom of the heretical god tree appeared behind Lin Ming, and perched on this heretical god tree was a dark phoenix. In these scorching flames, Lin Ming revolved his comprehensions of alchemy to the limit. All sorts of materials were fed to the flames where they dissolved into liquids. From the start, Lin Ming didn't take this process lightly, nor did he dare to slack off. The soul force within his body gushed out like a wave, rushing into the furnace in front of him. Runes appeared in his hand, shining with a black light. Then they fused into the furnace. Lin Ming kept absolute focus for 5 days and 5 nights. Because of the sweat that poured from his body being evaporated, a thin layer of salt appeared over his skin like frost. He maintained a high-intensity consumption of soul force until even he approached his limits. But at this time, the nirvanic flames and heavenly tribulation flames in his hands suddenly extinguished themselves. From the furnace, a mystic pill appeared, filled with a bewildering power. This pill was jet black. All rays of light that neared this pill were dragged into it and cleanly absorbed. This was a semi-complete soul recovery pill. With Lin Ming's current ability, he still lacked the skills to complete the soul recovery pill in 1 session. Following this, Lin Ming rested for 2 days. Then, he used 3 days to produce the best medicinal divine runic symbol that he could and placed it atop the soul recovery pill. After finishing all of this, Lin Ming slumped back onto a stone chair, utterly exhausted. After a full 10 days, this soul recovery pill could be considered more or less complete. The pitch-black soul recovery pill was placed in a jade box. Its surface was smoother than jade, and as one looked into its shiny depths, it made one feel as if their soul was falling into it. This was a pill with the demonic charm of a soul. If a person with an unsteady will and mind were to look at it, they could even fall into illusion. But even so, Lin Ming wasn't satisfied with this pill's effects. There were many places that had yet to achieve perfection, but this was also the best he could do within the constraints of his abilities. After all, it wasn't easy to produce a pill that an Empyrean could use. However, Lin Ming couldn't wait. He had already been gone from Tragic Death Valley for nearly 30 years. According to the 10:1 time flow that occurred within Tragic Death Valley, nearly 300 years had passed there. Empyrean divine mist must have inevitably weakened during this time. In a sense, it was fortunate that Empyrean divine mist had weakened this much because in his state even an imperfect soul recovery pill would have a wondrous effect on him. Lin Ming didn't leave his room yet. Instead, he stayed in the divine runic room for another 1 to 2 months, producing another 50 heavenly fire symbols and 50 heretical god symbols. He took these divine runic symbols and went looking for Suya. Suya could be considered as having helped him. Moreover, Lin Ming had promised that he would help Suya. Lin Ming wasn't someone that liked owing anyone favors. Once he left the Divine Runic Masters Guild, there were many other matters he would have to complete. Not only did he have to return to Tragic Death Valley, but he had to find a place to refine the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill and break through the second Dao Palace in the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. After all of that was completed, there was still the final trial. But before doing all of this, Lin Ming wished to take care of unfinished business. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian found Suya and handed the divine runic symbols to her. Suya was astonished, but she also had a faint feeling in her heart. Sir Lin, are you planning on going on a long adventure? Lin Ming nodded, not hiding anything from Suya. Suya sighed. You are a dragon amongst humans. The Divine Runic Masters Guild isn't a place that can hold someone like you for long. But as for me, I must stay here. This war, if the Extreme Star Holy Lands win, then I will still stay at the Extreme Star Holy Lands until my old age. In the future, the most I'll be able to become is the Internal Affairs Envoy. And if we lose, then there is nothing to say. But no matter what happens and where our fates bring us, I'm afraid that our roads won't cross much. Suya didn't know why she had such a feeling, but this feeling was quite accurate. Lin Ming remained silent. Suya was right. The most he would stay in the Azura Road was another 20 or so years. 20 years from now, after the final trial was complete, he would leave the Azura Road and return to the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm was Lin Ming's homeland. Lin Ming was well aware that the great calamity of humanity was bound to be tragic and fierce. Even if he was nothing but a little tree in this great calamity, unable to do anything at all, Lin Ming still had to return. Because the human race was Lin Ming's roots. I understand. Please, take care. Suya took a deep breath, and in this moment she seemed far thinner and paler. In truth, she and Lin Ming only had a cooperative relationship. At best, they could be considered casual friends. With such a light and pale relationship, she didn't have any qualifications to speak out words to ask him to stay. But as she thought about parting here, and perhaps to never meet again, Suya couldn't help but feel an inexplicable loss in her heart. She wanted to say something, but she eventually only looked at Xiao Moxian with envy in her eyes. Xiao Moxian paused. She suddenly felt that Suya, this Suya that she had loathed in the past, suddenly wasn't so annoying. She bit her lips and hesitantly said, Miss Suya, is there anything you wish to say that isn't convenient? Perhaps it would be better if I left first. Seeing Xiao Moxian's response, Suya was stunned. Then, she chuckled, her smile bright and friendly. It's nothing special. I wish that you and Lin Ming can grow old together until your hair turns white. I wish that you two remain safe and happy. And I wish that your home will be filled with children and grandchildren, all of them dragons and phoenixes. Suya had finally said a blessing mostly used by mortals. As for the world of martial artists, although there were blessings and praises, they rarely ever mentioned growing old or having many descendants. This was because martial artists lived long lives, and to them descendants were not an extension of their lives. There was also no need to bring honor to their ancestors. When blessings were given, it was usually to wish for others to have breakthroughs in their boundaries and for their strength to increase. As Suya suddenly spoke out this strange mortal blessing, Xiao Moxian blushed red. She didn't know what to say for some time. However, she immediately thought of something else and imperceptibly sighed. Between her and Lin Ming, it was impossible to have a home filled with children and grandchildren. This was because the more powerful a race was, the more difficult it was to bear children. God beasts were the supreme example of this. Even when two god beasts of the same race came together, they might not be able to produce a child. As for Xiao Moxian, she was a half-phoenix. Her birth was a miracle of the universe, something that might not occur even within 1 billion years in the divine realm. With Xiao Moxian, her god-beast bloodline was already far paler than that of a true god-beast. But with Lin Ming, it wouldn't be easy to have children. Although having children wouldn't be as difficult as Xiao Moxian's own birth, it wouldn't be strange if she never became pregnant in hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. In the worst-case situation, she would never have children of her own. Thinking of this, Xiao Moxian was inexplicably moved. She couldn't help but fear such a future. She wanted to have a child that belonged to her and Lin Ming. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's minds were connected, and he could faintly guess what she was thinking. He gently gripped her hand. That night, Lin Ming bid his farewells to Suya. He also went searching for old Su and old Shui and said his goodbyes to them too. Besides that, he didn't alert anyone else. After all, Lin Ming was far too valuable and had far too much wealth on him. Even if he had a supposed great master behind him serving as a deterrent, he couldn't guarantee that some people wouldn't decide to take the risk to kidnap him. He first changed his appearance with the divine dream law. Then, Xiao Moxian hid away in Primordius' heavenly palace. With this, he quietly left through a secret transmission network within the Divine Runic Masters Guild. He blended into the crowds of people and disappeared into the endless night. The broad and limitless inner Azura road lay before him. The vast starry skies illuminated the great wilderness. In this world, there were countless hidden divine treasure troves. Innumerable heroes journeyed through this world, finding their own fortunes, many of them dying in the process. Lin Ming disguised Primordius' heavenly palace as a spirit ship. Then, like a meteor, he cut through the skies. God-Burying Ridge was located in the Outer Azura Road, and the Outer Azura Road was separated from the Inner Azura Road by the Great Desolate. To travel through this expanse was something that not even an Empyrean could do, let alone Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming had used part of his 5 billion points to purchase an Azura command. Using this Azura command, he was able to take an ancient transmission array that teleported him to the Outer Azura Road. Since he left God-Burying Ridge, almost 30 years had passed. God-Burying Ridge was still a famous dangerous land within the Great Desolate. Sometimes a trial challenger received missions that sent them to the peripheries or even into God-Burying Ridge itself, and they would have to hire a guide or two to lead them in. Even so, there was only a narrow chance of surviving that nightmarish land. Of course, this wasn't a problem to Lin Ming at all. He flew towards God-Burying Ridge almost in a straight line. There simply wasn't much that was able to hinder him. Just an hour later, Lin Ming arrived at Tragic Death Valley. This place hadn't changed at all. The entrance of Tragic Death Valley resembled a massive black hole, a door that one could only enter through and never leave. Lin Ming didn't hesitate. He controlled Primordius' heavenly palace and flew straight in. Compared to the gaping black hole entrance, Primordius' heavenly palace was like a little pebble sinking into a lake. It quietly sank in without arousing the tiniest wave. As soon as they entered Tragic Death Valley, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian stepped out and arrived at the God-Beast tomb with a familiar ease. Here was the dwelling where Empyrean Divine Mist stayed. But as Lin Ming stepped in front of the dwelling and saw Empyrean Divine Mist's situation, he felt his heart ache. Empyrean Divine Mist's dwelling was constructed in the crevice between two giant God-Beast bones. Within this dwelling was a giant soul crystal where Empyrean Divine Mist had sealed away his mortal body. The image he gave off was similar to that of a fly trapped inside amber. But the giant soul crystal that was used to maintain Empyrean Divine Mist's life was already ruined. The soul crystal was covered with cracks and many places had been turned to white powder. This was what happened after a soul crystal lost its energy. Dusting off this powder, Lin Ming finally saw Empyrean Divine Mist sealed within. At this time, Empyrean Divine Mist's eyes were shut tight. His appearance was old and decrepit, like a piece of deadwood that had long since lost any vibrancy. His body didn't glow at all, nor were there any life fluctuations. He was no different from a dead person. "Grandpa Divine Mist," Xiao Moxian whispered. Her heart nearly pulled out of her chest. She was afraid of what she saw. During the 9 years she spent in tragic Death Valley, she had been with Empyrean Divine Mist for a great portion of that time and had slowly come to call him Grandpa. Lin Ming frowned. After staring at Empyrean Divine Mist for a long time, he slowly took out the soul recovery pill he had refined. This soul recovery pill had used up 200 million points worth of materials. It was the highest level of pill that Lin Ming could currently create. He gently guided a wisp of the pill's soul recovering essence energy to enter the soul crystal, slowly nourishing Empyrean Divine Mist's dilapidated body. Lin Ming could feel that Empyrean Divine Mist had yet to completely die. He should have entered a state of suspended animation in which all of his life activities were reduced to nothing. In truth, this state wasn't much different from true death. The pill that Lin Ming refined was still almost a transcendent divine level pill. Even a wisp of essence energy was extraordinary. The soul crystal that had lost nearly all of its soul energy began to glow once more after being vitalized by this essence energy. However, Empyrean Divine Mist himself remained motionless, his eyes still shut tight. If Lin Ming had anything, it was patience. Slowly, bit by bit, he poured in the divine soul energy from the soul recovery pill. This energy came as thinly and gently as threads of silk. The reason he did this was because he was afraid that Empyrean Divine Mist's crumbling body wouldn't be able to withstand an influx of energy. This process continued for an entire day and night. After a fifth of the soul recovery pill's soul energy was consumed, Empyrean Divine Mist's eyelids finally quivered. Although this movement was almost imperceptible, Xiao Moxian still nearly jumped up from where she was. "Big Brother Lin, I saw it." Lin Ming's expression was extremely focused. His hands and motions remained unhesitant, and the energy flow he poured in also remained steady and smooth. At this time, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian heard an old voice echo in their ears. You came back." Empyrean Divine Mist slowly opened his eyes. Seemingly because he had lost almost all of his life force, he opened his eyes with great difficulty. Although he had regained consciousness, the fires of his life were a dwindling flame in a hurricane. The dignified aura and majesty of an Empyrean had mostly faded away from his body. Currently, Empyrean Divine Mist resembled an old mortal man knocking on death's door. An almost transcendent divine pill-level soul recovery pill. "On me. This is wasted." Empyrean Divine Mist lightly sighed, as if he had already given up all thoughts of living on in this hell. "Grandpa Divine Mist, how come you don't want to live on? Don't you want to take revenge?" Xiao Moxian said with a faintly reproachful tone. "Revenge? That is too far away." Empyrean Divine Mist closed his eyes once more, feeling far too tired. His enemy was a true divinity-level powerhouse. With his abilities, revenge was impossible. Empyrean Divine Mist didn't even have any hopes that Lin Ming would take revenge for him. Even though he believed that Lin Ming would one day break into the true divinity realm, that was an incomparably distant matter. Moreover, since both of them would be true divinities, why would Lin Ming go all out in a battle with Empyrean Divine Void for a half-dead man like himself? Empyrean Divine Mist had long since given up thoughts of revenge. "This pill, where did you find it?" Empyrean Divine Mist looked towards Lin Ming. Even though he knew Lin Ming was strong, his cultivation was still limited. It would be extremely difficult for him to acquire a nearly transcendent divine pill-level soul recovery pill. Even if he sold all his possessions, he might not have the money for it. "Junior refined it himself," Lin Ming honestly said. "What?" Lin Ming's words caused a flash of astonishment to cross Empyrean Divine Mist's face. "You refined it yourself?" Empyrean Divine Mist looked at Lin Ming with disbelief sketched on his face, nearly unable to believe his own ears. This pill, even a great world king-level alchemist, might not be confident enough to refine it. Moreover, there is also the divine runic arts used upon it. Empyrean divine mist was Espirita's Empyrean. Thus he naturally had an understanding of the divine runic arts. He could see that the divine runic symbol on the soul recovery pill stemmed from the hands of some considerably talented individual. Just as Lin Ming was thinking about how to explain this, Empyrean divine mist didn't seem to have any idea of asking. Empyrean divine mist sighed and said, "Forget it. You are someone who broke through the God-Beast tomb array formation that no one managed to break through for 10 billion years. It isn't strange for anything to happen to you," Empyrean divine mist slowly said, each word seeming to use up a massive amount of his origin energy. Lin Ming probed Empyrean divine mist's situation. In the end, he couldn't help but come to the conclusion that even the soul recovery pill wouldn't be able to bring back Empyrean divine mist's life from the brink of death. Empyrean divine mist's life was already ruined. Even if he were to completely digest all the medicinal efficacy within this soul recovery pill, the most he could live for was another few thousand years. Even if Lin Ming continued to refine soul recovery pills for Empyrean divine mist, the longest he could live on was 10,000 years. It was impossible for him to live any longer than this. And these 10,000 years of life would only mean more suffering and more pain for Empyrean divine mist. He had lived in this eternally dark forsaken land. To live for another 10,000 years, was there any meaning to it? If Soul Emperor Divine Void didn't die, he would never be able to leave. And with Soul Emperor Divine Void's status as a true divinity-level powerhouse, it was impossible for Lin Ming to kill him before Empyrean divine mist turned to ashes. Thinking of this, Lin Ming suddenly stopped his movements, as if he were coming to a decision. "Big brother Lin, what are you?" Xiao Moxian was puzzled. Lin Ming hesitated for a long time. Then he said, "Senior Divine Mist, Junior has a divine tool that can hold your soul. But this is only your soul. You will have to discard your mortal body." The divine tool that Lin Ming spoke of was the magic cube. The Spiritas had mortal bodies, but their mortal bodies were nearly unable to be trained. The main use of their mortal bodies was to serve as vessels for their souls. Lin Ming asked Empyrean Divine Mist to give up on his mortal body and allow his soul to be sealed in the magic cube where he would fall into a deep sleep. When Lin Ming was powerful enough, he could find a way to help Divine Mist recover consciousness and then find a body for him. At the very least, Empyrean Divine Mist could watch as he took revenge on Empyrean Divine Void for him. Then he could die in peace. Divine tool. Divine Mist was startled. He could faintly feel that this divine tool that Lin Ming referred to was his secret. If he called it a divine tool, then it definitely wasn't something ordinary. It had to be at least a treasure refined by a true divinity. However, he still sighed and said, "It's useless. Even if it is only my soul, as long as I leave Tragic Death Valley, my brother will sense me. When he arrives, you will die. We can try." Lin Ming was extremely confident in the magic cube. Through these years, he had confirmed that the magic cube was something that surpassed the realm of true divinity. Within the magic cube was another world, one separate from all rules. No matter what rules people created, they had never been able to block the magic cube. The only exception had been the Azura Roadmaster. In some ways, the rules he laid down in the Azura Road could not be violated by the magic cube. They could be said to stand even with each other. Lin Ming didn't believe that Soul Emperor Divine Void could stand on par with the Azura Roadmaster. As for the secrets of the magic cube, once Empyrean Divine Mist's soul was sealed within it and placed in a deep slumber, it would be impossible for him to reveal any secrets, so Lin Ming wasn't worried about it. As Lin Ming thought this, he flicked his fingers. From within his inner world, a black cube slowly flew out and began revolving in the air. When Empyrean Divine Mist saw this black cube, his mind suddenly shook. From the point of death, Empyrean Divine Mist recovered a great deal of his spirit. He stared at the magic cube, surprised and speechless. His eyes shot wide open. After gazing at the magic cube for a long time, he mumbled, "How is this possible? This is..." Seeing Empyrean Divine Mist's reaction, Lin Ming was startled. He asked in return, "Senior, do you happen to know of this divine tool?" Empyrean divine mist seemed to fall into a long period of recollection. He closed his eyes, deep in thought. After a long time he finally began to slowly say, "I cannot be sure, but if I'm not wrong, this should be the stone of eternal life recorded within the Spirita's holy scripture. With this stone, your soul will become eternal and your life everlasting." Spirita's holy scripture, Lin Ming mumbled. He thought back to what he knew and faintly remembered that there was such a book. Lin Ming had swallowed the memories of dark and perverse divine runic masters like Torch River. And these divine runic masters were almost nearly all Spiritas. Some of them had even read duplicate copies of the Spirita's holy scripture and knew some of the records within. But because these memories weren't too important to Lin Ming's training of the divine runic arts, he hadn't studied them, but he hadn't tossed them away either. Now that Empyrean divine mist spoke of this term, Lin Ming carefully went back through the memories he had of the Spirita's holy scripture. The Spirita's holy scripture could be called the most mysterious and enigmatic sacred text of the Spiritas. It was impossible to know just which supreme elder had written the Spirita's holy scripture, but there were many things recorded within it. Some things were secrets of the universe, some were notes on the laws, and some were even prophecies of the future. All of this text had been slowly verified over time. It was no longer known where the original Spirita's holy scripture was. According to some rumors, it was within the hands of a Spirita's true divinity-level great emperor. As for the Spirita's holy scripture that spread out to the entire Spirita's race, that was nothing but a duplicate. Even though it was a duplicate, this text wasn't something that everyone could read, simply because there were far too many secrets within that were related to the Spiritas. It was a strange and mystical existence, and ordinary Spiritas martial artists didn't even know of its existence. Those on the level of Torch River were only able to come into faint contact with it. The duplicate copies of the Spirita's holy scripture could only reproduce the text of the universe's secrets as well as some archaic prophecies. As for the recordings of the laws and other such things, those were impossible to copy. Thus, there was simply no comparing the value of the duplicate of the Spirita's holy scripture to the original. In Torchriver's mind, if someone was able to obtain the original copy of the Spirita's holy scripture and also had extraordinary talent, they could cultivate the laws within the text. They could rely on the information within the Spirita's holy scripture to avoid disasters and take control of the world, inevitably becoming someone that ruled the era. At this time, Empyrean Divine Mist was still staring at the magic cube. Whether it was the dark gray cube shape, the patterns on it, or even the aura that aroused the awe and reverence from the innermost soul of any Spirita's martial artist, it was completely similar to the stone of eternal life recorded within the Spirita's holy scripture. This suppression of the soul ignored all boundaries and all cultivations. As long as one stood before this mysterious black cube, one would feel as if this cube was the master of all souls and be unable to resist it. All of this proved that Empyrean Divine Mist's guess must be correct. I never thought that before I died, I would have the chance to see a divine tool like this. In my prime I could shake the earth and change the winds, but now in my old age I'm in such a sad state. Even so, in the depths of my despair, as my life approaches its end, I was able to catch a glimpse of the stone of eternal life. Empyrean Divine Mist sighed as he spoke to hear. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were shining with a brilliant light. Junior, it seems you have already had the stone of eternal life for some time. Perhaps even your current achievements are greatly related to it. You should be well aware of how precious the stone of eternal life is, and yet you still took it out in front of me. Aren't you afraid that I'm not actually as weak as I appear to be, and that I might try to wrest the stone from your hands? Empyrean Divine Mist suddenly said with a deep meaning in his tone. Even Xiao Moxian felt her heart shrink upon hearing this. After all, an Empyrean-level powerhouse placed far too much pressure on someone. Even an Empyrean on the edge of death was able to release a terrifying pressure, just like an injured tiger facing a mortal. Lin Ming quietly said, "Senior Divine Mist truly likes to jest. Junior can feel that you really are near the end of your rope, and you simply have no reason to disguise yourself from us and pretend to be so weakened. If you don't possess the power to kill me, then there is no meaning in disguising yourself. On the other hand, if you had the ability to kill me, you simply wouldn't need to disguise yourself anyways. You would have simply just killed me. In fact, there is no need for you to have waited until now. When I first entered Tragic Death Valley and broke through the secrets of the God-Beast Tomb Array formation, you could have finished me then. At that time I was even weaker and you were even stronger. As Lin Ming explained his analysis, his voice was calm and placid, but he still retained full vigilance. The truth was that even Empyrean Divine Mist found it hard to correctly judge Lin Ming's strength. Although Lin Ming still wasn't a match for a great world king, he could use the special environment in Tragic Death Valley, his understandings of the array formations here, his divine runic symbols, and even his comprehension of the Azura heavenly Tao to struggle with a great world king and seek a path of survival. An Empyrean sounded like a terrifying existence. But when compared to a great world king, they were in fact only a large boundary higher. How could a completely exhausted Empyrean divine mist on the verge of death be superior to a great world king? And most importantly, Lin Ming had a trump card in the magic cube. Against Empyrean divine mist, whose mortal body was thoroughly ruined and had nothing left but his soul form, the magic cube was his ultimate nemesis. It was with this guarantee that Lin Ming was willing to take out the magic cube. Otherwise, Lin Ming would have protected the magic cube until the end. The magic cube was his greatest secret. Besides Xiao Moxian and Mo Evers now, no one else knew about it. Empyrean Divine Mist gazed deeply at Lin Ming. Then he said, "You're quite brave. In order to save me, you were actually willing to take such a risk. I will remember this favor." Empyrean Divine Mist slowly said. He was originally a top extreme figure and he rarely made such solemn promises. "I never imagined you would possess the stone of eternal life. Perhaps there really is a chance for me to find a turning point in my life. If I can recover, then I will help you with all my heart and soul." As Empyrean Divine Mist finished speaking these words, he seemed to have used up all of his strength. His soul fluctuations became chaotic once more. He was simply far too weak. Even with the help of the soul recovery pill, he couldn't speak so many words. "Senior, what does the Spirida's Holy Scripture have recorded about the Stone of Eternal Life?" Lin Ming asked. Torchriver's memories about the contents of the Spirida's Holy Scripture were simply far too lacking. Empyrean Divine Mist was deep in thought for some time, as if he were gathering his energy to speak. Then, in a slow and aged tone, he said, "The Spirida's Holy Scripture records that if one obtains the magic cube and then cultivates the Spirida's heavenly Tao within the Spirida's Holy Scripture to the highest boundary, and then satisfies a few more conditions, there is a chance that they can control the strongest force in the world and live on in perpetuity. That is, an unaging immortality." "Unaging immortality?" Lin Ming whispered. Immortality was the dream of all living beings in the universe, the ultimate goal that martial artists pursued. In a sense, the reason martial artists risked all sorts of life-threatening dangers and unendingly chased after higher realms of cultivation was because of the satisfactions brought from increased strength, but also because they earnestly desired life. The higher one's cultivation, the longer they lived. To martial artists, this was a fatal temptation. Even Lin Ming desired immortality. To be earth-shaking, to rule over the heavens and earth, to dominate all living beings, to live infinitely brilliantly, to feast upon all the pleasures of existence, just who was willing to then be finally defeated by the tides of time, falling to entropy, slowly weakening and decaying until they turned to dust? The end of a hero's road, the withering of beauty. When one imagined the eternal deep sleep and loneliness that came after death, every person would inevitably feel an indescribable fear. In this world, the strongest person Lin Ming knew of was the Azura Roadmaster. Lin Ming wondered whether or not the Azura Roadmaster had broken through the barrier of immortality. Was he now dead? Or was he existing in some hidden corner of the world? Whether or not the Azura Roadmaster managed to achieve immortality, trying to break through the boundary of everlasting life was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But now, Empyrean Divine Mist actually stated that the Spirita's Holy Scripture recorded a cultivation method pertaining to immortality. How could Lin Ming not be startled? He once again asked Empyrean Divine Mist about information related to the contents of the Spirita's Holy Scripture. However, the Spirita's Holy Scripture that Empyrean Divine Mist saw was only a copy. The original had been long lost. Thus, even Empyrean Divine Mist didn't know what one needed to achieve the realm of immortality. Besides possessing the magic cube and cultivating the Spirita's heavenly Tao within the Spirita's Holy Scripture, just what other conditions were required? Oh! After his conversation with Empyrean Divine Mist ended, Lin Ming used 3 days to allow Empyrean Divine Mist to absorb all the essence energy within the soul recovery pill. Then, Lin Ming shattered the decaying soul crystal and pulled Empyrean Divine Mist's soul from his ruined body, receiving him into the magic cube and sealing him away. With this, Empyrean Divine Mist's soul fell into a completely dormant state, frozen within the magic cube. After finishing all of this, Lin Ming didn't yet leave Tragic Death Valley. Instead, he stayed there for some time. He had many matters he needed to attend to. One couldn't instantly reach the late Divine Lord realm. Time and patience were required. Lin Ming needed time to consolidate his cultivation and lay the foundation for his next breakthrough. At the same time, Lin Ming needed to hone his skills in divine runic arts and alchemy in order to prepare for refining the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill. Before the final trial began, he had to break through into the second Tao Palace. All of this required time. As for Tragic Death Valley, it was the only place Lin Ming had ever seen which twisted the flow of time but didn't distort the laws. Cultivating here was the best place to do so. Then, Lin Ming took out Primordius Heavenly Palace and flew in with Xianxia, entering a long period of seclusion. 1 month outside, 1 spring and fall in the valley. Training passed without sense of time. Year by year quietly passed. Before coming here, Lin Ming had spent his contribution points on purchasing a seemingly endless pile of materials from the Divine Runic Masters Guild. And these materials were all used by Lin Ming on the divine runic arts and alchemy. If Lin Ming was going to enter the final trial, he needed to draw up some strong divine runic symbols to prepare for emergencies. In Tragic Death Valley, 15 years passed. On this day, overwhelming black flames swelled up into the skies. The God-Beast Tomb Array formation was swept up in these flames. Within this black sea of flames, a fiery phoenix cried out as it flew in circles in the sky. Then, it dove down, causing a violent explosion. In this crazy storm of flames, a black-clothed girl stretched her body. As she wandered about in the star-like flames that could melt stone, she seemed like a spirit of flames. This black-clothed girl was Xianxia. 15 years later, she had stepped ahead of Lin Ming and entered the late Divine Lord realm. As for Lin Ming, because he studied the divine runic arts, dual cultivated body and energy, and also had to practice alchemy, his speed in the essence gathering system couldn't compare with Xianxia's. Big brother Lin, I broke through. Xianxia happily smiled as she suppressed all of the flames. With this, she would be able to help Lin Ming more in the final trial. After breaking into the late Divine Lord realm and also having undergone her first Phoenix Nirvana, although Xianxia was slightly weaker than Lin Ming, fighting a weaker ordinary world king wouldn't prove a problem. Well done, Lin Ming said, happy for Xianxia from the depths of his heart. My divine runic arts have also reached a sufficient level. I now have a good enough understanding if I were to attempt refining the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill. It's almost time to leave. I plan on breaking into the second Tao Palace and then going into seclusion again. Before I enter the final trial, I also must break into the late Divine Lord realm. As Lin Ming spoke, he took out several rare materials from his spatial ring. With the dragon saliva grass and jade dragon horn placed together, these 2 dragon race spirit treasures emitted a strong draconic aura, mixing up the void. In the air, one could hear the faint howling of a white dragon and an azure dragon. Even the heaven-devouring snake gallbladder was excited. It released a deep killing aura, overflowing with a profound desolateness. A massive python phantom appeared in the skies. Its shimmering silver scales glistened as it hissed, seeming to struggle with the two dragon auras around it. As for the primal jade quintessence, it remained tranquil. It emitted waves of yellow earthen light, like a turtle that had not moved for tens of thousands of years. Seeing all of these phenomena occurring within his spatial ring, Lin Ming gripped his fists. Each material here had taken a great deal of time and effort to obtain. Now, he was finally taking steady steps on the path towards refining the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill. Big Brother Lin, you want to refine the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill now? Xiao Moxian asked in anticipation as she looked at the brilliant lights of the spirit treasures shooting out from the spatial ring. Looking at Xiao Moxian's hopeful eyes, Lin Ming shook his head. It's not that fast. The 9 stars of the Dao Palace are each strange and unusual, and even the methods to break into each one are varied and different. This is because in the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, each star represents a different true meaning of the universe's laws. This true meaning must be understood and added in, and only then can one truly refine the pill required to impact the boundary. Xiao Moxian's eyebrows twisted together. But Big Brother Lin, when you attacked the 9 stars of the Dao Palace's Army Breaker Star, the process didn't seem so complex. You simply put forth an all-out effort and broke through. Not so complex? Lin Ming chuckled. As he thought of the various preparations he had made in order to break through the first Dao Palace, he could go on for days speaking about them. For the first Dao Palace of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, I started by creating a foundation when I absorbed the blood vitality from the great Emperor's heart in the eternal demon abyss. Then, I had the Grand Mist Spirit Bead Essence as the main medicinal force to attack the boundary, the energy from my avatar to support, and finally I even had to rely on your Phoenix Primordial Ean to just barely break through the shackles of the world and refine the Army Breaker Star. At the time, even the God-burying Ridge's Dao Field Killing Array helped me by increasing the Buddha-slaying destiny upon my body, allowing me to reattempt the breakthrough even after Tian Mingzi shattered my first attempt. The killing intent of that time had been monstrously large. In terms of helping me impact the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, the truth was that it was no trifling matter. Lin Ming recalled the scene when he broke through the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. It could be said that the overlapping waves had combined together to help him overcome the barrier. The evil infernal energy in that danger zone hadn't directly helped him break through to the Army Breaker Star, but it had resonated with the nature and meaning of the Army Breaker Star. Now, to attack the second Dao Palace, the corresponding star was the Ravenous Wolf Star. If the laws of the heavens and earth hadn't changed, then breaking through to the Ravenous Wolf Star wouldn't have been difficult. But present times were different. According to what was recorded in the Celestial Tyrant Manual, the Ravenous Wolf Star was ever-changing and hard to capture. Under the current Heavenly Dao rules, if Lin Ming wanted to break into the Heavenly Retribution Dao Palace and its corresponding Ravenous Wolf Star, it wouldn't be easy at all. He planned to use the universe's wild and primal world momentum to suppress the crafty and slippery Ravenous Wolf Star. So to refine the Ravenous Wolf Star, he needed a certain world trend to combine with it. In the God-Beast tomb, cold winds howled. Lin Ming's mind was completely immersed in the Celestial Tyrant Manual. His hands cut through the void. The spiritual strength revolved according to the records within the manual, forming faint outlines of mountain ranges, rivers, and galaxies. Immersed in this training, he forgot the passing of time. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming continually analyzed the method for breaking into the second Dao Palace. With his comprehensions of the Celestial Tyrant Manual in addition to Torchriver's memories, he mentally searched the endless miles within the Azura Road for the most suitable ancient desolate mystic realm for him to break through to the second Dao Palace. He slowly scrutinized each possibility and ruled them out. Then, a flash of purple lightning shined in Lin Ming's eyes. He had more or less determined his target. "Xianxia, let's leave," Lin Ming said as he stood up. "Leave Tragic Death Valley?" "Yes, we're going back to the inner Azura Road." Lin Ming's decision was decisive. Xiao Moxian looked at him, a bit puzzled, and followed after. 15 years within Tragic Death Valley was a year and a half outside. After this time, Lin Ming returned to the inner Azura Road once more. His goal this time was Heaven's Secret. Lin Ming had gone to Heaven's Secret before to ask about 2 different things. The first time he went he asked about information relating to cultivation methods for the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The second time was to search for evil and cruel divine runic masters like Torch River. Heaven's secret hadn't left Lin Ming disappointed. He had received accurate information each time. Thus, Lin Ming had an unusual level of trust towards them. Heaven's secret was headquartered at Divine Rune City. Returning this time, Lin Ming didn't alarm anyone as he entered Divine Rune City, nor did he reveal his true identity. He let Xiao Maxian stay in Primordius Heavenly Palace as he changed his appearance and entered as a different person. Lin Ming's bodily rebirth technique came from Empyrean Divine Dream's Divine Dream Law. When Lin Ming was at the mere late Divine Transformation realm, his appearance-changing technique had been skilled enough to fool a world king. In the past, when Lin Ming first journeyed to God-Burying Ridge, he had encountered Imperial Prince Naki and Mr. Zhou at the city gates. Even though Mr. Zhou was using a secret searching technique, he still wasn't able to identify Lin Ming. Then, after they entered Tragic Death Valley to chase after them, Naki and his retinue had all been annihilated. Now that Lin Ming's strength had risen by an entire large boundary, the bodily rebirth technique he used now was completely different from the past. Even some weaker Empyreans might not be able to see through his disguise. This ensured Lin Ming's safety. When he left Divine Rune City, he had only left a letter to Old Shui to pass on to the guild president. Besides that, he only spoke to a few select people before quietly leaving. After all, he couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be some ruthless desperados that wanted to capture him and force him to refine special divine runic symbols. Now that he returned to Divine Rune City, he didn't want to use his original identity as to avoid all possible troubles. The moonlight was bright and cold. Lin Ming walked alone in the dim streets, his shadow stretched out far behind him. As he passed by the Divine Runic Masters Guild, Lin Ming stopped for some time. The stores on the streets had already closed and there were only the vague figures of people bustling around in a hurry. Some of them were Divine Runic Masters entering or leaving the guild, but none of them spared Lin Ming a second glance. They only regarded Lin Ming as a youth who wanted to become a Divine Runic Master and lived near the Divine Runic Masters Guild. In front of the Divine Runic Masters Guild there were always crowds of youths that dreamed of becoming a Divine Runic Master and would idle by the entrance. The night wind blew cold, making the night of Divine Rune City seem much more bleak and lonely. However, Lin Ming didn't enter. As Suya had said, their parting had been for forever. In the hazy gloom of night, Lin Ming continued walking. His footsteps echoed on the smooth crystal-paved road, sounding further and further away. Oh! The headquarters of Heaven's Secret stood tall in the center region of Divine Rune City. In the moonlight, the towering crystalline pavilion seemed profoundly mysterious. Stepping into the first floor of the building, 2 blue-clothed youths stopped Lin Ming. Their voices were quiet and their tones were respectful. "Honored guest, please return. Heaven's Secret Pavilion's working hours have passed and the pavilion superior within is resting." Heaven's Secret Pavilion had a manager on each floor, and these managers were called pavilion superiors. The gate guard's words didn't dispel Lin Ming's determination to enter. He faintly smiled and pulled out a crystal card. This crystal card was a receipt of payment but also a symbol of his status as a VIP guest. "I have an important matter to attend to. I might need to go to a higher floor to make an inquiry." In Heaven's Secret, the higher the floor one went to, the more expensive the information. The gate guard took a look at the crystal card and then hesitated for a moment before inviting Lin Ming inside. Lin Ming walked straight into the 6th floor of Heaven's Secret Pavilion and entered the opulent guest room. After waiting for a moment, the rustling of bead curtains signaled the arrival of someone. A blue-clothed old man walked in. He seemed in good health and spirit and his eyes were sharp and fierce. "The pavilion superiors are already resting and it's just me, the superior of the 6th floor, still remaining. Sir, may I ask what information you are here to inquire about?" The pavilion superior's eyes gazed at Lin Ming, but he wasn't able to see through Lin Ming's appearance-changing technique. "I want to ask about the world of the Azura Road. I need all information there is on certain forbidden zones." Lin Ming said. "What places are they?" the pavilion superior asked, his eyelids slowly lifting up. Yin Yang Despair Valley, forsaken mortal tomb. Lin Ming slowly and clearly said. The pavilion's superior shook as he heard these names. Bewildered. He gazed deeply at Lin Ming and his eyes widened. Even his breathing became much heavier. These two places are amongst the most dangerous life-forbidden zones in the Azura Road, and they are amongst the most taboo to mention. Do you plan on going? Lin Ming nodded. All right. Heaven's secret pavilion only provided information. They would never persuade their customers to change their mind. If Lin Ming wanted information, they would naturally provide it. The Azura Road had several famous danger zones. For instance, God-Burying Ridge, Tragic Death Valley, the Stormy Sea and the Drifting Islands, and so forth. Of these places, the most dangerous was Tragic Death Valley. As long as one entered, it was impossible to leave. Even a peak Empyrean would perish there. As for Yin Yang Despair Valley and the Forsaken Mortal Tomb, their infamous reputation was not as terrifying as Tragic Death Valleys, but they still had their own peculiarities. They were lands shrouded in a gloom of mystery and magic. People only knew that these places were located deep in the Great Desolate, but without accurate information it was impossible to find their positions. It was also because of this that Lin Ming went to Heaven's Secret to find information. Regarding the risks of Yin Yang Despair Valley and the Forsaken Mortal Tomb, Lin Ming wasn't too fearful of them. Because he understood the Azura Heavenly Tao laws, he was particularly adept at dealing with the dangers in the Azura Road. The pavilion superior pondered for a moment and then said, about the price for information about Yin Yang Despair Valley, it is 5 billion origin energy runes or 300 million contribution points from the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Heaven's Secret Pavilion usually charged a common currency of the Azura Road for their information, such as origin energy runes. But since their headquarters were in Divine Rune City, they could also take contribution points at a discount. Contribution points, in other words, could be called items. To go shopping with points was to actually barter with them. The Divine Runic Masters Guild issued points in accordance with certain resources and materials that were turned in. If one had sufficient points, they could trade them in for nearly any materials within the Divine Runic Masters Guild warehouse. 300 million points? Lin Ming's lips twitched. This price was far, far higher than the information he obtained when he came before. 300 million points was on average slightly less than half an Empyrean spirit treasure. But this price could only be used to purchase some information. Lin Ming looked at the Pavilion Superior. The Pavilion Superior understood what Lin Ming was thinking. He said, only very few people have information pertaining to Yin Yang Despair Valley. It is a place that is always moving around, disappearing and appearing within the Great Desolate. In order to collect information related to it, we have had to pay a great price. My Heaven's Secret is based on honesty and good faith on our part. We will never sell false information, nor will we charge inappropriately high prices. Every piece of information from us is well worth the price. If you have insufficient money, then you can collect the amount needed before returning for the information. The old man faintly said, clearly not willing to reduce the price. Okay. Lin Ming nodded. As the old man said, Heaven's Secret had already existed for countless hundreds of thousands of years and were considerably prestigious. When Lin Ming had purchased the two pieces of information before, he had found them to be fully satisfactory. Lin Ming took out a contribution points jade slip with 300 million points. 300 million contribution points was not a small amount. For Lin Ming to take out this amount so casually without needing any time to collect it, even the Pavilion Superior looked at him with surprise in his eyes as he tried to guess the identity of the young man in front of him. After receiving the points, the old man leaned forwards and spoke with a lowered voice. At the end of the road where the red moon disappears, where the coiling ridge giants live, where the sea falls from the heavens and into the endless deep, that is where you will find the place you seek. These strange and obscure code words fluttered into Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming was perplexed. Red moon? Coiling ridge giants. Yes, the coiling ridge giants are an ancient race that exists in the Great Desolate. Although they appear human, the truth is that they are archaic vicious beasts from time immemorial. They can grow up to hundreds of feet high and their species is able to smash apart mountain ridges. Their ancestors once experienced a magnificent golden age, where their royalty was able to stand on par with god beasts. But since then they have been in slow decline. Inyang Despair Valley is the land that they protect, and as for why they are protecting that land, no one knows. If you wish to enter Inyang Despair Valley, then finding the coiling ridge giants will bring you there. However, as the pavilion superior spoke to hear, he paused, changing his tone. He said, although coiling ridge giants are no longer as terrifying as they once were, the especially powerful warriors amongst them can compare with an ordinary world king. As for you, the pavilion superior looked over Lin Ming. Lin Ming's cultivation was simply far too low. Thank you for the advice. Lin Ming faintly smiled and stood up. He could contend with an ordinary world king level vicious beast, but if there were many of them, then things would become tricky. It could be said that a great portion of Inyang Despair Valley's dangers originated from the fact that it was located deep within the Great Desolate, where endless powerful monsters and mystical existences lived. Oh! The Great Desolate was vast and endless. In the world of the Azura Road, amazing geniuses had emerged from the countless generations. Of these, even extraordinary individuals, true divinities, the proud children favored by the heavens had appeared. But not once had there ever been someone that arrived at the endpoint of the Great Desolate. As for what lay at the terminus of the Great Desolate, no one knew nor could anyone investigate it. Horrifying god beasts, endless space storms and time traps, all of this caused anyone to shrink back at the thought of approaching. Some people even suspected that the inner Azura Road and outer Azura Road were two different worlds that were completely separated by the Great Desolate, not connected at all. Whether it was the proud sons and daughters of the heavens or Empyrean powerhouses, no one had ever returned from the deepest depths of the Great Desolate. Lin Ming brought Xiao Maxian and flew low in the skies. A full 10 days had already passed. During these 10 days they had flown past many mountains and danger zones. They had witnessed many scenes in depths of the Great Desolate that were filled with slaughter and the scent of blood. This was a truly lawless world without morals or compassion. Only the strongest fists survived here. 10 days later, they reached a boundless mountain range that reached high into the skies. It towered in front of Xiao Maxian and Lin Ming. The pure white snow shined above the endless peaks, giving off a brilliant radiance. This mountain was over 100,000 feet high. At the top, inexhaustible strong heavenly winds surged about. Those that were slightly weaker would have their souls torn apart by this wind without even their bones left over. This is the Red Moon Mountain Range. After the sun of the Great Desolate falls behind this mountain range, the entire Azura Road falls into darkness. Xiao Maxian grasped a rough map of the Great Desolate, pointing towards a distant location as she spoke to Lin Ming. The Great Desolate was the most brutal land in the entire Azura Road. There was endless killings and treacherous environments here. Moreover, it never ended, not even pausing a little. This was the reason the Great Desolate map was incomplete. Every tiny part of this map had been recorded down by countless trial challengers who had braved the dangers to accomplish missions they were assigned. Lin Ming had paid a steep price to purchase 10 different maps and then piece them together, just barely managing to understand a good number of areas within the Great Desolate. First, he discovered that the part of the riddle that Heaven's secret pavilion had given him, at the end of the road where the red moon disappears, should be indicating this place, the Red Moon Mountain Range. Here they had to find the coiling ridge giants. The coiling ridge giants were one of the many terrifying species of creatures that dwelled within the Great Desolate. They were as large as hills, and in the legends it was said that the strongest coiling ridge giants could rely on their powerful mortal bodies to wrestle with god beasts. Lin Ming silently brought out Primordius Heavenly Palace. Shua! The palm-sized Primordius Heavenly Palace suddenly rose up into the skies. In that moment, a majestic aura of grand mist energy exuded outwards, filled with the sound of rustling wind. Waves of immense pressure surged outwards. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian's bodies flashed as they entered Primordius Heavenly Palace. After all, this Red Moon Mountain Range was incomparably strange. Compared to other places, the strong heavenly winds high up in the peaks possessed an even greater tearing strength. Moreover, there were strange powers mixed within. If some adventurers entered, they would find their divine souls destabilized and even have the danger of falling into insanity. Thus, concerning the lands past the Red Moon mountain range, even the people of the Azura Road only knew of the vaguest details about them. In order to prevent any accidents from occurring, leading the way forwards within Primordius Heavenly Palace was the best choice. Bang! Primordius Heavenly Palace rose straight up from the ground. Waves of demonic runes appeared from the winds, mixing in with the heavy grand mist energy and seething about. Like this, Lin Ming rushed straight towards the peaks of the Red Moon mountain range. In not too long, Primordius Heavenly Palace wildly rocked as if they were a boat in the sea being struck by heavy waves. There is indeed something strange here. With a thought, a liquid mirror appeared in front of Lin Ming, showing everything that was occurring outside of Primordius Heavenly Palace. The space here was extremely distorted, as if someone was continuously punching and damaging it. Lin Ming saw magnificent and violent forces swirling around him. Fluctuations of soul force, mental strength, and even fist intense howled through the air, flashing with a crystalline line. Incredibly, these forces had substantialized in these ruinous winds. All of the forces here seemed to have been preserved over time, eventually becoming a part of the strength that protected this mountain range. The protective array formations of Primordius Heavenly Palace were continuously pummeled and damaged. However, they were then rapidly repaired by the Grand Mist energy. Even Primordius Heavenly Palace is being smashed into such a condition. Aren't these forces a bit too strong? Xiao Moxian whispered, secretly dumbfounded. She was well aware that if she rushed into these strange and explosive energies, it wouldn't be long before she completely exhausted herself trying to survive. Luckily, Primordius Heavenly Palace was extremely fast. In just several breaths of time, they flew out of this distorted space above the Red Moon mountain range. Immediately, all of the wild and savage strength vanished. Primordius Heavenly Palace crossed the snow-white mountain peaks and floated high in space. In front of them, the depths of the Great Desolate stretched as far as the eye could see. In the distant horizon, a round blood-red moon hung high in the sky, seeming as if it could crash into the endless dark at any moment. It was both eerie and beautiful. The coiling ridge giants, I found them. Lin Ming's pupils shrank as a flash of electricity sparked through them. From a high and commanding position, Lin Ming could see that around 1,000 miles away, there were several giants as high as mountains. They had lit up a raging fire that seemed to burn the heavens as they roasted a mountain-sized beast upon it. Brother Lin, haha, we've finally found the coiling ridge giants. This Yin Despair Valley, Forsaken Valley Tomb is the place that they protect. We should be able to find it soon, Xiao Moxian said, her smile reaching from ear to ear. Yes, but dealing with these wild giants will be troublesome. Since Yin Despair Valley was a totem-like existence that the coiling ridge giants protected, they naturally wouldn't let outsiders enter it. Moreover, these coiling ridge giants were one of the terrifying species that lived in the depths of the Great Desolate. Although they couldn't be compared with god beasts, a grown coiling ridge giant could still resist an ordinary world king. Lin Ming could deal with 2 or 3 of them, but it would be difficult if more appeared. We only need to follow them. According to Heaven's Secret, the coiling ridge giants only have a small population and are almost always keeping guard over their nearby danger zones. I think the reason they came out this time is to hunt, and after their hunt is complete they will return. Lin Ming confidently said as his eyes passed over the mountain-sized beast that was being roasted. Xiao Moxian nodded. They focused their attention, patiently waiting. The 3 large coiling ridge giants ate for a full 2 hours, finally finishing eating up that massive vicious beast that hung over the barbecue fire. Then the coiling ridge giants burped out loud. They each carried a giant beast over their shoulders and started walking deeper into the Great Desolate. Bang, bang, bang. Each footstep rang through the air like the beat of a giant drum, shaking the air. The land surged and shook. Lin Ming put away Primordius Heavenly Palace, hid his aura, and carefully followed behind the 3 coiling ridge giants with Xiao Moxian close behind him. The coiling ridge giants moved fast. Each step left behind a giant footprint in the earth. After following for an incense stick of time, a ghostly black mountain peak began to appear in the distance. A single step from a coiling ridge giant could cross over an entire mountain valley. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had to doggedly chase after them lest they be left behind. Suddenly, Lin Ming detected something in the air. His surroundings had become much more humid, to the point where it seemed as if the air would begin leaking water. "What thick air moisture?" Xiao Moxian commented, surprised. The two of them flew 10,000 feet high to look further into the distance. As they saw what was several hundred miles away, both of them were stunned. High in the sky was a titanic flood of water, endlessly falling. It stretched upwards to the heavens, and even with Lin Ming's current strength, he couldn't estimate just where it started. The massive deluge of water fell down like an infinite waterfall, with enough force to shatter the world. Beneath this flood of water was a profound and unfathomable darkness. Water vapor sprayed all around, turning the entire surrounding area into a wet climate zone. It was unknown how deep that black abyss was, but even that seemingly inexhaustible flood of water couldn't fill it. It was hard to imagine just how large the world beneath was. This is where the sea falls from the heavens and into the endless deep. But where is this water coming from? Why would it be falling down from the skies? Xiao Moxian muttered to herself, completely bewildered. This strange and amazing creation was simply incredible. The three coiling ridge giants walked towards the massive sea of water. Afterwards, with great steps, they walked into the endless waves. Their massive figures were drowned out by the waters. These great waters are falling from a mountain peak that is as high as the heavens. Lin Ming's soul force was keen, and he could faintly feel that behind this endless deluge of water was a ghostly black mountain peak. One so high he couldn't make out the top. This massive mountain peak was so high that even several planets stacked together would seem tiny in front of it. It wasn't something that mortal minds could comprehend, and they especially couldn't imagine where the source of this water came from. "Follow them closely," Lin Ming called out to Xiao Moxian. In order to prevent any mishaps, the two of them once again took out Primordius' heavenly palace and began riding in it. But this time, Lin Ming had shrunk Primordius' heavenly palace much more than before. Primordius' heavenly palace itself contained profound time-space array formations within it, and it could shrink or grow to whatever size was needed. Now, Lin Ming turned it into the size of a rock. As he followed behind the three giants, Primordius' heavenly palace seemed quite common. Whoosh! Primordius' heavenly palace emitted a faint aura of grand mist energy as it broke into the rush of water with the three coiling ridge giants. As soon as they entered the great waters, the endless waves, undercurrents, and massive strengths contained within began to unceasingly tear at Primordius' heavenly palace. However, how could an Empyrean spirit treasure be so easily destroyed? A vast strength surged out from the heavenly palace, immediately stopping these destructive waves. Slowly, as Primordius' heavenly palace cut its way forwards, the force within the waters became weaker. Faintly, they could make out something a mile away. A mile in front of them was actually a giant cave. At the edge of the cave were dozens of coiling ridge giants kneeling on the ground, seeming as if they were worshipping something inside. One of the coiling ridge giants appeared to be an old man. His body was ash-gray and he lay on the ground, motionless. Nearby was another old coiling ridge giant wearing a strange golden crown. This giant was muttering sacred words and constantly spitting out runes. As these runes appeared, they swallowed the endless spiritual power in the surrounding space and then turned solid gold as they fell onto the skin of the seemingly dead old coiling ridge giant. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian could both feel the great strength of the old coiling ridge giant that seemed to be offering a sacrifice. Every rune that this giant read out would stir up phantoms in the void. These runes seemed to have been carved into the flesh and blood of the coiling ridge giant, just like the laws that were carved into the flesh and blood of god-beasts. These types of existences were all favored children of the world. With so many coiling ridge giants, Lin Ming naturally wouldn't provoke them. This was already considered deep in the Great Desolate, and there were countless horrifying and fantastical existences here. Even an Empyrean wouldn't dare recklessly act as they wished. For now, Lin Ming could only calmly observe what was happening. He couldn't easily enter the cave. Suddenly, that old giant that was praying shouted out loud. His voice was like a peal of thunder, and even though Lin Ming was hiding within Primordius' heavenly palace, he still felt his ears shake. A wave of grand mist energy surged out, and only then was this powerful vibrating suppressed. All of the coiling ridge giants stood up. 4 of them were particularly tall and strong, their heads even disappearing into the shadows of the cave. These 4 giants lifted up the dead old giant and brought him near the edge of the great waters. Then, they threw his corpse inside, seeming to be burying him this way. But what was a coincidence was that this massive giant corpse actually started falling towards the area where Lin Ming was. To Lin Ming, this coincidence was a tremendous misfortune. The moment that the giant corpse struck the water, the grand mist energy that was being sent out by Primordius' heavenly palace was also sensed by the worshipping giants. A lightning-sharp vision focused on Primordius' heavenly palace. The coiling ridge giants never imagined that there would be some foreign existence hiding in the waves of the water. Moreover, they could feel that this was a powerful entity. They were angry. They roared. The boundless sound waves struck like endlessly crashing shockwaves as they hurtled at Primordius' heavenly palace. Within these sound waves were also flashing golden runes. Each rune contained the breath of the great Tao, a powerful strength that seemed as if it could annihilate everything. This was the special talent of the coiling ridge giant race. This is bad. Lin Ming was panic-stricken. There were already far too many coiling ridge giants, and above that, the old worshipping giant was incomparably formidable. Luckily, Lin Ming had already achieved a mind state of one with Primordius' heavenly palace. In this grave and critical moment, countless magic patterns appeared, combining with the surrounding grand mist energy to form layers of defensive barriers. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The layers of defensive barriers were crushed and torn apart by those strange golden runes. Finally, when the attack reached Primordius' heavenly palace, it caused the entire palace to violently shake. After all, Lin Ming was weaker than a great world king, and he wasn't able to reach the standards of an Empyrean managing Primordius' heavenly palace. To persist against a barrage of attacks from these coiling ridge giants that weren't much weaker than low-level god beasts was extremely difficult. As the old giant was gathering the other coiling ridge giants to attack once more, Lin Ming controlled Primordius' heavenly palace and dove deep into the endless black abyss, along with the giant's corpse. The shrunken Primordius' heavenly palace was sheltered by the corpse. The old giant was only able to roar out several times in vain, and in the end it could only watch blankly on, not daring to do anything else. It was unknown how long they fell downwards into the abyss. It seemed as if 10 days and 10 nights had passed. Lin Ming only felt that Primordius' heavenly palace was pushed downwards by some massive impact force. At first all he could see around him was the endlessly falling water, but later his surroundings were only the endless dark. It was like halfway down, the massive deluge of water had rushed into some other channel. After another long period of time, there was a massive explosive sound. The entirety of Primordius' heavenly palace finally struck the ground, causing a giant detonation. Fortunately, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were already prepared. Their bodies were surrounded by layers of grand mist energy and the power of god runes. Even with all these preparations, their defenses were still crushed beneath the powerful impact force. Lin Ming felt as if all the bones in his body were shaken up. What is this? As Lin Ming crawled out from Primordius' heavenly palace, he could feel an exceptionally terrifying aura rush towards him from all directions. There was the Een death energy, tyrannical fire energy, Arctic ice energy, and even a vast and massive power of water. He had actually arrived in an incomprehensibly large and mystifying valley. One side of the valley burned with an inferno of raging flames. Giant skeletons lay within these fires. Another side was covered with 10,000-year ice. Colossal icicles rose into the air, each one encapsulating a corpse, the corpse of a coiling ridge giant. All throughout other areas of the valley, there were scattered corpses of coiling ridge giants, their bodies still weakly shimmering with golden runes. And beneath their feet, they could clearly feel the turbulent waters rushing about. This is Ingyang Despair Valley, forsaken mortal tomb. Xiao Moxian's eyes popped open as she took in the scenes around her, her mind incomparably shocked. Be careful. Lin Ming suddenly felt a strength sweep towards Xiao Moxian. This strength rushed out from the flaming mountain peaks on one side of the valley. It hurtled towards Xiao Moxian as if it had a mind of its own. After stepping into the late Divine Lord realm, Xiao Moxian's strength was beyond ordinary. With Lin Ming's warning, jet-black flames began igniting all over her body. The flames turned into a black fire phoenix that collided with those mountain flames. Xiao Moxian originally thought she could annihilate those flames with one strike. However, she never imagined that after those flames struck her own pitch-black nirvanic flames, they would be equally matched and dissipate together. Lin Ming couldn't help but feel some dread. Xiao Moxian's strike right now was one that even a world king would have to spend some effort to deal with, and yet it had only managed to put those flames out. If those flames had really struck Xiao Moxian, then she would have been injured. Big brother Lin, this is hellfire. Xiao Moxian was a specialist of fire. She was able to sense the strangeness of those flames just now. This sort of flame was naturally bred by the energy of the heavens and earth and signaled the presence of a fire elemental. If this were several dozen years ago, this sort of fire would have been greatly beneficial to Lin Ming. But now, this hellfire wasn't too useful to him. Still, its presence proved that Yin-Yang Despair Valley was overflowing with energy. This meant that it would be greatly advantageous to Lin Ming for refining the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill. Lin Ming closed his eyes and cast out his sense. In this mystic realm he could feel a powerful atmosphere of laws. This was the Azura Heavenly Tao. The Azura Heavenly Tao was spread throughout the entire Azura Road. This was the same in every single mystic realm. After all, the Azura Road was created by the Azura Roadmaster. Although it was unknown how Yin-Yang Despair Valley was formed, it should still be linked to the Azura Roadmaster. Let's go! Lin Ming drew Xiao Moxian close and began moving forwards with her. Lin Ming could clearly feel fluctuations from the wild space distortions all around. It was obvious that the space here wasn't stable. According to the information he obtained from Heaven's Secret Pavilion, the location of Yin-Yang Despair Valley would constantly change within the Great Desolate, and the price to find out this information was considerably high. It seemed that this information wasn't false at all. However, this sort of danger zone was especially advantageous in helping Lin Ming refine the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill. Of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, every Tao Palace represented a different true meaning of the universe, a different mystery. The Ravenous Wolf Star corresponded with the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace. It was strange and cryptic, and of the 9 Tao Palaces it could be said to represent the most elusive and nimble true meaning. Heavenly Retribution, this referred to the power of the world. After a martial artist opened the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace, they could rely on it to commune with the heavens and earth, integrating the power of the world into their mortal body and obtaining a terrifying strength, one that could annihilate all their enemies. Opening the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace required tremendous momentum from the world itself. Only a suitable danger zone could provide them with the chance to succeed. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry. He slowly scattered his sense outwards to find a place in Yin-Yang Despair Valley that had a rich world strength so he could refine the Ravenous Wolf Heaven Pill there. After finishing his plans, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian walked together towards their destination. Along the way there were many dangerous areas filled with space-time fissures. In addition, there were the dreadful surging flows of energy within the mystic realm. These turbulent flows of energy were similar to the hellfire that had rushed Xiao Moxian. However, these flows of raging energy all followed the Azura Heavenly Tao. With this, it wasn't difficult for Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian to avoid them. They carefully arrived at the place that was rich with energy. If the energy flows within Yin-Yang Despair Valley were compared to a storm, then this place would be the eye of the storm. Although all sorts of world energies flooded the surrounding space, this place was actually extremely calm and most suited for refining a pill. But just in case, Lin Ming still laid down protective array formations to prepare for all contingencies. After finishing this, Lin Ming put forth a divine runic table and a variety of rare and precious materials. After laboring over the ravenous wolf heaven pill for so many years, he was finally going to start refining it. Lin Ming was certainly thrilled by this prospect, but his movements were still orderly and calm, not hurried at all. These were the habits that Lin Ming had picked up over the years by drawing the improved heavenly fire symbols and heretical god symbols. He needed to perfectly organize every detail in this process. Only this perfection would allow him to impact the heavenly retribution Tao Palace. His fingers cut a line through the void, drawing a wisp of heavenly tribulation fire towards it. He drew a curved path in the air. Lin Ming's hands seemed to fly. One at a time, strange energy patterns began to appear, condensing into all sorts of tiny runes. Xiao Moxian stood on the side blinking, puzzled by this. "Big brother Lin, aren't you going to refine the ravenous wolf heaven pill? How come you are suddenly drawing up a divine runic symbol?" "I have to refine the improved medicinal runic symbol first," Lin Ming lightly said. During the years in Tragic Death Valley, he had used a full year to thoroughly research an appropriate medicinal runic symbol. This medicinal runic symbol was chosen after being checked for a number of criteria and would be the best one possible for supporting the ravenous wolf heaven pill. Without this medicinal runic symbol, the ravenous wolf heaven pill that Lin Ming refined would have much weaker effects. As Lin Ming spoke, the speed of his movements hastened. The movements of his hands in the air began to leave behind afterimages, as quick as lightning. In Tragic Death Valley, Lin Ming had long accustomed himself with this medicinal runic symbol and had drawn up many test copies. But, to allow the medicinal runic symbol's medicinal efficacy to reach the highest possible limit and also match the properties of the ravenous wolf heaven pill, he needed to draw support from the world momentum here. In those 15 years within Tragic Death Valley, Lin Ming had reached even higher heights in drawing up a medicinal runic symbol. Now, all of that accumulated practice would finally reveal itself. In addition, with the memories of the 3 divine runic masters he had absorbed, this tremendous background allowed him to come up with many useful and fresh new ideas. Moreover, this environment and the faint Azura heavenly Tao laws here would help Lin Ming a great deal. He silently drew runes of the Azura heavenly Tao towards the tiny runes, constantly transforming the medicinal runic symbol, allowing it to become far more complex and powerful. Finally, after 3 days and 3 nights passed, strange and mysterious patterns appeared in the void where they were drawn by Lin Ming's finger into the tiny runes. In the blink of an eye, a brilliantly marvelous reaction occurred. A shimmering light bloomed like a lotus flower and all of the runes began to gather together, forming a divine runic symbol that appeared like a snow-white flower petal. This divine runic symbol emitted a strange fluctuation of energy. Lin Ming finally relaxed, at last able to take a breath of relief. Then he carefully grasped the divine runic symbol. The improved medicinal runic symbol was finally complete. Within this divine runic symbol were the laws of the Azura heavenly Tao that existed in the surrounding environment. They were much purer than the Azura heavenly Tao laws that Lin Ming had comprehended. Then, Lin Ming sat down on the ground, entering a deep meditation just like a monk. The reason he came here was to borrow the world momentum of this danger zone to help refine the ravenous wolf heaven pill and attack the heavenly retribution Tao Palace. And the power of the Azura heavenly Tao laws here could also be used by Lin Ming. Lin Ming's thoughts raced. He began to analyze Yin-Yang Despair Valley in his mind, combining all of the various powers here, including even the strange space distortions. However, there was one thing Lin Ming understood above all. Everything in the world of the Azura Road had to conform to the basics of the Azura heavenly Tao laws. It could be said that the Azura heavenly Tao laws were the true ruler of the world. Lin Ming's fingers continuously calculated. An unusual strength flowed out from his body, causing the surrounding waves of power to react and wash towards him. Gradually, strands of flame, white clouds filled with ice, distorted space ripples, thick black death energy. All of these strengths began to gather towards Lin Ming with him as the center. In this situation, Lin Ming meditated for a day and a night. He adjusted his condition to its peak state, restoring all of the soul force he used to refine the medicinal runic symbol. At this time, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open and a brilliant light cut through his pupils like a bolt of lightning in the dark skies. Lin Ming's finger slightly quivered, each quiver causing a tiny trace of the Azura heavenly Tao laws to appear. At his side, the Azura heavenly Tao law patterns were marking the space around him. He took out the heaven-devouring snake gallbladder, jade dragon horn, and other transcendent materials form his spatial ring. These materials, beneath the galvanizing world momentum here, manifested phantoms of dragons and snakes that twine together in the skies. Lin Ming used the Azura heavenly Tao laws as the furnace and quickened the world momentum within Yin-Yang Despair Valley as the fire to refine to the ravenous wolf heaven pill. The power of elusive and mystical laws constantly fused with the threads of world strength that surrounded the area, beginning to form strange lines in the air. Within the void, gradually and faintly, the outline of a giant furnace began to appear. The furnace spun around, emitting waves of strange forces, seeming as if it were attracting all of the power in the surroundings into it. Countless runes floated around the furnace like sands in the tide. The furnace sparkled with a magical luster. Without any hesitation, Lin Ming threw the jade dragon horn, heaven-devouring snake gallbladder, dragon saliva grass, primal jade quintessence, and the pile of other materials into the air, allowing the swallowing force of the furnace to pull them all in. The heavenly tribulation flames within his body surged out from his dantian, turning into a giant flame dragon that dove into the void furnace. At the same time, Xianxia also summoned her jet-black nirvanic flames and sent them hurtling towards the furnace. After coordinating with Lin Ming in alchemy for so many years, their thoughts had already become one. The dragon formed from heavenly tribulation flames, and the dark phoenix formed by nirvanic flames soared up together, emitting dreadful waves of flames. The dense flames split into countless threads of flames that drilled towards the different rare and precious materials. Fleeting gaze crystals, three-eyed silkworm silk, all of the various materials began to disintegrate within the raging inferno of flames. Some medicinal materials with a spirituality began to whine with horror and fear. However, the heavenly tribulation flames and nirvanic flames had already fused together. They were both 7th-level concept flames and could even instantly burn down a mountain peak. The strength of these combined flames was beyond terrifying. As Lin Ming and Xianxia constantly sent their power of fire into the void furnace, more and more materials within it began to melt, sending out all sorts of enchanting fragrances. By just smelling these medicinal fragrances once, one would feel as if they had taken a bath in the purest water in the world. Their entire body would feel cleansed and comfortable. At this time, within the blazing flames, the snow-white jade dragon horn began to turn deep red. A dragon spirit suddenly howled and rushed out, hurtling itself towards the dark fire phoenix and fire dragon. Although the incomplete dragon soul had long disappeared, the dragon spirit's instincts were still able to sense a danger outside that threatened its existence. With a rumbling strike, Lin Ming and Xianxia felt their bodies shake. After all, those two flames were released by them and were connected to their divine souls through a mysterious connection. Although this dragon spirit was nothing but a mindless puppet, it was still a true dragon. In the impact, the roiling nirvanic flames and heavenly tribulation flames dimmed down a great deal. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The dragon spirit was infuriated. It attacked everything around it with a barrage of attacks, wanting to escape the imprisonment of this furnace. However, this void furnace was formed by Lin Ming using the Azura heavenly Tao laws that existed in Yin-Yang Despair Valley, as well as by combining it with all sorts of different strengths. It was an incomparably mysterious phenomenon. Although the Jade Dragon spirit was forceful and its attacks caused the entire furnace to shake, it still wasn't able to pass through. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. He had already expected this. If he wanted to rely on his own strength to refine the many top-grade materials here, it would require a massive amount of time and energy. Moreover, it would be profoundly difficult. But in Yin-Yang Despair Valley, it was a completely different situation. He could rely on the Azura laws to summon and borrow the momentum of the world and complete the refinement of the ravenous wolf heaven pill. Lin Ming's mind blazed with numerous calculations. He thrust out a finger and drew it through the void furnace, immediately causing lines of the Azura heavenly Tao laws to shine. The skies above Yinyang Despair Valley began to violently billow. A massive burst of death energy exploded in the skies and was dragged downwards like a black inverted mountain peak. Bang! The Jade Dragon Spirit just happened to be raging in the air above the void furnace. But then, it was suddenly struck by the immense amounts of death energy. All of it crashed into the Jade Dragon Horn. At this time, a cruel and brutal aura erupted forth from the heaven-devouring snake gallbladder. A 100-foot-long snake manifested in the air, biting towards that death energy and even managing to bite in half. Then, the dragon spirit aura within the dragon saliva grass also awoke from its deep unconsciousness. Even the primal jade quintessence began to emit a misty earth-brown color. These energies surged out in all directions as if they wanted to desperately crush apart the void furnace and blow it away. Every impact caused a terrifying shockwave to roll outwards. The void furnace was formed from countless threads of the Azura heavenly Tao laws that had been bound together. But as these wild strengths surged within it, they caused the void furnace to constantly inflate like a balloon. After the Azura heavenly Tao law lines absorbed all of these different strengths and continued to expand, they retained their shape without any sign that they would crack apart. Lin Ming calmly smashed his palm into the ground. Bang! A massive hole appeared in the ground and a flow of chaotic earth-brown air streamed out. As this brown energy flow streamed out, anything that it touched was invaded with the power of earth. This was actually the purest form of the power of earth, earth pith. Earth piths were similar to fire elementals and thunder sources. They were a marvelous strength bred from deep in the earth. Earth piths contained the purest and thickest earth essence energy. They were normally hidden hundreds of millions or billions of miles in the ground, perhaps only existing in the deepest depths of magma pools. They were extremely hard to detect. But because Lin Ming had a deep understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao laws, he could rely on the Azura heavenly Tao laws to borrow every source of strength within Yinyang Despair Valley. As soon as he sensed the earth pith hiding deep in the ground below him, he had summoned it, guiding it to the surface. His fingers drew ghostly lines in the void that corresponded with the Azura heavenly Tao laws, as if he were building a bridge. The earth pith was slowly drawn upwards, slowly climbing this bridge and entering the void furnace. In the midst of those several wildly raging spiritual strengths, the pure earth pith was like a black profound turtle, filled with great strength and stability, carrying with it an indomitable aura that mercilessly suppressed those strengths. With a loud rumbling sound, the snake spirit from the heaven-devouring snake gallbladder, the dragon spirit aura from the dragon saliva grass, and the spiritual strength from the primal jade quintessence were suddenly struck by this power that came from deep underground. They were like sharp spears smashing into an indestructible shield. The earth pith was bitten by the snake spirit and dragon spirit to no avail, and even the spiritual strength began to wither away. Slowly, the dragon spirit and snake spirit began to erode. The earth-brown luster was even able to wear at soul force. The two great spirit bodies were originally filled with vitality and shining with a radiant light, but now they had become dark gray, incomparably weak and bleak. At this time, a massive earth-brown spiritual power shot up into the skies, crashing into the earth pith. The mass of spiritual power opened wide like a massive jaw and bit down on the earth pith. Kacha! Kacha! That spiritual power was actually eating up that terrifying earth pith as if it was a snack. After 3 to 4 bites, the earth-brown spiritual power rapidly expanded and began crashing around into the sides of the void furnace. Lin Ming was startled. In order to refine the ravenous wolf heaven pill, a tremendous amount of top-grade materials were required, and now these materials had started a war. This primal jade quintessence was a spiritual object that had lived in the center of a world for billions of years and was also an earth attribute sacred spirit. Because of this, it was able to absorb the power of the earth pith. If the primal jade quintessence was allowed to expand as it pleased, then even if it wasn't able to break through the imprisonment of the void furnace created by the Azura heavenly Tao laws, it would still make refining the pill incomparably hard. Lin Ming began to murmur a mantra in his mind. Behind him, the phantom of a giant divine tree slowly appeared. As it flickered into existence, the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation exploded outwards. A dazzling light erupted like thousands of rising suns, all of them following the paths of the heavenly Tao laws. Without sentiment or pity, these beams of light stabbed into the key points of the primal jade quintessence's spirit. In this raging sea of thunder and flames, the recently inflated primal jade quintessence began to rapidly diminish in size. Without hesitation, Lin Ming punched the void, tearing it apart. The space here was unstable to begin with. With Lin Ming's understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao, smashing apart space wasn't difficult at all. A space storm was pulled out by him. The space storm cut a vacuum path in the air as it fired towards the primal jade quintessence within the void furnace. Cha-cha! The primal jade quintessence's aura was cut apart like butter in the hot sun. Death energy, spiritual energy, space storms, earth pith strength, phoenix blood spear potential, jet-back nirvanic flames. All of the powers that could be summoned in Yin-Yang Despair Valley were pulled into the middle of the void furnace by him. Not only that, but Lin Ming's hands flickered once more, and the air began to shine with the mysterious strength of the Azura heavenly Tao laws once more. Using these law lines in the space, he began to stir up a giant vortex. No matter what strength it was, everything was pulled into that vortex and into the void furnace. The primal jade quintessence and all the other heavenly materials were ruthlessly suppressed. All of these different billowing strengths raged around like multicolored rivers of stars, surging waves in a great sea. All of the strengths within Yin-Yang Despair Valley were pulled in and fused together. Even the coiling ridge giant corpses in the icy mountain valleys emitted faint traces of death energy that gathered into the vortex. Bang! 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 This was the equivalent of all the strengths within Yin-Yang Despair Valley crushing and grinding down the Jade Dragon Horn's dragon spirit and all of the other spirits of the different heavenly treasures. The void furnace withstood all of this tyrannical strength, rapidly expanding like a balloon. Even Xiao Moxian was startled by all of these wild strengths smashing into each other. Like a small bunny hopping away, she immediately jumped back 10 miles. Only Lin Ming still floated in the skies like before, his arms spread wide. All sorts of energy lines wove around him, constantly repairing and supplementing the void furnace, maintaining its strength and supporting its continued revolution. In the midst of the furnace, the dragon spirit of the Jade Dragon Horn was the first to give up. Its body stiffened and it began to crack apart. Soon after that, the spirit of the heaven-devouring snake gallbladder was swallowed up by the several strengths and broken down, turning into a snake-like fluid. Dragon saliva grass, primal jade quintessence, beneath the crashing waves of strength. They were like pills being crushed in a mortar by a medicine pestle, continuously cracking apart into different essences. Beneath nirvanic flames and heavenly tribulation flames, these essences were catalyzed by the other spiritual forces and began to fuse together. Red, white, blue, multicolored hues of liquid were smelting together, constantly attacking each other and wearing each other down. Lin Ming sat in meditation, his eyes shut even as his hands carefully manipulated the powers floating above him, turning them all into flames. These flames were not true burning flames, but virtual flames formed from energy. This strength constantly flowed out from all over Yin-Yang Despair Valley. Some flames were heated like fiery flames, some were ghostly and ethereal, and some emitted a dreadful aura. All of these flames entered the void furnace and helped in melting the materials within. Placed in the midst of all these energies, although Lin Ming was only refining a pill, he still had strength constantly flowing into him as if he were immersed in a sea of energy. His entire body felt comfortable. No matter how many tough calculations he had to make or how many Azura heavenly Tao law lines he had to manipulate, or how much soul force he had to use, he didn't feel tired at all. This entire Yin-Yang Despair Valley had existed here for billions of years already. The strength saved up in this land was alarming. Lin Ming stayed in this state for a full 3 years. During this entire time, he didn't feel as if the powers in Yin-Yang Despair Valley diminished even the slightest bit. As for the void furnace, all of the strengths that were pulled there by Lin Ming had turned into ghostly azure-colored flames. This was a phenomenon that only occurred once flames reached an extremely terrifying temperature. A great deal of the materials and medicinal essences inside began to slowly absorb these different strengths. Within the center of this endless medicinal efficacy, a life seemed to be forming within it. This existence was blood-red and brimming over with an atmosphere of intense life vitality. Lin Ming knew that the ravenous wolf heaven pill was soon about to condense. After another month, the last drop of liquid fused into the middle of the breeding existence. An incomprehensibly powerful surge of energy washed out, one that shocked even Lin Ming. This was something that spread out from the breeding existence in the void furnace. Lin Ming's eyes shot up. A brilliant light exploded in his eyes like a bolt of lightning in the dark. A snow-white runic symbol, the medicinal runic symbol, was thrust into the breeding object. The object began to give off a blazing heat. Blinding arcs of light shot out from its surface. Finally, with the sound of cracking glass, a blood-red pill appeared within the void furnace, one the size of a heart. As this pill appeared, Tao pattern energy currents appeared around it, making it appear supernatural and strange. The blood-red medicinal fragrance turned into liquid. As the pill floated in this liquid, it exuded an inexplicably formidable pressure. The pill began to throb like a beating heart, as loud as rumbling thunder. It was like it wasn't a pill but the heart of a true divinity. Lin Ming was ecstatic with joy. This was the ravenous wolf heaven pill, the ravenous wolf heaven pill. He had finally succeeded. Suddenly, the ravenous wolf heaven pill started to rush about in all directions, wanting to escape from the void furnace. Lin Ming was surprised. After the medicinal efficacy had been refined to the limit, the pill had gained a wisdom of its own and wanted to escape. Some pills, after escaping, could even cultivate into a spiritual being. This sort of situation appeared because the materials Lin Ming sued to refine the ravenous wolf heaven pill were extremely precious. Moreover, the improved medicinal runic symbol had increased the medicinal efficacy of the pill. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. The entire void furnace began to shrink and compress in on itself. Within it, all of the massive flames formed from strengths of yin-yang despair valley also condensed. Underneath Lin Ming's control, they constantly poured into the Azura heavenly Tao law patterns that formed the furnace. Immediately, because the void furnace was fused with infinite strength, it began to sparkle with a brilliant light. Every single wisp of the Azura heavenly Tao law lines was filled with an incomparably vast energy. As for the ravenous wolf heaven pill, it was tightly shackled by this tremendous energy. Lin Ming's fingers swiftly flew through the void, continuously leaving behind shining lines of the Azura heavenly Tao. These lines fell down in a raging storm like a rain of endless needles. The many lines immediately marked themselves on the heart-like ravenous wolf heaven pill. The instant that the ravenous wolf heaven pill was marked by the runes, Lin Ming could feel it fiercely struggle. It was like a vicious lion wildly thrashing about. This was the pill spirit that developed within the ravenous wolf heaven pill. The pill spirit of the ravenous wolf heaven pill was cunning and swift like the ravenous wolf star itself. It was cruel and strange. Facing this pill spirit, Lin Ming's complexion was indifferent. His fingers flashed and the lines of the array formation pierced through the pill spirit. The pill spirit's struggle became more intense and its faint, pitiful wails filled the air. The pill beat like a heart yet issued screams. It was extremely ghostly and demonic. After a quarter hour, the pill slowly stopped struggling. Like this, the ravenous wolf heaven pill spirit was erased by Lin Ming. The ravenous wolf heaven pill's pill spirit was sly and deceitful. It would not be willing to be swallowed. When Lin Ming was making his breakthrough, he would be at his weakest point, and if he swallowed the ravenous wolf heaven pill at this moment, he might suffer a backlash from the pill spirit. This would definitely cause a great deal of trouble, so erasing it was the best solution. Lin Ming tentatively picked up the ravenous wolf heaven pill. As he felt the oppressive strength within it, one that seemed as if it could crush anyone to pieces, his heart filled with joy and satisfaction. Xianxia was also happy. When she broke through the late divine lord realm, her senses had become even sharper, and she was able to keenly feel the explosive strength contained within the ravenous wolf heaven pill. This thing, Big Brother Lin, do you plan on directly swallowing it like this? Xianxia licked her lips. At the start, she had been thinking that Lin Ming would hurry up and absorb the ravenous wolf heaven pill. But now, as she felt that unimaginably dense energy within it, her heart began to race. The ravenous wolf heaven pill was evil and cruel. If Lin Ming swallowed it directly, would he be able to withstand it? I must swallow it, but if I do, I'm afraid my body won't be able to withstand it. The world momentum in Yin Yang Despair Valley is lacking. We must find the forsaken mortal tomb and use the world momentum there to suppress the strength of the ravenous wolf heaven pill and attack the heavenly retribution Dao Palace. Lin Ming's complexion was solemn. His eyes began to sweep over the entirety of Yin Yang Despair Valley. Looking all around, there were wildly raging currents of fire and thunder, whistling black winds, and even an ice zone that could instantly freeze one's soul. In Yin Yang Despair Valley, destructive forces flooded the entire land, and it was still unknown just how they gathered here. Lin Ming stepped forwards, searching the valley with Xiao Moxian for any clues on the forsaken mortal tomb. After searching for some time, they discovered that Yin Yang Despair Valley was a dead end. There was only an entrance and no exit. Moreover, even though this place was far smaller than Lin Ming had first imagined, he still wasn't able to find any clues on the forsaken mortal tomb. Big Brother Lin, is the forsaken mortal tomb really together with Yin Yang Despair Valley? We can't even find the exit. Lin Ming remained silent. His eyes were observing the space in front of him. The twisting space fluctuations in front of him gave off an extremely strange feeling. In Yin Yang Despair Valley, the Azura heavenly Tao laws were everywhere. Lin Ming rapidly deduced every change in the power of these laws. These deductions were like a giant invisible hand that controlled the Azura heavenly Tao laws, allowing him to utilize them and explore Yin Yang Despair Valley. As a result, he discovered that the void in front of him was emitting an ancient and bleak aura. There was something strange here. His eyes flashed and the phoenix blood spear shot out, smashing into a node in space. This node just happened to be the weakest point in space indicated by the Azura heavenly Tao laws. The distorted space, underneath the impact of billions of genes of force, began to collapse, like a giant gate that was caving in on itself. A distant and ancient atmosphere surged outwards, one that seemed to originate from the dawn of the heavens and earth. Lin Ming looked around and saw that the inside was misty and filled with spiritual strength. It was a vast world with the horizon stretching past his sight. Then he quickly rushed in. Xiao Moxian followed close behind him, also entering. As soon as he arrived, Lin Ming was shocked by the scene he saw. This was truly a separate world, and the space node leading outside was faintly recognizable high in the clouds. He and Xiao Moxian floated high in the air, given a bird's eye view of the breadth and length of this boundless world. This world seemed to be without end. Just the ground was several hundred miles beneath them. Looking down, they could see a gray and ancient wilderness stretching to the ends of the skies. Rivers winded through the lands like twisting dragons, surging with strength. And above this great land were massive shadows that seemed like million-foot-high mountains. Lin Ming focused his eyes on these shadows and saw that they were actually incomparably massive black turtles, crawling on the ground like mountains. Their pointy turtle shells entered high into the clouds, covered in endless fog. The black turtles emitted a dark aura, one similar to the aura of the black dragon sovereign who lived in the depths of the eternal demon abyss. These black turtles were absolutely god-beast level divine beings. Big Brother Lin, look over there. There are giant coffins on the backs of the turtles. Xiao Moxian mumbled in shock, her eyes focused far into the distance. Lin Ming looked over and saw that on the back of every turtle was a massive ancient bronze coffin that towered into the skies, standing tall and firm. Wang wang wang. Waves of rich spiritual strength continuously surged out from these ancient bronze coffins, filling the world with energy. Countless runes followed this flowing spiritual strength, flitting through the skies like rivers of stars. Seeing these ancient coffins, Lin Ming was panic-stricken. The incalculable aura emanating from them even left him feeling terrified. These ancient coffins were several miles large in radius, as large as a grand palace. Even if a coiling ridge giant were to lie down in one of these coffins, they would only occupy a tiny corner of it. This is the forsaken mortal tomb? What is the meaning of the words forsaken mortal? Could the people buried within the bronze coffins be those forsaken mortals? Lin Ming frowned. In the world of the Azura Road there were far too many legends. This included tragic Death Valley, the Great Desolate, the Stormy Sea. Every land had its own corresponding legends and fables. There were many variations of these stories. But because these stories had been in existence for far too long, they were no longer credible. As for the forsaken mortal tomb, legends about this land were very rare. This was probably because when most people entered Inyang Despair Valley, they didn't know how to enter the forsaken mortal tomb. Only those who experienced a great stroke of luck would be able to enter this place. As for what the forsaken mortal meant, no one was sure. Some people believed that they were giant servants who fought under the Azura Roadmaster in the past. There were even some people who believed that these forsaken mortals were the ancestors of the Coiling Ridge Giants. But although the current Coiling Ridge Giants that live deep in the Great Desolate could be considered a powerful race, they couldn't be compared to the forsaken mortals that lived in the ancient past. The bloodline of the Coiling Ridge Giants had been diluted far too much over time. They were even losing their wisdom and becoming more like vicious beasts. But even though their intellect had diminished from in the past, their bloodline still held the mark of the forsaken mortals. This was also the reason why they felt a deep sense of fear and awe towards the forsaken mortal tomb and defended the edges of Inyang Despair Valley. Lin Ming's desire to enter Inyang Despair Valley had evoked a maniacal anger from them. Even so, their veneration of this land could not be changed, and when Lin Ming had rushed in, they could only watch helplessly on without giving chase. As Lin Ming was lost in thought, he suddenly saw that in the far-off distance where the spiritual strength was the strongest and where the end of the land was, there was an even larger black turtle. Its shell stretched for thousands of miles and misty spiritual power gushed out from it like waterfalls, floating all around it in amounts high enough to hide the world in shadows. This black turtle was over 10 times larger than the other black turtles. Its aura had already surpassed the level of a god beast and nearly reached that of a true divinity. Even from such a far distance, Lin Ming was finding it hard to face this presence. "Let's go!" Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian flew over to the phantom of the largest black turtle. As the two flew through the skies, they passed many black turtles. In the legends it was said that a black turtle could live for over 1 billion years and was the longest-lived species in the universe. But in this forsaken mortal tomb, without exception, all of these black turtles had turned into bones. Only their grand and colossal shells that rose into the skies seemed to tell of their once brilliant past. Flying over this graveyard, Lin Ming felt an incomparably sad and dismal aura, one so profound that he nearly lost his mind. In shock, Lin Ming hurriedly revolved the divine mist heart mantra, only then calming down his racing heart. Lin Ming turned to glance at Xiao Moxian and discovered that he didn't need to worry about her. Her god-beast physique made it even easier for her to resist this desolate aura within the forsaken mortal tomb. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian finally arrived on the back of the largest turtle's shell. This black turtle was so massive that it resembled a planet. As for the ancient coffin on the black turtle's back, it was also the size of the mountain. The surface of the coffin was covered with mysterious runes that emitted a majestic spiritual light. Every beam of spiritual light possessed an astonishing amount of energy. Each beam shot into the sky, creating a vacuum in space. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Then, he lightly swept the phoenix blood spear over a tiny corner of the spiritual light. Even with this tiny movement, he still felt his arm shake and go numb. These lights definitely had an impact force of at least 10 billion genes. The ancient coffins were sealed shut and bound with runes. With Lin Ming's cultivation, wanting to open them was impossible. Forsaken mortals. These are proud children of the heavens from ancient times that are interred in these coffins. Lin Ming mumbled to himself. But with that, he no longer bothered with these thoughts. Currently, there was no meaning in dwelling on these thoughts. After all, they were far too remote a matter for him. What was important was what he had to do now. Attack the second Dao Palace, the Heavenly Retribution Dao Palace. Originally, Lin Ming was only making a guess from Torchriver's memories that Forsaken Mortal Tomb would be an ideal place to make a breakthrough. But now that he truly arrived here, he discovered this place was far better than he had anticipated. There were these incredible and endless black turtles, the unusual ancient bronze coffins that were flush with energy, and most importantly the breath of the Azura heavenly Tao laws here that flooded every inch of space, 10 times stronger than that of Yinyang Despair Valley. With the incredibly strong existence of the Azura heavenly Tao laws that were present here, he could draw in all the strength from within the Forsaken Mortal Tomb, using the momentum here to suppress the ravenous wolf star. Ash-gray runes flew forth from Lin Ming's fingers, flying all around him. Before this breakthrough, he had to make his final preparations. These gray runes were formed from the Azura Sutra's myriad demon karmic wheel. The demonic death energy within them followed the Azura heavenly Tao laws, completely in harmony with the atmosphere in the Forsaken Mortal Tomb. After all, within the Forsaken Mortal Tomb, besides the power of the Azura heavenly Tao laws that occupied every corner of this world, the greatest energy was the dense aura of dead souls. These runes fell across the sky like scattering stars, creating something that resembled a massive black rune that spanned for 10,000 miles. Using an entire month, Lin Ming formed 1,000,000 runes and created a giant array formation. This array formation was meant to protect Lin Ming but also to gather the energy of the world unto his own body. No matter how formidable the powers within the Forsaken Mortal Tomb were, they had to follow the Azura heavenly Tao laws. This allowed Lin Ming the chance to galvanize a portion of this power for his own use. This time, with Lin Ming as the center, an incomparably large black beam of spiritual strength appeared and spread outwards. This was the Dark Spirit Gathering Array. In order to impact the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and use the momentum of the world to help him, he needed to be flexible and adapt to the situation. Lin Ming observed the Forsaken Mortal Tomb and found that he could use runes of the myriad demon karmic wheel to form a simple spiritual energy gathering array formation that resonated with the Azura heavenly Tao laws. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The array formation activated. A pitch-black death energy emerged. Countless threads appeared from the array formation like innumerable black hands, beginning to stir up the death energy from the ancient bronze coffins that were millions of miles away. Even the spiritual strength of the black turtle god beasts began to gather towards this focal point. The strength that Lin Ming was able to summon in this graveyard was only 1/1,000,000th of the power present here. Even so, this was more than astonishing. Xianxia was startled as she watched an infinite number of giant black turtle phantoms appear around Lin Ming before fading away. After a quarter hour of gathering energy, Lin Ming took out the ravenous wolf heaven pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it into his stomach. After swallowing the pill, Lin Ming felt as if he had swallowed the sun. He was ready to explode from the energy at any moment. A boiling strength like lava surged out and into Lin Ming's meridians and bones, wildly racing around and wreaking havoc where it went. Lin Ming had already opened the 8 hidden inner gates and even formed the Purple Temple Tao Palace. In terms of the intensity of his mortal body, he was dozens of times more formidable than an ancient vicious beast. Even if a planet were to shatter upon him, his mortal body wouldn't be crushed. But such a powerful body was actually beginning to crack beneath the power of the ravenous wolf heaven pill and its galaxy-like strength. His skin, flesh, and bones all shook as if his body would be torn asunder. His entire body began to expand like a balloon. At the same time, waves of medicinal efficacy essence broke into every inch of his flesh and blood, making him feel happy and carefree. He could feel the strength within his body and bones. His skin, meridians, flesh, blood, everything began to transform, evolve. However, this strength finally fired into 9 spots within his body. These 9 spots were like giant vortexes. Mysterious runes appeared within them as the aura of the great Tao seethed around them. In Xianxia's vision, she could see these 9 spots on Lin Ming's body begin to shine with a blood-red light that pierced into the heavens. This blood-red light was incredibly intense, piercing through everything it touched. It began to resonate with a strange power in the darkness, summoning it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fantastical beams of starlight suddenly fell down from the heavens, wrapping around Lin Ming's body. Wrapped in this starlight, Lin Ming felt even stronger and more solid. Once again, he arrived in the pitch-black space that belonged to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. In the cold and still air above him, in the center of the universe, there were 9 radiant stars shining, smoldering with arcane power. These stars exuded a gentle light, one that echoed with the 9 spots on Lin Ming's body, instilling within him the strength of stars. Lin Ming was so comfortable that he nearly groaned. The power of the ravenous wolf heaven pill surging within him was actually suppressed just a little bit. However, he didn't lose his mind in this endless glorious starlight. His eyes focused on one specific star. This star was the ravenous wolf star. At this time, the ravenous wolf star was undoubtedly the brightest of the 9 stars. The strange and ghostly light it exuded echoed with a spot on Lin Ming's body, causing the power of the stars to pour into it. As this cold and gloomy starlight entered his body, Lin Ming remained vigilant even as he felt his own strength rapidly increasing. It wasn't easy to absorb the starlight of the ravenous wolf star. He had to maintain absolute focus to prevent any sudden changes. Slowly, Lin Ming's mortal body began to transform. The boundless medicinal efficacy within the ravenous wolf heaven power turned into strength, allowing Lin Ming's mortal body to reach new heights in strength. His body began to shine and give off heat. A glittering luster began to emit from his body, as if he were an ancient piece of jade that was finally being shaken and dusted off, exposing the magnificence beneath. From Lin Ming's pores, he began to emit a milk-like medicinal efficacy, faint and hazy. But at this moment, a harsh shriek spread to Lin Ming's ears. An incomparably powerful aura of spiritual power appeared, seeming as if it were awakening from a deep sleep. Bang! The calm medicinal efficacy that was transforming Lin Ming's body suddenly turned wild. The skin on his body ruptured and blood vessels ripped apart as blood spurted out everywhere. Lin Ming stuffily coughed. As he probed his body, he suddenly discovered that the ravenous wolf heaven pill's pill spirit was being revived beneath the endless starlight of the ravenous wolf star. It was even possible that the starlight of the ravenous wolf star was purposefully intending to arouse the pill spirit that Lin Ming had erased. As Lin Ming realized this, his mind shook. A brilliant light flashed through his pupils like lighting. This was the critical moment as he was suppressing his mortal body in order to attack and absorb the ravenous wolf star. If there was a rebellion within his body, then this would be a major catastrophe. If he were under assault from both within and without, he would definitely explode and perish. Lin Ming's hands moved and he drew pitch-black lines of the Azura heavenly Tao laws in the void. The energy stored within the dark spirit gathering array began to gush out as it was activated by the traction of the laws. Lin Ming had spent a great deal of time and energy to form this array formation that gathered the power of the world, and the reason for that was to prevent this scene from occurring. With a deep roar, a black turtle-shaped fluctuation of energy leapt out from the dark spirit gathering array, turning into a beam of black light. With a howl, it pounced towards Lin Ming. This horrifying flow of energy sparkled as it disappeared into Lin Ming's body. Although this was only the aura left behind by a dead god beast, when this power was condensed by the dark spirit gathering array, then by borrowing the momentum of the world here, it was more than enough to contend with the strength of the ravenous wolf star. Suddenly, the aura of the black turtle began to wrestle with the ravenous wolf heaven pill spirit deep in Lin Ming's body. One power was beneath Lin Ming's control, wanting to suppress everything. The other power didn't want to be shackled. It wanted to escape into the skies. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the fierce combat, the ravenous wolf heaven pill's medicinal efficacy constantly melted away. Lin Ming took this chance to take hold of all this medicinal efficacy and send it into his muscles, flesh, and blood, into every inch of his body. His muscles were constantly flushed with an incomparably powerful medicinal efficacy. Lin Ming's strength rapidly rose. At the same time, he simultaneously guided the movements of the Azura heavenly Tao law lines within the ravenous wolf heaven pill, squeezing even more medicinal efficacy to leak out. In the end, the balanced Azura heavenly Tao laws within the ravenous wolf heaven pill collapsed. On the outside, the energy of the black turtle attacked it. Finally, the ravenous wolf heaven pill turned into waves of liquid medicine that ruthlessly exploded. The raging sea of medicinal efficacy was like snakes and dragons as it broke into Lin Ming's body, thoroughly fusing with him. Beneath the tremendous scouring of the medicinal efficacy, every pore of Lin Ming's body began to shine with a brilliant light as his strength rose to all new levels. Occasionally, wisps of blood would shoot out from his wounds like bolts of lightning, blinding to the eyes. The heretical god tree also began to grow. It became majestic and dignified, exuding the power of countless runes. Roar! As Lin Ming's strength reached the limit, his body seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Then, Lin Ming's head fell back as two beams of substantialized energy shot out from his eyes like black columns that shot into the skies. As this happened, his body rose up from the ground. His entire body sparked with arcs of electricity. Like a dragon flying through the heavens, he shot towards the most brilliant ravenous wolf star. The moment that shot up, the ground beneath his feet began to howl as the energy gathered into a focal point. With a cracking sound, the entire array seemed as if it was being crushed like glass. Then, the Dark Spirit Gathering Array's mission was already complete. All of the strength contained within it merged into Lin Ming's body. With the momentum from this boost of power, Lin Ming shot up at an unbelievable velocity. His body burst out with a terrifying blood vitality, his entire body igniting with dazzling flames from the high-speed air friction. Wherever he went, even the void would be twisted like it would shatter at any moment underneath the overwhelming momentum. As Lin Ming was about to approach the ravenous wolf star, the void around it suddenly filled with the sound of rumbling thunder. A strange and vast aura appeared in the air. Lin Ming remained vigilant. Goosebumps rose up from all over his body. This was his body's instinctual reaction from sensing an inexplicable danger. Like the last time he impacted the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, lines of the Great Tao appeared in space, binding together to form a giant Tao diagram. On this Tao diagram, all sorts of phantoms appeared. There were galaxies, stars, mountains, rivers, birds, animals, insects, and all the myriad life forms in the universe. In the middle of every pattern were countless tiny flashing runes. During this second impact, Lin Ming unhesitatingly exploded towards the Tao diagram. His strength surged and his blood vitality billowed around him. His fist flashed out in a series of strikes that created sonic booms that echoed like peals of thunder. Now that the ravenous wolf heaven pill had tempered his mortal body, filling it with infinite strength, he was brimming with confidence. Bang! His mortal body trampled through the void as his speed increased yet again. His fist that seemed as if it could destroy everything suddenly arrived before the Tao diagram. This Tao diagram represented the will of the heavenly Tao. Every flashing rune within it had infinite variations, each variation possessing a wisp of the laws. This was a strength able to suppress all the strength in the world. Lin Ming's fist carried with it an indomitable momentum as it came heavily crashing down. The Tao diagram in the sky possessed the infinite charm of the Great Tao. As Lin Ming was about to smash into it, the Tao diagram emitted a gentle light that shrouded over him. Lin Ming's current blood vitality was boiling over, but as he was covered by this white light, he felt as if all his memories had been seen. It was a strange and uncomfortable feeling. In the blink of an eye, the Tao diagram became even larger. In the surface of the Tao diagram, a black hole appeared, and from this black hole a crystal smooth hand shot out, welcoming Lin Ming's fist without any feeling. Bang! As his fist struck this palm, a metallic grating noise sounded out and a brilliantly wild fluctuation of energy erupted. It was like 2 stars colliding with each other. Fierce shockwaves spread out from the impact, stirring up a savage tornado of energy. In the rumbling chaos, the billions and trillions of runes on the Tao diagram rapidly dimmed. Lin Ming was shocked. Could this crystal smooth hand have been formed from the Tao diagram? Strange. How could he feel as if he had met this presence before? At this time, the Tao diagram twisted and a hazy form emerged from the center of it. This person wore a light gauzy dress and her body was filled with endless grace and charm. Her eyes seemed to contain galaxies, her vision able to extinguish all life and see through all lies. As this person fully emerged from the Tao diagram, Lin Ming revealed an expression of utter shock. How could it be her? The person that came from this Tao diagram was the Divine Realm's Empyrean Divine Dream. As he was stunned, the Tao diagram distorted again. Lin Ming felt a strange occurrence in the space behind him. But by the time he discovered this, it was already too late. A fist wrapped in a familiar power solidly pounded into Lin Ming's back. This strength was vast and limitless, billowing like waves and causing the space behind him to be torn to shreds. This impact strength was as violent and brutal as a star. Unexpectedly dense grand mist energy drilled into his body like countless titanic dragons. Everywhere it went, Lin Ming's body would crack apart with blood flying everywhere. In that time, the drops of blood that shot from his body floated in space like rubies. They seemed to breathe with a mind of their own, emanating a dim power. Grand mist energy, grand mist laws? Could it be? Lin Ming had been severely injured. His mind raced as he rapidly opened the grand mist space to protect his body. The star-heavy grand mist space formed a wall around him, protecting him and also counterbalancing that terrifying strength that sneak attacked him. Although Lin Ming already had his guesses, as he truly looked at the person who had ambushed him, he was still left panic-stricken. The person who sneak attacked him was a tall, middle-aged man. He wore black battle armor designed like a dragon king. The battle armor covered his entire body and his face was shrouded, hidden from sight. His mortal body contained a strength that far outstripped Lin Ming, and a heavy grand mist energy lingered around his body. Just from standing there, this person resembled an undefeatable war god. In just one glance, a name floated in Lin Ming's mind, Empyrean Primordius. Although he hadn't seen Empyrean Primordius before, he could still confirm that the person who sneak attacked him had the same aura and shape as Empyrean Primordius. Empyrean Primordius? Seeing Empyrean Primordius, Lin Ming was shocked. But then he slowly calmed down, his complexion turning even colder. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light. He thought out loud, "What a good ravenous wolf star! I was going to absorb you into my body to open the heavenly retribution Tao Palace with the power of your starlight. But to think you would attempt to revolt against me." Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and all of his blood vitality began to boil. Energy from the purple temple Tao Palace crazily revolved and the power of a true dragon gushed forth from his form. Lin Ming's cracked and wounded body began to slowly regenerate. From the time that Lin Ming approached the Tao diagram and punched it, to the appearance of two Empyreans and Empyrean Primordius even severely wounding him, all of this had happened in a fleeting moment, as quick as a bolt of lightning. However, Lin Ming understood that no matter what, it was impossible for Empyrean Divine Dream or Empyrean Primordius to appear here. One was in the Divine Realm and it was unknown whether or not the other was alive, so how could they appear in the Forsaken Mortal Tomb? Moreover, with Empyrean Primordius and Empyrean Divine Dream's strength, if they wanted to kill him, all they needed to do was wave their hand and he would suffer a cruel and miserable death. Why would they need to punch him hard enough to only crack his flesh open? After careful observation, Lin Ming could clearly feel that these two great Empyreans were filled with blood vitality. Their auras were exactly as Lin Ming had remembered, and even their appearances seemed the same. The truth was that they lacked the world-dominating aura of a true Empyrean. Not just that, but Lin Ming discovered that faint traces of the laws wrapped around the bodies of these two Empyreans, laws that gave off the aura of the great Tao. Without a doubt, these two Empyreans were nothing but phantoms. When Lin Ming recalled that strange light that enveloped him earlier, he could confirm that the sly and resourceful ravenous wolf star had used the heavenly Tao laws here to reproduce images of these Empyreans as well as certain characteristics of their strength, all in order to threaten him. After all, in Lin Ming's mind, whether it was Empyrean Divine Dream or Empyrean Primordius, he felt nothing but the deepest sense of respect and awe towards them. These two extreme Empyrean characters were both leaders of humanity. This ravenous wolf star was proficient in attacking the heart and mind. Although this illusion attack seemed easy to break through, when that white light had absorbed Lin Ming's memories, it was enough to affect his spiritual sea. If it weren't for Lin Ming having cultivated the divine mist heart mantra and his soul force being incomparably powerful, then even if he knew that these two Empyreans couldn't appear here, he still wouldn't have been able to realize they were simulations created by the ravenous wolf star. At that time, Lin Ming would have to fight against these two leaders of humanity that he revered and respected, and during this battle he wouldn't be able to display his true combat strength. After being alerted, Lin Ming became even more vigilant. Because of the severe attack he had received, his mortal body had cracked and he had lost a great deal of blood energy. Afterwards, when he had galvanized the power of a dragon to regenerate, this had caused him to use up a part of the energy he had saved in himself. Without having established the heavenly retribution Tao Palace, without having shattered the ravenous wolf star's Tao diagram, it was absolutely not good news for him to use up so much strength. This ravenous wolf star was cunning and tricky. If Lin Ming wanted to absorb it into the corresponding Tao Palace within his body, it wouldn't be simple at all. After a brief moment of thought, he traced his spatial ring. A round and plain pill appeared in Lin Ming's hand. This pill was the nameless ancient pill that Lin Ming had obtained at the Divine Rune City auction. Lin Ming had spent 1 billion points to purchase this ancient pill. It was a transcendent divine-level pill. Lin Ming didn't directly swallow this ancient pill. After all, the power contained within this ancient pill was unfathomably great. If he were to swallow it now, he wouldn't be able to suppress its strength. The ravenous wolf star definitely wouldn't miss this chance to attack him. Lin Ming only held the nameless ancient pill and used his divine soul to draw out the energy from the ancient pill. He absorbed the essence of the pill into his body through his acupoints. The pure and vibrant power of the ancient pill continuously flowed into his body. His body that had just been severely wounded began to be nourished and revitalized. But at the same time, how could the ravenous wolf star give Lin Ming the chance to recover? The phantoms of the two Empyreans rushed together at the same time, revolving the grand mist laws and divine dream laws that Lin Ming remembered. Their powers came shrouding down from the skies, overwhelming. Facing the attacks of these two Empyreans, Lin Ming didn't draw back. Although he knew these two Empyreans were fakes, he had no intention of battling them. His only goal here was the ravenous wolf star. There was no meaning in fighting these two phantoms that the ravenous wolf star condensed with laws. Lin Ming summoned Primordius Heavenly Palace. Then, he flew inside. Bang! With a loud explosion, the protective array formations around Primordius Heavenly Palace wildly shook. The attacks of the two Empyreans all fell onto Primordius Heavenly Palace. And placed within Primordius Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force. A raging strength suddenly broke out from his inner world. With this strength and with the Azura Heavenly Tao laws, he began to galvanize the powers within the forsaken mortal tomb once more. The black turtle energy that filled the air and the remaining residual wills from the ancient bronze coffins were all dragged towards him. Whether it was the black turtles or the forsaken mortals, they were all existences from billions of years ago that were stronger than Empyreans. The leaders amongst them could even compare with true divinities. In a moment, chaos occurred around him as phantoms appeared, enough to blot out the skies. There were blurry phantoms of black turtles and forsaken mortals, all of them shimmering into existence around Primordius Heavenly Palace. These phantoms immediately surrounded the Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Primordius, which the ravenous wolf star had reproduced with the heavenly Tao laws. By drawing upon the momentum of the world within the forsaken mortal tomb, Lin Ming was trying to preserve as much of his own strength as possible to absorb the cunning ravenous wolf star. As for these two Empyrean phantoms, using the momentum of the world to suppress them was more than enough. Of the black turtle death energy and residual will of the forsaken mortals, even if Lin Ming was only able to borrow 1/millionth of this strength, it was still an incomparably terrifying power. This power was condensed by the Azura Heavenly Tao laws, where they immediately clashed with the ravenous wolf star's heavenly Tao laws. Bang! 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 The surroundings began to shake as even the void was being torn to shreds. The moment that the Empyrean phantoms were suppressed by the momentum of the world, Lin Ming stepped out of Primordius' heavenly palace. He faced the Tao diagram in the skies, fiercely grasped the phoenix blood spear, and then hurtled himself upwards. The black turtle death energy and the indestructible and mysterious strength within the ancient bronze coffins were slowly pulled upwards by the Azura heavenly Tao laws where they gathered upon the phoenix blood spear. Gradually, the phoenix blood spear shined with an even more brilliant light. It was like a blood phoenix spreading its wings, soaring to the ends of time. In that moment, Lin Ming seemed to hold a sun in his hands. The phoenix blood spear pierced into the skies. Within a spark of time, the phoenix blood spear was thrust out innumerable times. Each spear strike was able to tear open the void and cut apart planets. The phoenix blood spear howled in this crazy dance. It was like innumerable fire phoenixes hurtling forwards without end. Countless runes of raging flames swept up in a tornado. Lin Ming's blood heated up as if it were burning. The tangled power formed fire-red runes that covered his entire body. As all of the spear potential gathered together, it violently struck a single point on the Tao diagram. Lin Ming's bodily strength also erupted to its limits. Kacha! With a wild bang, a brilliantly dazzling divine light flashed out. Countless golden fragments went flying into the air. This massive Tao diagram had been shattered by Lin Ming's all-out spear attack. Ka-ka-ka. The skies were shattered by Lin Ming, and a terrifying explosive sound tore through space. The moment that Lin Ming broke the 9-star Tao diagram, a surging force came gushing out from it like a thick purple python that rumbled into Lin Ming's body. As the strength entered Lin Ming's body, it was like withered grasslands in a spell of drought finally receiving rainwater. In an instant, the massive blood vitality that he had used up was suddenly refilled by this strength. At the same time, a strange rhythm plunged into Lin Ming's body, causing the runes that marked his flesh and bones to shine. But at this moment, in the battle between the endless black turtle death energy and the golden giants formed from the residual will and spiritual strength of the ancient bronze coffins, as they were fighting against the phantoms of Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Primordius, that battle finally came to a conclusion. After all, the phantoms of Empyrean Primordius and Empyrean Divine Dream were only simulations created by the heavenly Tao laws. How could their strength be compared to true Empyreans? The two phantom Empyreans were finally savagely suppressed by the world momentum Lin Ming had borrowed from the black turtles and the ancient bronze coffins. In instant that the Empyreans' phantoms were crushed apart, the laws that formed them were also shattered. These laws belonged to humanity's body transformation system and could be called the 9-star heavenly Tao laws. From an external appearance, the essence gathering system and body transformation laws were highly different. The essence gathering system laws were infinitely complex and diverse heavenly Tao runes, but as for body transformation's 9-star heavenly Tao laws, they were like a roiling galaxy of stars. As starlight shined down, monstrous blood energy would cloud out the skies, filled with vibrant vitality. These laws appeared to resemble the power of stars. At this time, the ravenous wolf star above Lin Ming began to shine with an ever brighter light. The shattered half of the heavenly Tao array diagram fiercely shook as a giant whirlpool of starlight appeared around it, seeming as if it would sweep up all the strength of these laws back to where they were. "I don't think so," Lin Ming sneered. In order to attack the second Tao Palace, he had made preparations for a long time. How could he allow the 9-star heavenly Tao array diagram to reabsorb the laws and restore its strength? In the brief flash, his fingers flew and lines of the Azura heavenly Tao laws flew out, creating a giant net. As this net appeared, it began to absorb all of the surrounding spiritual energy, becoming increasingly solid and bright. The 9-star heavenly Tao laws were one of the laws of the 33 heavens. But as for the Azura heavenly Tao laws, they did not belong to the 33 heavens, but were a set of laws that the Azura Roadmaster created himself. Even so, the Azura heavenly Tao laws were no weaker than the 33 heaven laws. After all, the Azura Road that was supported by the Azura laws could stand on par with the 33 heavens. The Azura heavenly Tao instantly stopped the vortex that was caused by the 9-star Tao diagram. Lin Ming was like a flash of electricity as he plunged towards the shattered 9-star heavenly Tao laws. All of the acupoints over his body opened and his mouth spread as he suddenly swallowed in this starlight. Xiao! It was like the galaxy was being sucked in. Lin Ming was pulling in the surroundings so hard that even space distorted. The absorption force was incredible. Immediately, the pure power of the 9-star heavenly Tao laws was continuously swallowed into Lin Ming's body. Bang! Lin Ming's inflated body began to crack open once more. But this time blood didn't shoot out. All that happened was his muscles and blood emitting a brilliant light. Within his body, on his bones, it was like stars had branded him, making him shine with splendor. The light of these stars held a deep and profound meaning. Behind Lin Ming, phantasmal specks of light wove into a river of stars that poured down behind him like a silver waterfall. Lin Ming's body was immediately filled with vitality. Waves of blood energy surged within him. Currently, Lin Ming had yet to open the second Tao Palace. But just by swallowing a little bit of the strength from the 9 stars heavenly Tao laws, this was incomparably better than swallowing spiritual medicines. As his strength wildly surged upwards, Lin Ming soared through the skies. His body emitted a blinding light as if he were the sun itself. His body seemed as if it would explode at any moment, but it remained extremely tough and tenacious throughout. Finally, the true dragon blood within him shot into the heavens. The heretical god tree appeared behind him, a lifelike image nearly substantialized into reality. It towered high and lofty, a fire dragon and thunder dragon dancing atop the crown. They were the true meaning of thunder and fire that he had grasped. Waves of strength radiated out from the pores of his skin, causing ripples to spread through the void and even piercing through space. When the last of the heavenly Tao's vitality was swallowed up by Lin Ming, at this time, when he stepped forwards, the sound of muffled thunder exploded through space. With another step, he shot upwards once again. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming arrived in front of the Tao diagram. The purple temple Tao palace opened. He grasped the phoenix blood spear, his strength revolving to the limit as he solidly smashed his spear into the cracked 9-star Tao diagram. The cracked 9-star Tao diagram violently trembled, like an iceberg on the verge of collapse. Sharp cracks appeared in the Tao diagram, followed by a piercing sound. These sound waves condensed into reality, escaping into the real world where they slashed into the earth and left fissures thousands of miles long in the forsaken mortal tomb. However, on that seemingly limitless Tao diagram, a clear crack appeared, a deep ravine hundreds of miles deep. Still not enough. Lin Ming cried out, thrusting his spear forth once more. The true dragon blood condensed into the shape of a true dragon. Following this spear, it clawed towards the Tao diagram, throwing itself at the crack. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 1,000 strikes. All of Lin Ming's bodily strength gushed out like an exploding volcano. In an instant, thousands and tens of thousands of spear strikes were thrust out, each spear puncturing the center of the Tao diagram's crack, constantly expanding it. The center of that crack was the epicenter of an earthquake. More and more ruptures spread out for thousands of miles in all directions. The entire Tao diagram violently trembled, emitting loud creaking noises like shattering glass. Finally, explosive sounds echoed out from Lin Ming's joints, and carrying winds manifested from the dragon energy around him. He hurtled towards the Tao diagram. Traces of the great Tao and the destroyed bits of starlight were fractured into even smaller spots of luminous light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire Tao diagram finally burst apart. Shimmering starlight leaked out from the cracks of the Tao diagram, falling down in raging torrents. Massive pieces of it fell onto Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming's continuously shining body shined with an even brighter light, like a supernova, blinding to the eyes. His bodily strength began to climb and climb again. When the last wisp of starlight was absorbed into his body, Lin Ming was able to summon sounds of wind and thunder by raising his hand. The space around him constantly shook. With his increasing strength, his confidence also rose. In that moment, Lin Ming was confident that a punch of his would be able to tear apart the world, crushing all of existence. Even Xiao Moxian, who was watching all of this from below, felt frightened. Just by seeing Lin Ming's body, she felt an inexplicable feeling of dread. This was a dread against a powerful blood vitality that originated from her half-god beast bloodline. Of course, this was also because Xiao Moxian hadn't undergone enough nirvanas. If Xiao Moxian were to complete 9 nirvanas, then she could easily achieve a terrifying boundary that surpassed an Empyrean. Lin Ming stepped in the void, and with an explosive sound his figure flashed and disappeared. In an instant, he tore through the void, arriving in front of the glorious ravenous wolf star. That incomparably massive ravenous wolf star was only the size of a ruler now. It was like the ravenous wolf star had sensed Lin Ming's arrival and had hidden itself in the deep darkness. But with Lin Ming's profound understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao laws, he was able to instantly perceive the ravenous wolf star. Without looking, he thrust his hands into the void. Instantly, his hands felt as if they were submerged in roiling magma. What he touched in that moment was the core of the ravenous wolf star. In that moment, even though his body surged with the power of life, he still felt the unusual aura within the ravenous wolf star. He directly grasped the star and swallowed it into his body. Bang! It was like being submerged into an endless sea filled with violent clouds of thunder, like being dropped in infinite volcanoes, like falling into an impenetrable black hole, an incomparably powerful aura, one that carried with it boundless majesty and rage, one that caused the heart to race, suddenly submerged into Lin Ming's body and exploded. The ravenous wolf star, sly and cunning. At the same time, it also represented the heavenly retribution Tao Palace. This Tao Palace communicated with the world, casting down punishment on behalf of the heavens. Now, this punishment descended on Lin Ming. The heretical god tree phantom behind Lin Ming was whipped about by violent winds. The dragon phantom formed by the true dragon blood was torn asunder by the black hole. The heavenly tribulation fire of the 7 different true meanings was suffocated by the meaning of deep water of heavenly tribulation. The runes in his blood and flesh were attracted by the black hole and began to savagely break apart. Within Lin Ming's body, everything turned chaotic. Even his soul force came under influence. As waves of heavenly retribution struck Lin Ming, his blood vitality swelled up. This was the final meeting on their narrow path and the final revolt of the ravenous wolf star. After coming this far, how could Lin Ming let all his efforts go to waste? Countless lines of the Azura heavenly Tao laws were pulled up by Lin Ming's soul force, thrusting into his body and rumbling into the midst of the power of heavenly retribution. Immediately, these Azura heavenly Tao law lines were like a giant net that trapped the beast, stubbornly stopping the final crazy attack of the ravenous wolf star. Bang! The ravenous wolf star exploded. Beneath the purest and most glorious starlight, black star-like runes were contained within. They melted into Lin Ming's flesh and blood, fusing together with him. This is a part of the heavenly Tao laws, representing the power of heavenly retribution, the true meaning of heavenly retribution. Lin Ming's entire body was immersed in pain but also a strange twinge of joyful pleasure. The great Tao's true meaning of heavenly tribulation. This made his soul shiver and his body quake in excitement. At the same time, the faint traces of pain began to spread throughout his body. This was the mark of the great Tao entering his body, an impact that even caused pain to his divine soul. But with the passing of time, all of the power of starlight began to revolve in Lin Ming's body, forming a mysterious and marvelous Tao Palace. This Tao Palace had a magnificent hall that shined with a blazing light. Within it, black energy filled the air and cracks of lightning whipped about. There were even waves of horrifying fire, burning so hot it seemed that they could burn down the universe. This extreme majesty represented the punishment of the heavenly Tao. It connected together with Lin Ming's flesh and blood foundation and even his divine soul. This allowed Lin Ming to feel a powerful aura. All of those black runes in his flesh and blood began to sparkle, resonating with him. The heavenly retribution Tao Palace had finally opened. Lin Ming clenched his fists together, a divine light shining in his eyes. In order to break through this heavenly retribution Tao Palace, Lin Ming had put forth an unimaginable amount of effort. And now he had finally succeeded. As he felt the strength surging in his body, Lin Ming impatiently wanted to fight. Ever since he left the Marvel Blue Nation, he had yet to fight a truly powerful opponent. Closing his eyes deep in meditation, Lin Ming carefully felt the strength of the heavenly retribution Tao Palace. The first two Tao Palaces of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, Heavenly Retribution and Purple Temple. Of them, the function of the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace was to use the body of a martial artist as a medium to commune with the heavens and earth. The body was a microcosm unto itself and could correspond to stars in the universe. In the boundless world, the so-called power of heavenly retribution was ultimately the strength of the heavenly Tao. After the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace opened, a martial artist could use the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace as a communication medium to allow the body to bear the power of the heavens and earth. No matter how powerful one's mortal body was, how powerful could it be? Even royal god beasts could only compare to extreme empyreans. But the power of the heavens and earth was different. Their power could be described in an infinitely varied number of ways. For instance, when a star exploded and a black hole was formed, this was a strength that would even suck in an empyrean and turn them into nothing. Of course, with Lin Ming's current strength, wanting to simulate such a strength was far from possible. He still had a long road ahead of him. Power of the heavens and earth. Lin Ming gripped his fists, feeling the heavenly retribution Tao Palace in his body, communing with the heavens and earth, absorbing the surging energy within the world. This sort of feeling was the legendary union with the world. To have the heavens and earth stand on the same level as the mortal body. When Lin Ming's cultivation reached the peak, fighting with him would be tantamount to fighting against the entirety of the heavens and earth. When a martial artist's body transformation technique stepped from the 8 inner hidden gates into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the truth was that this was essentially equal to finishing cultivating the mortal body and instead beginning to cultivate the laws of the 9 stars. The 9-star laws were one of the 33 heavenly Tao laws. If they hadn't been sealed because of some unknown reason, they wouldn't be much worse than the Saint Race's body transformation technique. They would only be a bit more difficult to cultivate. The origin of the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace's strength came not from a martial artist's body but from the momentum of the heavens and earth. Thus, no matter how long a battle was, a martial artist wouldn't overdraw their physical strength. This was one of the reasons why the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was so formidable. Now my body doesn't need the skills within the Celestial Tyrant Manual to reach 20 billion genes. This is the same as the strength of twin dragons. Lin Ming felt that just making gestures with his hand could affect the momentum of the world. Astral essence flooded his body like a surging sea, his supernatural strength gushing like a tide. Besides being able to draw support from the momentum of the world, Lin Ming's mortal body had also become far more intense. The heavenly Tao true meaning of the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace had fused into his flesh and blood. His body had become terrifying to an amazing degree and his strength had rapidly risen. As he opened his eyes, purple lightning flashed in his pupils. His current strength and aura were extraordinary. Big Brother Lin, did you already break into the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace? Amazing! As Lin Ming landed on the largest ancient bronze coffin, Xianxia didn't know why, but she felt a hint of inexplicable sadness. Just then, when she watched Lin Ming attack the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace, his body had cracked open and was being torn apart. But she actually wasn't able to help at all. This made her feel something that she couldn't define with words. Moreover, Lin Ming had spent these last 30 years working wholeheartedly towards breaking into the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace. He had paid many prices, and Xianxia had seen all of this occur with her own eyes. In the Azura Road, Lin Ming had no one backing him and no large influence supporting him. All of the materials and resources he needed were things that he struggled for a little at a time. At the Divine Rune City auction, everyone had seen Lin Ming's blinding halo and had seen him use his exquisite divine runic symbols to suppress the crowd and had even played with Shadow Overflow and the other dark divine runic masters in the palm of his hand. But which one of them had seen Lin Ming spend years in his divine runic room in order to draw up divine runic symbols? He had not rested for days at a time, exhausted the strength of his divine soul without end, and even relied on the divine mist heart mantra and soul recovery symbols to restore his soul force and continue. He had worked without rest, and oftentimes he would collapse on the ground, his face pale and his eyes bloodshot. All of that work had finally paid off in today's accomplishments. Everyone guessed that Lin Ming had some secret on his body, and Xianxia also faintly knew what Lin Ming's secret was. But if someone thought that just relying on the secret would have allowed Lin Ming to arrive where they were, they would be utterly mistaken. The reason Lin Ming was able to stand where he was today was because his mentality and iron will played a great role. At this time, Lin Ming could be said to be mind-linked with Xianxia. He could vaguely feel just what Xianxia was thinking. He moved forwards, gently cupping her cheek in his palm as he said, "For me to come this far, I'm already very lucky. After this final trial ends, I must return to the divine realm to face the great calamity of humanity. The road I need to walk is still long. As must I." Xianxia took a deep shuddering breath. The solemn road before her, the calamity of humanity. There were many things she had to face. Not only did she need to face the saint race, but also those that might already have turned towards the saint race, the monster race and her grandfather. If this was before, Xianxia would have felt it impossible to resist the decision of her people. But now a deep fighting spirit had ignited in her mind. Only by being powerful would she have the ability to argue with her race and face the great calamity. Moreover, as Lin Ming continued to grow stronger, Xianxia had to hasten her pace and follow him. She would not allow herself to be cast off by him. She would definitely complete her 9 nirvanas. When Lin Ming broke into the heavenly retribution Tao Palace, his body obtained endless benefits. Even just sitting down, he could feel the blood within him surging like a river. There was also a great deal of majestic starlight that had yet to be absorbed. Even some of the medicinal efficacy of the ravenous wolf heaven pill and nameless ancient pill still remained in his blood and marrow. This made it so that every time he breathed, misty white air would spray out from his nose, filling the air around him with clouds of medicinal fragrance. There is still a great deal of energy within me that hasn't been digested. Although I broke into the second Tao Palace, I have less than 20 years from the final trial beginning. I absolutely cannot be negligent in my preparations. This Azura Road world is vast and boundless, and there are countless geniuses and powerhouses here. Yet, when they enter the final trial, they all fail. In the last 100 million years, the highest completion percentage has only been slightly more than 80, and there are also many chosen prides of heaven that perish in the final trial. Lin Ming didn't underestimate the final trial. This would be the most important battle he would face in the Azura Road, and he had to make sure all his preparations were complete. Then I'll use this period of time to borrow the spiritual strengths within the forsaken mortal tomb to make another breakthrough, Lin Ming thought to himself. During this breakthrough into the heavenly retribution Tao Palace, Lin Ming had come perfectly prepared for all situations. Thus, the difficulty he encountered was far less than when he tried to break into the first Tao Palace. The final trial of the Azura Road could be imagined to have many uncertainties and dangers. From this moment on, he would need to do his best to prepare yet again. Xianxia, I want to attack the late divine Lord realm here, Lin Ming said to Xianxia, his eyes sparkling. Xianxia's eyes curved up and a smirk appeared on her face. The final trial will arrive in a 12+ years. You can calmly cultivate here. As for me, I won't be idling around either. I will cultivate together with you. I'll make sure that you won't be able to leave me behind that much. Good. Then let's do this together. Lin Ming looked at the animated Xianxia, his eyes following her slim and graceful figure as he smiled. Time passed. Lin Ming and Xianxia spent their time cultivating together in this mysterious danger zone. The two were both extremely proud children of heaven. As their bodies twined together, a misty brilliance emerged from them. Lin Ming's true dragon aura wove together with Xianxia's dark phoenix aura, soaring into the skies. A resonant dragon's howl, a clear phoenix's cry, an aura filled with thunder and fire spread out in all directions, dispersing all shadows. As the two of them dual cultivated longer and longer, the true dragon phantom and dark phoenix phantom in the skies became increasingly realistic. One dragon, one phoenix, they were like the sun and the moon, brilliant and lustrous. Countless dazzling and mystical runes overflowed from their bodies, revolving in wild waves around the two. In the forsaken mortal tomb, days of cultivating were incomparably long. As Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian dual cultivated year after year, the auspicious power of their dragon and phoenix became even more formidable. 3 years later, all of the medicinal efficacy within Lin Ming's body, as well as the starlight glory he harvested after breaking through the heavenly retribution Dao Palace, was completely fused into him. His body seemed to have returned to its origin, without leaking out even the tiniest amount of strength. As for the strength accumulated in his body, it had reached a terrifying degree. At this time, Lin Ming's eyes turned towards the death energy around him and the residual will around the ancient bronze coffin. Essence energy of the heavens and earth, come unto my body. Lin Ming flicked his finger and shot out a gray rune. The air shook as strange ripples appeared in space. Suddenly wisps of the black turtle death energy began flooding his body. This was a rune of the myriad demon karmic wheel. The myriad demon karmic wheel could absorb the remnant souls of devils. When Tian Mingzi died in the past, his soul had been sucked into the myriad demon karmic wheel. This time, the myriad demon karmic wheel was absorbing the spiritual energy that filled the entirety of the forsaken mortal tomb. It was simply too wonderful. When Lin Ming cultivated by himself, he would bring out the myriad demon karmic wheel and begin swallowing and refining the black turtle death energy and the residual wills that exuded from the ancient bronze coffins. These residual wills were all muddled and without sense of self. If Lin Ming didn't have an extremely sharp perception, he simply wouldn't have been able to realize this power existed. As wisps of residual will from the forsaken mortals fell onto the myriad demon karmic wheel that was formed by the Azura heavenly Tao laws, they were like soldiers meeting a general, immediately becoming calm and docile. The black turtle death energy and the phantoms of gold-armored giants floated in the air. Slowly, Lin Ming absorbed them into the myriad demon karmic wheel, refining them into the purest form of energy that constantly filled Lin Ming's body. There was far too much energy within the forsaken mortal tomb. Lin Ming was only able to absorb an extremely limited amount of it. But after accumulating this energy again and again every day, it brought about amazing changes to Lin Ming's body. These changes were an accumulation of quantity that led to a qualitative change. Without noticing it, Lin Ming's inner world was flooded to the limit with energy. Lin Ming's cultivation was already taking great steps towards entering the late Divine Lord realm. Spring passed to fall and then back again. Within this forsaken mortal tomb, Lin Ming constantly cultivated. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had gone by. Lin Ming's hair continued to grow, and whenever it was too long, Xiao Moxian would cut it for him. For these 5 years, Xiao Moxian hadn't cut her hair at all. Because her hair wasn't short to begin with, the current Xiao Moxian's hair looked like a black waterfall that fell to her ankles, blooming like a rose. Lin Ming sat in meditation, faint traces of the Azura heavenly Tao laws continuously spinning around his body like countless threads of black silk. Moreover, these black silk threads were twined together with the strange runes from the ancient bronze coffin. Through analyzing these, one could comprehend the true meaning of those mysterious runes. Another 3 years passed. 8 years later, with Lin Ming's effort, the energy within his body became increasingly rich. Just by simply sitting on the ancient bronze coffin, his entire body emitting a brilliance like a divine Buddha. Countless runes appeared on his skin, shimmering into existence within his flesh and blood. They floated in the void, automatically absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. The true meaning of the ancient bronze coffin's runes unexpectedly appeared in the void around him. Their essence had already been comprehended by him. These are runes derived from the Azura heavenly Tao. With these runes on the ancient bronze coffins, they are able to form massive spirit gathering arrays and swallow the essence energy from the heavens and earth to constantly nourish whatever it is that lies within these ancient coffins. If these runes were to fuse into my flesh and blood, then during battle they would automatically absorb the essence energy of the world on their own. Even if the speed isn't too fast, there are actually endless advantages to them. As Lin Ming spoke to himself, he formed seal after seal. 12 years later. On this day, Lin Ming could clearly feel something change within him. His heart beat like a drum, every beat like a bolt of thunder, every beat causing the earth to quake along with his heart. With a thought, a plain-looking pill flew into Lin Ming's palm. This pill was the nameless ancient pill that Lin Ming had won at the Divine Rune City auction. Before, only a tiny bit of the essence energy from this pill had been absorbed by Lin Ming. 90% of its medicinal strength still remained. Lin Ming directly swallowed down this nameless ancient pill. Then, a deep and robust strength broke into his inner world. The current Lin Ming was far stronger than he was in the past. After subduing the ravenous wolf star and opening the heavenly retribution Dao Palace, even the swelling stormy strength of the nameless ancient pill was unable to shake the root of Lin Ming's foundation. By borrowing the strength and all the accumulations he made during the last 12 years, Lin Ming finally began his breakthrough into the late Divine Lord realm. There was a loud rumbling sound in his dantian, and a wisp of deep blue spiritual strength appeared, wrapped with mysterious runes and filled with an immense aura that brimmed over with vitality. Waves of spiritual strength, death energy, and the power of the Azura heavenly Dao laws began to wildly attack the borders of Lin Ming's inner world. The Purple Temple Dao Palace appeared, and waves of astral power impacted the world with tens of billions of genes of force. As all of this strength attacked the inner world, mountains were shattered and created, rivers were broken and formed, ka-ka-ka. Thunder recklessly cast down and flames swept through the skies. The heretical god tree floated high in the air, sending out peals of tyrannical thunder, frantically expanding the boundaries of the inner world. Wherever this strength went, space would explode into pieces. However, this terrifying, annihilating power of thunder and fire hid a shuddering vitality within it. Following the destructive paths of the thunder and fire, a faint bright green color would appear in the world. Through all these various strengths, the small world began to grow, with marvelous changes occurring everywhere. A strange and misty life force spread throughout, becoming increasingly vibrant. Such a change continued for over 2 months. Then, light began shooting out from Lin Ming's pores. The evolution of his inner world was reaching its finale, and the medicinal efficacy of the nameless ancient pill had also been fully absorbed by him. In that instant, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. However, in the next moment, all of it was restrained, completely vanishing from the senses. Even Xianxia, who was looking at Lin Ming, couldn't feel his existence. Lin Ming's aura seemed to have completely melted and fused into the world surrounding him. The small world within his body also developed a strange connection to the outside. The reason such a change occurred was that Lin Ming had finally broken into the late Divine Lord realm. But more than that, it was because he had already opened the heavenly retribution Dao Palace, allowing his body to commune with the heavens and earth, achieving a state of becoming one with the world. Big Brother Lin, you finally reached the late Divine Lord realm. The next boundary is a half-step Holy Lord, and then the Holy Lord realm. After Big Brother Lin reaches the Holy Lord realm, I have no idea what your strength will be like. I even wonder if you'll have a chance of surviving in the presence of an Empyrean. Xianxia hopefully whispered. Empyrean? Lin Ming shook his head. An Empyrean is far too strong. Even if I am at the Holy Lord realm, I doubt I will be able to compare to even the weakest of Empyreans. Just the Great World King boundary is an enormous span. If I want to cross 2 large boundaries to challenge someone, I don't think that is possible at all. Before this, Lin Ming had often been able to jump 2 large boundaries to fight. But this had basically been the Divine Sea realm against the Divine Lord realm, or Divine Transformation realm against the Holy Lord realm. However, the boundary that separated a Great World King and an Empyrean was far too large. And those that managed to reach that realm were all outstanding existences. During their youth, they too were able to jump ranks to fight. If Lin Ming wanted to jump past 2 boundaries to fight characters like these, that would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Fighting an Empyrean is a bit too exaggerated. But when you complete the final trial, your strength will further increase yet again. At that time, no one will be able to predict just where the limits of your strength are. Final trial. Perhaps it might not be so simple. Lin Ming shook his head. He wasn't able to predict just what completion percentage he would obtain after the final trial ended. It's not a good time for us to leave here yet. My late Divine Lord Foundation is unstable, and there is still a limitless amount of black turtle death energy and all sorts of strengths here. We can take this spiritual strength as food to consolidate both our late Divine Lord cultivations and stabilize our inner worlds. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry to leave. He still had several years before the final trial would begin. Before that, he still had to draw up a batch of divine runic symbols to use so that he would have additional trump cards when facing the dangers in the final trial. During these next several years, he had to consolidate his cultivation and steadily stand in the late Divine Lord realm. As for Xianxia, she also needed to cultivate so that she could attempt to reach the peak of the late Divine Lord realm. Oh! What Lin Ming didn't know was that during this period of seclusion, a considerable event was occurring in the Azura Road. On one day, a blue phoenix appeared in the skies above the central province of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. This was a true phoenix god beast with a pure bloodline. And on this phoenix's back was a mysterious woman wrapped in an icy blue dress. This woman's face was covered with gauze. As she stood there, she seemed lofty and proud, someone that renounced the world and took solace in herself. As she appeared, she attracted the attention of many people, and finally, she even alarmed the divine sovereign of the Divine Void Divine Kingdom, Soul Emperor Divine Void. Soul Emperor Divine Void had already reached the true divinity realm. Even so, he intentionally left seclusion to personally meet this blue-clothed woman. In an endless sea of clouds, a deep blue palace floated. This palace was like a crystal sculpture, and its walls were inlaid with rows of soul crystals. These soul crystals were similar to 9 sun jades in value. To the Spiritas, they were extremely luxurious cultivation goods. But now, just on the outer walls of this palace, there were tens of thousands of them. Just by walking in this soul crystal palace, one could feel a rich soul origin energy spreading out in all directions. Even if a mortal with no martial talent were to live here, they would slowly be nourished by the energy of the soul crystals and transform into someone with an incredible soul force. Their thoughts would be quick, their memory photographic, and their words wise. At this time, within this soul palace, there was another world. This world wasn't solemn and dignified, but a lush green paradise with spirit trees wildly growing everywhere and with flowers in full bloom. Rivers of water fell down celestial mountains in waterfalls, like hundreds of thousands of threads of white silk. Even spiritual birds and beasts flew through the air and ran on the ground, their calls delightful to the ears. In a peach garden within this paradise, a blue-clothed woman stepped on the wind. Beside her was a blue phoenix. This blue phoenix had already shrunk to 100 feet long, and its entire body burned with blue flames. One didn't feel a burning heat from these flames. Rather, as one approached it, they would feel their soul freezing. This sort of blue flame was called deep blue ice flames, a terrifying fire no weaker than Xianxia's nirvanic flames. They were flames exclusive to the phoenix race. Nirvanic flames were possessed by the fire phoenixes, whereas deep blue ice flames were possessed by the ice phoenixes. This deep blue ice flame was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, this blue phoenix was nearly grown up, and its bloodline was part of the phoenix race's royalty. If a martial artist were to approach the flames on its body, their body would be frozen into an ice sculpture by the terrifying cold, even as their soul was burned by the flames and turned to ashes. As this floating blue-clothed woman stepped into this otherworldly paradise, for young beautiful girls wearing veils and standing gracefully bowed to her. These young girls didn't know the status of this blue-clothed woman, but if Soul Emperor Divine Void were to personally welcome her in Divine Void Heavenly Palace, then her status could be imagined. Many maids in Divine Void Heavenly Palace were secretly speculating on who this blue-clothed woman was. Many of them believed that someone who was taken so seriously by Soul Emperor Divine Void might have the chance of being a true divinity-level existence. However, within the entire Azura Road, Spirita's true divinities were unfathomably rare. Moreover, these rare people only included a few amongst their numbers. And, if one looked beyond Soul Emperor Divine Void, all of the other characters were nothing more than legends. Some of these people had legends tracing back 1 billion years, and now these people had likely died. Not just that, but even their legends were unreliable. It was unknown whether these people were truly true divinities or not. But, as everyone considered all the legends they knew of every single Spirita's true divinity to exist, none of them matched this blue-clothed woman. This woman resembled someone that was 17 or 18 years old. It was hard to imagine that someone so youthful could be a true divinity. Walking alone, all maids within Divine Void Heavenly Palace fell to their knees. Among these people there were even high-level figures of Divine Void Heavenly Palace. But even great world king powerhouses had to bow before this woman. This woman, just who is she? After this blue-clothed woman walked past, the Vice Internal Affairs Envoy of Divine Void Heavenly Palace asked with a sound transmission. I have no idea. She might be a true divinity, right? At the very least, she should be an extreme Empyrean. Impossible. I could feel that she is only at the early Empyrean realm. The only possibility is if she is hiding her cultivation, and only then would she have the chance of being at the true divinity realm. But I don't think a true divinity would do something so boring as hiding their cultivation in front of us. Although the blue-clothed woman had a mysterious status, she didn't hide her soul see. It wasn't difficult for those at the World King realm or above to see her cultivation boundary. But this boundary of just barely having entered the Empyrean realm, that left everyone puzzled. How could a low-level Empyrean possibly receive such a courteous reception from Soul Emperor Divine Void? As everyone was discussing with sound transmissions, the blue-clothed woman continued forwards. The entire ground was covered with a spring that shined like diamonds. Water trickled out and flowers bloomed. The blue-clothed woman went straight to the deepest parts of the palace. Here, a white-clothed middle-aged man was already waiting. This man was handsome, with skin as fair as gems. He wore his hair up and adorned with a star crown. His eyebrows were smooth and gentle, and his hands were slender and filled with power. All of the energy within him was gathered tight without any being leaked out. From appearances, he seemed like a poor scholar of the mortal world. However, with every step he took, every flower and tree in this world, all the birds and spirit beasts would look towards this man with awe in their eyes as if they saw their own sovereign king. Wherever this man went, flowers would bend over, birds would land, and spirit beasts would kneel. This man was the master of Divine Void Divine Kingdom, and within the Azura Road, disregarding the legendary existences that may or may not exist. He was the Soul Spirita's true divinity supreme elder known by all. Because of this he was titled the Soul Emperor of the Azura Road. This meant that he was the #1 existence amongst all Spiritas that lived in the Azura Road. Xianxia. The man turned around, looking at the blue-clothed woman moving slowly towards him. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light. It seems your grand reincarnation art has already reached the 6th revolution. As long as you have enough time, you'll reach perfection of the 6th revolution sooner or later. The blue-clothed woman remained silent. Xianxia was her name, but she also had a title that was Soul Empress Xianxia. However, Soul Empress Xianxia did not come from the Azura Road, but came from the 33 heavens. 6 revolutions isn't difficult. What is difficult is the final 3 revolutions, the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Xianxia's voice was calm and her expression placid. Haha, 6 revolutions isn't difficult. The man shook his head as he laughed. Only you would dare to say such words. Once you complete your 9 revolutions and your deep blue ice phoenix completes its 9 nirvanas, I fear that within the great heavens and earth, there won't be a single person that can hinder your step. Soul Emperor Divine Void gave Xianxia an incredibly high evaluation. However, Xianxia only lightly sighed, as if there was some knot she couldn't untie in her heart. She didn't reveal any joy at the grand future that Soul Emperor Divine Void painted for her. Soul Emperor Divine Void's heart moved and he seemed to realize something. He hesitated for a moment and then said with a gentle cajoling tone, Xianxia, I've never understood something. With your talent and ability, why do you place yourself under the yoke of that person, helping that old geezer who has already lived for several hundreds of millions of years? You can absolutely establish your own sect. If you and I join together, then by relying on our strength, ruling over the entire 33 heavens won't be difficult at all. Soul Emperor Divine Void had great ambitions. This wasn't the first time that he had said such words to Soul Empress Xianxia. Towards Soul Empress Xianxia he felt a great deal of admiration and respect. There was even adoration and desire. When Soul Emperor Divine Void was young, he had indulged in his carnal nature before. But after stepping into the true divinity realm, there was no woman that was able to enter his eyes. Right now, within his harem, there was not a single person left. If there was a person that could draw the admiration of someone as proud and arrogant as Soul Emperor Divine Void, that person's perfection and magnificence could be imagined. However, in front of Xianxia, Soul Emperor Divine Void had never revealed any of this to her. He was well aware that wanting to pursue Soul Empress Xianxia was impossibility difficult. She was someone whose heart was higher than the heavens, and wanting to intrude on her life wasn't easy. Even the old geezer who Soul Emperor Divine Void referred to was only someone that Xianxia assisted. They were in no way dual cultivation companions. It was just that Soul Emperor Divine Void was confused this entire time. Why was someone so proud like Soul Empress Xianxia assisting some old fellow who was over 100 times older than she was? I need 3 spots, Xianxia suddenly said. The reason she came to Divine Void Heavenly Palace this time was for these 3 spots. Spots for the final trial? Although these spots are precious, to me, giving away a few isn't difficult at all. If you ask then let alone 3, I can even give you 10. The only thing I don't like is that after you increase your strength, you will still desperately work for that old thing. Soul Emperor Divine Void's voice was indifferent. In such a scene, anyone else would have felt uncomfortable. Xianxia was silent for a moment. After several breaths of time, she emotionlessly said, "Even without you, I can still obtain spots for the final trial. It would only be much more difficult. For these 3 spots, I can provide you with adequate rewards. If you still refuse, then I can only bid my farewells." Even if Xianxia needed help, her tone still wouldn't be that of defeat. Soul Emperor Divine Void reluctantly shook his head, saying, "Fine. Then there's nothing I can do. 3 spots. I'll give them to you. Are these 3 spots to help you prepare for the completion of the 6th revolution?" Yes. Xianxia's cultivation method, the grand reincarnation art, was unique and special. Every revolution of the grand reincarnation art was to live a new life, starting from 0. After reincarnating, her cultivation boundary would drop by several large realms. Then she would have to recultivate. This sort of cultivation method could not be practiced unless one was a peerless genius. It required that one have a cultivation speed at least 10 times that of an ordinary genius. Otherwise, if one's cultivation speed couldn't keep up, there would be a situation in which their boundary would actually drop lower overall. If you can complete the 6th revolution, then your talent, foundation, and accumulation of laws will reach an unimaginable boundary. In the past, you created a record with an 83% completion rate, even surpassing the Saint race's good fortune Saint Sun, Wuma, and becoming the highest completion percent that the entire 33 heavens and Azura Road have seen in the last 100 million years. This time, I fear you will shatter your own record. Perhaps you can achieve 90%. Soul Emperor Divine Void smiled, shaking his head. Every time Soul Empress Xianxia reincarnated, her talent would gather and increase. This sort of freakish cultivation method originated from only the heavens knew where. Perhaps even the Azura Road Master hadn't anticipated such a situation when he created the final trial. Soul Emperor Divine Void had some faint speculations on where this grand reincarnation art came from, but he couldn't confirm his suspicions. 90. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. She calmly shook her head. How could I achieve 90% completion? That is a number that only exists in legends. Let alone the 6th revolution, I doubt I will achieve that even at the 7th revolution. I suspect that ever since the Azura Road smelting trial appeared, no one has ever managed to break through this number 90. My goal this time is only 85 or 86%. Xianxia's tone was bleak and indifferent. Soul Emperor Divine Void gently chuckled. Even an 85% completion rate is unprecedented. There is no one that can match you in the past, and no one that will surpass you in the future. When it came to information about the completion percentages of the Azura Road's final trial, because it had existed since time immemorial and countless people had participated, the ordinary martial artists of the Azura Road didn't know the best results of the final trial over the years. But Soul Emperor Divine Void knew. He even had detailed information on the best trial challengers that participated in the last billion years. Out of all these people, those that achieved 80% or above only totaled a mere 10. This included the good fortune Saint Sun and Soul Empress Xianxia. As for an 85% completion rate, that had never occurred before. Thus, this was why Soul Emperor Divine Void had said, "There is no one that can match you in the past and no one that will surpass you in the future." When it came to describing Xianxia's potential result, Xianxia only shook her head, saying, 3.6 billion years ago, in the great calamity of that samsara, that also symbolized the beginning of a new era. Whenever these times come, heroes will pour forth from the world, and there will be those that undergo trials and surpass all results of the ancient past. It could even be said that in the next 100 years or 1,000 years there will be several geniuses that will surpass 80%. If so, then those heroes that rise during this inexorably new era will surely not disappoint. Soul Empress Xianxia's tone was calm, but her words carried with them a world-dominating aura. Her heart was higher than the heavens, and she feared no rivals or competition. Rather, what she hoped for was a great world in which heroes emerged from all over. Only on this grand stage where she competed with numerous proud children of heaven would she have the chance to break past her limits and achieve the ultimate goal of her dreams. Oh! News about a blue-clothed woman riding a phoenix into Divine Void Divine Kingdom soon spread throughout the entirety of the Azura Road. An ice phoenix god beast was not something to pay particular attention to. The key issue here was that Soul Emperor Divine Void had personally come out of seclusion to greet her. When they left the depths of Divine Void Heavenly Palace, there was also no division between who left first and second. This sort of feeling was like Soul Emperor Divine Void placed this young blue-clothed woman on an equal pedestal with himself. Like this, there were countless people that tried to guess this blue-clothed woman's status. This blue-clothed woman wasn't purposefully trying to remain mysterious. After appearing in front of others several times, her identity was finally recognized. Although the young woman cultivated the grand reincarnation art, every time she reincarnated her looks would be the same, only seeming younger and more perfect. And the last time she attended the smelting trial, there were many people who had witnessed the beginning and end of the grand event, and she had left an extremely deep impression on these people. In the last 100 million years of the Azura Road final trial, only 2 people had surpassed an 80% completion rate. The good fortune Saint Sun was one with an 81% completion rate, and the other was Xianxia, with an even more exaggerated 83% completion rate. Compared to the good fortune Saint Sun, Xianxia was an even more mystical existence. No one expected that many years later she would reappear in the Azura Road. Moreover, Soul Emperor Divine Void would personally come out to receive her, and do so with utter respect and courtesy. This left many people confused. According to any logic, no matter how talented this young Spiritas woman was, no one could say with absolute certainty that she would become a true divinity in the future. After all, as a genius grew, they would always experience accidents. And Soul Emperor Divine Void was already a true divinity-level powerhouse. Why would he consider a young genius as someone on equal standing as him? To say that this was because the young Spiritas woman's background was extremely prominent and famous wasn't a good enough explanation, because Soul Emperor Divine Void came from the peak of prominence already. Did this young Spiritas woman have a special physique? Or was she someone blessed by destiny and ordained for some higher role in the future? Many people made guesses all over the place, but no matter what speculations they had, they were sure of one thing. This was that the talent of this young Spiritas woman was horrifying, far more horrifying than they could imagine. The appearance of this young Spiritas woman was also easily connected to the upcoming opening of the final trial. Was she actually thinking of entering the final trial a second time? In everyone's opinion, although the final trial wasn't limited to just one attempt, the rewards offered at the end would only be given once to that percentage of completion. For instance, someone that had an 80% completion would obtain the 80% completion reward. If they attempted the final trial again and obtained 80% again, they would receive no rewards. They would only receive another reward if they completed 81%. As to what degree of the final trial one could complete, that mainly looked at one's talent. The rules of the final trial were even more favorable to juniors. Generally speaking, one only needed to participate once to know the result they would receive at any time in the future. Only if they had an amazingly massive lucky chance or their cultivation talent shot up rapidly would this change. Otherwise, no matter how many times they entered, their completion percentage would essentially stay the same. For this reason, who would waste a quota spot that had been obtained through people experiencing countless dangers and risking their lives? Who would be willing to do such a thankless thing? Everyone had their own ideas. But as time passed, talk about this mysterious young Spiritas woman slowed down. The seasons changed and time passed. 2 years later, the greatest and most famous mystic realm in the entire Azura Road, the one with the best treasures, was finally about to open. Within the inner Azura Road, this was a vastly important matter. Qualifications to enter the final trial were not easy to obtain. Every qualification spot required one to collect a massive number of rare and precious god runes. When the mystic realm opened, there were normally only several hundred qualifications in the entire inner Azura Road. And there were several hundred Empyrean-level influences in the inner Azura Road. Of these influences, some of them had multiple qualification spots. This meant that there were many Empyrean-level influences that weren't even able to obtain the qualifications. As the day for the opening of the final trial approached, the entire inner Azura Road was roused into a zealous fervor. At this time, deep within the Great Desolate, a dark and primal mountain suddenly began rumbling. The rocks cracked and the earth trembled. A black palace tore through the mountain, ripping through space and shooting out like a meteor. In the nearby mountain valleys, dozens of coiling ridge giants stood up. They were hundreds of feet tall and grasped giant tridents. These coiling ridge giants were shocked by the sudden explosion. As they turned their heads, they saw the black palace racing forwards like a comet out of the forbidden zone they guarded. Without a doubt, this action touched upon their reverse scale. All of them wildly shouted out and crazily gave chase. Sha! 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 Over 10 giants threw their weapons. These weapons were millions of genes heavy. With a terrifying strength poured into them, these weapons were streaks of blazing light as they crashed into the Black Palace. But in the moment of impact, a barrier lit up around the Black Palace, blocking all the attacks. The Black Palace shook. Beneath the massive impact force, it raced forwards even faster. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the horizon, leaving the dozens of giants running after it, roaring. However, the Black Palace opened the distance between them more and more. This Black Palace was Primordius Heavenly Palace. After secluding himself for over 10 years, Lin Ming finally exited the Forsaken Mortal Tomb. Currently, his present strength was incomparable to that of the past. Now that he left seclusion, he had one goal. That was the final trial. Primordius Heavenly Palace cut through the skies of the Great Desolate, turning to the direction of the transmission array to the inner Azura Road and rapidly flying towards it. Deep within the inner Azura Road, there was a vast and endless sea called the Azura Sea. The Azura Sea was connected to all large bodies of water within the Azura Road. It was incomparably large, unfathomably deep. Even if a star were to sink into the Azura Sea, it would be completely submerged in the waters. This terrifying sea had sea beasts and dangerous fish that reached unbelievable sizes. Even Empyrean-level powerhouses weren't willing to fly deep into the Azura Sea, lest they meet these terrifying sea creatures. However, in these past few days, this Azura Sea that people rarely visited was actually becoming increasingly lively. From time to time, there would be high-level martial artists flying across the sea. Sometimes there would be giant troops appearing and disappearing. All of this was because the final trial's mystic realm was located atop the Azura Sea. The final trial could be called the most important part of the Azura Road world. Some people even believed that when the Azura Road Master created the Azura Road in the past, it was to develop a foundation for the final trial to continue his inheritance. But no matter whether or not these stories were reliable or what the truth was, it was without doubt that the final trial was the grandest event in the entire Azura Road. All the various influences in the Azura Road certainly wouldn't miss out on such a grand event. If an influence had a disciple participating in the final trial, they would certainly come to closely watch the results. Even for influences that didn't have any disciples participating, they would still come to gather information on their enemies' disciples or their allies' disciples and how they grew. Beyond that, there were many curious individuals that came to join in on the fun. This grand event gathered all sorts of heroic individuals. With such a great scene, who would miss out on it? At this time, at the border area of Divine Void Divine Kingdom, there was a massive sect that occupied vast swathes of land. This sect's buildings were grand and magnificent, and at the mountain entrances, dozens of great array formations were laid down. If Lin Ming were here, then even under his high standards he would still judge these as top array formations. Once these array formations were activated together and under the management of a top powerhouse, even several Empyreans working together would find it difficult to break through. For a sect to have such grand array formations, their background should be deep and there should be many young elites pouring forth from their ranks. However, the truth was the opposite. This sect was sparsely populated and didn't seem to have any life to it at all. The array formations around the mountains remained unopened and unused, doing nothing but gathering dust. This was because although these array formations were incomparably powerful, they used up too many energy stones far too quickly. The sect simply wasn't able to keep up the supply of energy stones. Thus these array formations only served as decorations now. Without a doubt, this was a sect that had once been glorious beyond comparison, but was now in steep decline. At this time, in a grand hall of the sect, a black-clothed man and green-clothed girl were kneeling on the ground. Standing in front of the two of them was an old man with thick white hair and beard. Moonpond, Soulsky, the two of you are the final hopes of our divine mist holy land. Ever since Empyrean divine mist went missing, our sect has had to withstand the other influences nibbling away at us, and now we are no longer as radiant as we were in the past. In order to train you too, the sect could be said to have given all of our resources. This time, Master has also paid a great price to obtain 2 spots in the final trial for you both. I only hope that you will not disappoint the sect. This old man's face was covered with wrinkles. His body was old and bent, and his fires of life were as frail as a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. This old man was in the final years of his life. Looking at this dying old man, no one would imagine that he was once just a tiny bit away from becoming an Empyrean. In the past, he followed Empyrean divine mist to adventure through the world and wage war with their enemies. In the entire inner Azura Road, his name had been earth-shaking and people panicked in his presence. But after Empyrean divine mist went missing, he had been tricked and wounded by his enemies, and now he ended up in this state. The 2 youths remained kneeling. Although they didn't speak, their eyes showed their determination. Go then, my children. Although Empyrean divine mist might have perished in the past, the heavens have not abandoned my divine mist holy lands. For Master to run into you two in the final 1,000 years of my life, that is my fortune. You two are the last remaining wealth of the divine mist holy lands. Now, my only wish is that you two can become Empyreans in the future, and allow my divine mist holy lands to be restored to its former glory. The old man's voice was bleak and lonely, making the souls of those who listened to him tremble. Behind him stood a towering black stone statue. This statue's appearance was shaped exactly like Empyrean divine mists in Tragic Death Valley. The statue's eyes stared off into the far distance, its eyes filled with awe and indifference. At the same time, in the bordering Divine Void Divine Kingdom, it was a completely different scene. Within Divine Void Heavenly Palace, in a starry world, Soul Emperor Divine Void floated high in the skies, his clothes white like snow. His entire body emitted the light of laws. With just a wave of his hand or a step of his foot, space twisted and churned. In front of him, innumerable young elites knelt on the ground, lined up in rows. These kneeling disciples extended all the way backwards, and looking to the far end, one could see that there were hundreds of thousands of people. But at the front of these hundreds of thousands of disciples were 10 martial artists kneeling side by side. These 10 individuals had cultivations ranging from the late Divine Lord realm to the ordinary world king realm. They were outstanding figures chosen from all of these disciples and elected to enter the final trial on behalf of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. You are all outstanding elites of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. I want all of you to reach at least 70%. Out of all the different influences participating, I want you all to be first. This deep and dreadful voice echoed through this world, even causing the stars in the sky to tremble. In front of Soul Emperor Divine Void, all of the disciples of Divine Void Divine Kingdom knelt downwards. And behind them there were 7 tall figures. These figures were all wrapped in cloaks, their bodies overflowing with terrifying fluctuations of laws. These 7 people all had Empyrean realm cultivations. 7 Empyreans. They were all the rulers of Divine Void Divine Kingdom's 7 provinces. Divine Void Divine Kingdom was undoubtedly the #1 Spiritus influence in the entire Inner Azura Road. But this didn't mean that there was no opponent that could match them. The rival of Divine Void Divine Kingdom was also a true divinity Holy Land, one of the Saint Race, Heaven Union Divine Kingdom. Within the Inner Azura Road, 1 Saint True Divinity Influence and 1 Spiritus True Divinity Influence. The 2 of them represented the ultimate strength of their respective races. Their struggles and rivalry were in a sense the struggle between the Saints and Spiritus. You have one opponent, and that is Divine Void Divine Kingdom. Within Heaven Union Divine Kingdom, Divine Sovereign Heaven Union also personally mobilized his disciples. His figure was concealed in the dim void, and it was impossible to make out his appearance. All anyone saw was a figure that stood high like an iron tower. The final trial is under the gaze of all people, but no matter how many heroes converge at the Azura Sea, their eyes will focus on us and Divine Void Divine Kingdom. During this final trial, we must become the focal point of everyone's attention. You must not disgrace me. Suppress Divine Void Divine Kingdom and allow the saints to be proud and prosper. If so, then all of you shall be generously rewarded. Otherwise, if you fail me, then you must sit in confinement for 100 years. Divine Sovereign Heaven Union's voice was vibrant and powerful, echoing through the starry skies. As influences from all over set out towards the Azura Sea, the day for the opening of the final trial finally approached. Rumble, rumble. Just as the sun was dawning and the sky was filled with haze, a loud explosion rang through the entire coastline. On the calm sea surface, whirlpools appeared all over that were thousands of miles wide. A giant long-necked sea beast the size of a mountain shot out from deep within the sea. As this sea beast appeared, it carried with it a ferocious and cruel aura, making all who saw it feel shocked and intimidated. Above the sea beast stood 2 troops of blue-armored warriors. They grasped tridents in their hands that sparkled with electricity, and their expressions were resolute. Between these blue-armored warriors stood a handsome youth with skin as fair as jade. This man was the crown prince of an Empyrean-level influence that dwelled in the Azura Sea, a clan of seafaring people. Countless mermen shot out from the surface of the water, grasping gleaming weapons in their hands. Their momentum was overwhelming and dreadful. Before these people came to a stop, at this moment, a strange howl echoed out from the skies. All they saw was a massive ink-black giant beast descend, as if it had fallen down from the galaxy. Black clouds surrounded its body, and it brought with it an unparalleled deadly aura. Sitting above this pitch-black giant beast was a man with a long scar on his face. This man's eyes were cold and shined with a sharp golden light. It was like this person could shoot out countless swords with just a single glance. From the layer of clouds behind him, 3-headed birds shot out. Each bird had numerous warriors standing guard atop its back. In the blink of an eye, from the waves, a massive golden carriage shot up from the water's surface, pulled by 16 flood dragons. These flood dragons were massive, looking like islands that moved across the sea. Wherever they went, stormy waves would rise up, causing the vast sea to churn. Sitting in this golden carriage was a tall, fat person, as round as a mountain of meat. He held a beast leg as thick as a bucket and was gnawing on it. As he ate, he also glanced at the people around him. Black turtles floated on the surface behind this golden carriage, following its path. Tens of thousands of figures stood on these black turtles and were cheering as loudly as they could. Even though these people were all different, all of them were outstanding individuals within the Azura Road. Today they had all gathered here. Amongst them, some were friends and some were enemies. But no matter who they were, their goal here today was the final trial. Ho ho, it's quite lively. There are so many young heroes here. Suddenly, in the skies above, the white clouds began to change shape, turning into a staircase of white clouds. A rich-looking man stood tall and proud, wearing a crown on his head and dressed in bright yellow robes. Behind him were gaggles of beautifully swaying young women, all of them stepping down the stairway of clouds as they followed the man. With every step this man took, it was like the sea below him resonated with him. The many gathered chosen prides of heaven looked up at this newcomer. Eclipse Palace's Palace Master? This Eclipse Palace Master was a half-step Empyrean. In the past he had killed countless people and was a fierce and ominous figure. But for the last 1,000,000 years, he had been living quietly in seclusion. However, he had decided to come out for this grand event. Afterwards, more and more people arrived. The young master of the 100,000-foot cliff, the proudest son of the Aurora Holy Lands, the head monks of Bountiful Fields Temple one at a time, high-level figures from the influences that ruled over the Azura Road began to appear in abundance. After all, the qualifications for the Azura Road's final trial were far too important. At this time, on the coast of the Azura Sea, a 100-mile-long observation pavilion had been set up. On this observation pavilion were tides of people, and all of these people were powerhouses that originated from all over the Azura Road. However, many of these people hadn't reached a level of talent that allowed them to compete in the final trial, thus they were only able to look on from a distance. And there were over 30 of these observation pavilions set along the coast of the Azura Sea. On these observation pavilions, all that gathered were elites of the world. The Azura Sea surged with crowds of people. In this bustling scene, a small squad of 3 men and 2 women rode in on flying puppets. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were in this squad. Besides Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, the 3 others were Mo Bright Moon and the 2 companions she brought. Just several days ago, Lin Ming and Mo Bright Moon had contacted each other according to the method they had established 50 years ago. Then, together, they rushed over to the Azura Sea. Today's Mo Bright Moon wore a tight, red-colored suit of martial clothing that contrasted with her slender figure. To her side was a man wearing a bamboo hat. This man seemed like a mortal in his 30s. He was stern and grim and his eyes flashed with electricity. He carried a heavy saber on his back that was half the height of a normal person. His aura was collected and his gait was like a leopard in the jungle. Just from looking at him one could tell he was an assassination master that was skilled in concealment. This man's code name was Thousand Slaughter and his cultivation was at the peak of the ordinary world king realm. Like Mo Bright Moon, he was also an assassin. Although his talent wasn't considered to be at the pinnacle, his true combat strength left one bewildered. According to Mo Bright Moon, Thousand Slaughter was definitely someone able to fight 3 martial artists on the same step as him. Just by his rich combat experience and instinct alone, this allowed him to face off 1 against 3. In a sneak attack situation, Thousand Slaughter's combat strength was even higher. His striking power was amazing. The reason that Thousand Slaughter participated in this final trial was to search for a turning point to break into the great world king realm. A martial artist like Thousand Slaughter usually came from a background of wandering martial artists, or he might have even been a commoner. For these people, they had to struggle for every step as they grew up and their road was far more difficult than that of disciples of other large influences. His road was basically carved at the point of his saber. An incomparably precious chance like being able to participate in the final trial was usually monopolized by the many large influences. it was almost never their chance to participate. Behind Thousand Slaughter was a delicate and feminine-looking man who appeared to be just over 20 years old. He had a stunningly beautiful appearance and his voice was calm and neutral. As one looked at him, it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. This man's name was Fanny Fafa. Although he was a man, he had an extremely rare pure in physique. This was a cause of envy for many women, because a woman with a pure in physique would be exceptionally beautiful and they would hold an invisible and magnetic attraction for the opposite sex. Moreover, this physique bestowed upon them a rare cultivation talent. In terms of the joys of the bed, this type of woman was even more outstanding in the world. Thus many martial artists dreamed of being able to dual cultivate with a woman that had a pure in physique. Women with pure in physiques were already extremely rare. Men with pure in physiques were even rarer. This Fanny Fafa cultivated a pure in cultivation technique that was biased towards women, so this caused Fanny Fafa to be even more feminine in appearance. Although Fanny Fafa appeared delicate, in a true battle he was even harder to deal with than Thousand Slaughter. His techniques were strange and unpredictable. So many people. Xianxia was stunned by the seas of people she saw. According to what she knew, this final trial was an extremely dangerous and secretive mystic realm with only several dozen people participating. Of those that entered, whether they lived or died would depend on their own destinies. But she never imagined such a grand scene. Of course, this is a grand event of the Azura Road. During every final trial there will be numerous peerless talents emerging from the shadows. So many large influences will send people here to attend the opening ceremonies. If these geniuses that emerge are from large influences, then they can gather information on them, but if these geniuses just happen to be wandering martial artists or from small scattered sects, the large influences might be able to win them over. So it's like this. It's no wonder that when the good fortune Saint's son and the mysterious Spiritas woman completed the final trial and achieved an 80% or higher completion rate, this information passed out so far and wide that even minor characters in the Azura Road know of it. Lin Ming thought out loud. The minor character he spoke of was naturally Soul White. When Lin Ming first learned information about the final trial, it was Soul White who had told him. As Lin Ming was thinking, suddenly, in the distant east, massive 100,000-foot-long beams of light appeared. Looking over there, one could see a marvelous giant divine mountain appear, its upper mountain peak piercing into the sea of clouds. As it sped forwards, it brought about massive rumbling sounds in the air that left the world in turmoil. Wherever it went, massive tsunamis would appear in the sea. On that magnificent divine mountain, there were 1,000,000 silver warriors bathed in strange runes and holding icy cold spears in their hands. These 1,000,000 warriors were tall and strong, their features hidden in the dazzling radiance exuding from the glorious divine mountain. That is, Divine Void Divine Kingdom's boundless divine mountain. It really is boundless divine mountain. What a tremendous display of power! Someone cried out from the sea of martial artists. But everyone knew that the reason Divine Void Divine Kingdom brought forth the boundless divine mountain was to be a demonstration of their might. In this momentous event of the Azura Road, Divine Void Divine Kingdom and Heaven Union Divine Kingdom were the two main leads. Everyone else couldn't help but feel weakened. Together, the two divine kingdoms would engage in a brutal battle of life or death within the final trial. Boundless divine mountain? Lin Ming asked. Beside him, Mo Bright Moon said, this boundless divine mountain is said to be a spirit treasure that has reached the limits of the Empyrean level. After another 1,000,000 years of refining, it might surpass an Empyrean spirit treasure and become a true divinity spirit treasure. This treasure is eternally changing, with 10,000 different variations. It is an offensive and defensive fortress, and is said to be Soul Emperor Divine Void's most precious spirit treasure. Soul Emperor Divine Void. Lin Ming thought for a moment. This person was Empyrean Divine Mist's ultimate blood enemy. To become a true divinity-level spirit treasure in 100,000,000 years? Isn't that much better than Big Brother Lin's primordious heavenly palace? Xiao Moshin muttered by Lin Ming's side. Her cheeks flushed red. Lin Ming smiled. Soul Emperor Divine Void is, after all, a true divinity. It wouldn't be strange for things he refined to reach the limit of Empyrean spirit treasures. As for Empyrean Primordius, he lacked destiny. If it weren't for the accidents that befell him in the past, he likely would have become a true divinity sooner or later. Lin Ming said, but Xiao Moxian suddenly thought of something else. She chuckled and said, 100 million years to refine a true divinity spirit treasure? He might not have that much time. At that time, who knows who will be refining that boundless divine mountain? What do you think, Big Brother Lin? Xiao Moxian playfully smiled as she spoke, her beautiful face shining with a dazzling brilliance. Luckily, she had spoken to Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. If she had spoken out loud, then those around her would have thought her crazy, and if this were known by those from Divine Void Divine Kingdom, then she would have drawn a fatal disaster upon her head. The meaning behind Xiao Moxian's words was something only Lin Ming could understand. In a sense, Soul Emperor Divine Void was Lin Ming's enemy. Xiao Moxian was confident that within 100 million years, Lin Ming would be able to surpass him in strength, and perhaps even kill him. At that time, Boundless Divine Mountain would no longer be refined by Soul Emperor Divine Void, but by Lin Ming. Thus she had dared to say this. This treasure is actually quite nice. It could be a good substitute for Primordius Heavenly Palace. Xiao Moxian said again. Hearing this, Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Within the entire inner Azura Road, Soul Emperor Divine Void was like a living god. If the average person saw him, they would keep silent and even fall to their knees beneath the presence of such a higher existence. But Xiao Moxian actually had plans to kill him and steal his treasures. If Soul Emperor Divine Void were to find out that a mere peak-late Divine Lord Realm Girl was thinking of killing him and stealing his items, then who knew what expression he would have. As Lin Ming was at a loss for what to say, an inexplicably vast aura emerged from the center of the sea. Rosy clouds appeared like smoke, filling the air with a thick mist that shined with a gorgeous light. These peculiar clouds actually emerged from nowhere in the void. In the skies above, massive swathes black clouds began to gather. These clouds were not ordinary. Rather, they were filled with roiling lightning, and one could clearly see horrifying blue streaks appear within. These black clouds contained the purest thunder souls of the heavens and earth. Space began to surge, just like the sea waves beneath it. Lin Ming was stunned. This sort of change in the heavens and earth faintly felt as if another world was trying to push its way into their own. Could it be that the final trial is about to begin? Lin Ming mumbled to himself, shocked. On the side, Mo Bright Moon was also witnessing the opening of the final trial for the first time. In the past, she had been a low-key person, so when would she have had the time or desire to join the crowds and watch such a momentous event? As the world began to twitch, the people on the observation sea pavilions began to cry out in alarm. In succession, small groups of people flew out from the observation pavilions and towards the central area of the sea. Many of these people were young martial artists. Although they were strong, they didn't have background nor the qualifications to enter the Azura Road's final trial. Now that the final trial was opening, although they couldn't enter, they still wanted to fly close to feel the aura and experience the entrance of the final trial for themselves. Because there was an extremely unstable space storm brewing, if they were not careful, then they would be sucked in and killed, without even their bones left over. The final trial was located within its own separate sealed-off world, one that appeared in the void and hadn't yet revealed itself. But just the endless rolling thunderclouds in the skies above were enough to startle the mind. Gradually, more and more people arrived at the center of the sea, making it increasingly noisy. After an entire day of waiting, the sealed space of the final trial hadn't moved much. It was only that in the void, a number of strange strengths began to emerge, a pure flame aura that seemed to come from the depths of a volcano, and a dense black and cloudy death energy. The entire area began to feel as if it were the Yellow Springs underworld, making one feel horrified. But the proud children of heaven from some great influences did not fear these strengths. Rather, they were overjoyed. Many people used secret techniques that suited the situation and drew support from these formidable strengths to begin cultivating these strengths. On the third day, rumble, rumble, rumble. There was a sound like a great door that was being slowly pushed open by a mystical force. At the center of the sea, in the void, a pitch-black crack began to appear. This crack constantly expanded with the surging tides, revealing a darkness that flashed with intermittent sparks of lightning. The crack began to rapidly expand, finally even blocking out the skies and sun. Countless primal runes appeared, carrying with them the most primeval source strengths of yin and yang, volcanoes, thunderclouds, and much more, seething in the air. Many people could see that within the unfathomable black crack, there were countless threads of spiritual strength that wove together like mountain ranges, sparkling with light. This was an endless array diagram, and the building-sized runes that formed it shined with a light that even reached through that vast darkness. These runes seemed to contain the infinite possible changes of the great universe, signaling the coexistence of dangers and lucky chances. Everyone was shocked and also excited. The Azura Road's final trial had finally opened. The entrance to the final trial had already opened. An incomparably large pitch-black crack tore through the world, as if a colossal pair of hands had reached up into the skies and ripped apart the heavens. Behind this terrifying crack was a strange and incredible world. Just by looking at this world, one felt their mind, divine soul, and even blood energy be attracted towards it, as if their very being wanted to tear out of their body. A woodash! A woodash! From behind this black crack, a horrifying sound poured forth like the roars of a primeval great beast. A massive amount of heaven and earth origin energy and an endless amount of seawater was swallowed into this crack, forming a giant black vortex. Within this terrifying black vortex, one could see faintly visible phantoms. Within these phantoms there were god beasts and peerless powerhouses alike. Their powerful auras wove together with the lines of the heavenly Tao laws, making even those people watching from several hundred miles away feel like their souls were shaking. This was the final trial. Disregarding the dangers and tests within, disregarding the incomparably precious trial qualifications that were ridiculously difficult to obtain, just entering alone was something that many young elites would not be able to summon up the courage to do. This sort of suppressive feeling came from the momentum of the world, making them feel as if they were facing the entire universe. Out of the hundreds of thousands of people watching from around the Azura Sea, most of them were only observers. None of them dared to truly break into the entrance of the final trial. At this time, runes filled the skies and a vast aura spread out in all directions. Several men and women flew through the skies. These men and women wore feathered robes, and their heads were adorned by a crown of star-like gems. Their bearing was magnificent, and with a single glance one could see they were elite disciples of a great sect. Those are people from Divine Void, Divine Kingdom. As Lin Ming saw these people appear, he also recognized someone. Duke Fullmoon. It's that stupid, annoying fly again. To think we would run into him here also. It's even worse than being haunted by ghosts. Xiao Moxian's expression was filled with disgust. To think that this Duke Fullmoon who had pestered Lin Ming at the Divine Rune City auction, constantly hounding him like some rabid dog, would actually enter the final trial. As she thought of encountering this person, Xiao Moxian felt as if she had stepped in dog shit. Then again, isn't this fellow not so young anymore? How did he obtain the qualifications to enter Divine Void Divine Kingdom's group for the final trial? Xiao Moxian asked, puzzled. According to her estimations, World King Fullmoon was at least several thousand years old. Without accumulating strength for so much time, it was impossible for him to become a world king. And one didn't need to be a genius to know that there was extremely intense competition within Divine Void Divine Kingdom for spots in the final trial. There were countless disciples eagerly wanting to enter. Lin Ming said, "Several thousand years isn't too old. To an Empyrean that lives for 100 million years, this is still a baby. And in this final trial, normally those that are several hundred years old or thousands of years old will participate for their sect. For instance, the good fortune Saint Sun seemed to have entered the final trial around the time he was at the Saint Lord realm. Although those that participated in the final trial were young, they normally weren't as young as Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming. Even with the time in Tragic Death Valley included, Lin Ming was only around 120 years old. The people flying through the air immediately became the focus of the crowd. Within the group of trial challengers, there was a young man wearing a dragon crown, his long hair trailing behind him as he trod on the wind. "It's finally opened. I've awaited this day for far too long." This young man's star-like eyes shined with a brilliant fighting spirit. Behind him, the several heroic elites of Divine Void Divine Kingdom, including Duke Fullmoon, were treating him with respect, faintly taking him as their lead. However, this young man's cultivation was the lowest amongst everyone from the Divine Void Divine Kingdom. He was only at the half-step Holy Lord realm. A half-step Holy Lord youth was actually able to command so many Holy Lords and World Kings behind him. Who is this person? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. He is the Divine Void Third Crown Prince. Mo Bright Moon began to explain. A Crown Prince of Divine Void Divine Kingdom was nothing but a title. They in no way referred to the true son of the sole Emperor Divine Void. Currently, Divine Void Divine Kingdom had 7 Crown Princes, each one belonging to one of the 7 great divine provinces that comprised it. Every Crown Prince was an elite amongst elites, and they were the future rulers of their lands. Even the next sole Emperor would be selected from amongst the Crown Princes. As for the third Crown Prince, he was considered to be one of the strongest of the 7 Divine Void Crown Princes. "So that's how it is," Lin Ming said, suddenly realizing the situation. No wonder this third Crown Prince was able to command so many people with the lowest cultivation. In a situation where he was able to survive, then it was best to enter the final trial at the youngest age possible in order to obtain greater advantages. As for someone like Duke Fullmoon, who only entered the final trial at the World King realm, the truth was that his talent was considered relatively poor. Look behind that Divine Void Crown Prince at the woman following him. That is the Crown Prince's imperial concubine. At this time, standing behind Mo Bright Moon, Fanny Fafa suddenly spoke up. His voice was soft and gentle. If one didn't see him and only listened to his voice, they might even think him a woman. The imperial concubine's cultivation is even higher than the Divine Void Crown Prince's. As Fanny Fafa said, there was truly a young woman following behind the third Crown Prince, her appearance as beautiful as a flower. She exuded sex appeal from every inch of her body, and her charming looks were cute and flirtatious. At first glance, one could see she was a truly outstanding existence. And her cultivation was at the peak Holy Lord realm, a full large boundary higher than the Divine Void Crown Prince. "It's not anything strange." Fanny Fafa chuckled as he spoke. He said in a strange and meaning-filled hushed voice, "You might not know, but that imperial concubine was especially raised to be given to the Divine Void Crown Prince so that he could dual cultivate with her. When the Divine Void Crown Prince deflowered the imperial concubine, he must have obtained a great advantage. The imperial concubine also has a pure in physique, but her physique might not be as pure as mine." Listening to Fanny Fafa, Lin Ming nearly choked on himself. He rubbed his nose and subconsciously took a step back. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The Divine Void Crown Prince's treatment was far too good. Not to mention the resources he had growing up or the final trial spot he was given. There was even a dual cultivation companion specifically raised for him by his sect. As Lin Ming was lost in thought, another group flew in from the other side of the skies, standing in sharp opposition to the third Crown Prince and his troop. This team was led by a fat young man who wore a bright yellow robe embroidered with a 5-clawed dragon, just like the robes of a mortal emperor. "It's people from Heaven Union Divine Kingdom," some people looking cried out in alarm. Heaven Union Divine Kingdom was the only colossal influence in the inner Azura Road that could directly contend with Divine Void Divine Kingdom. That fat youth must be Big Flame, the direct disciple of Sovereign Heaven Union. His status is no worse than that of the Divine Void Third Crown Prince. Now there's something fun to watch. A mountain couldn't hold 2 tigers. Moreover, Divine Void Divine Kingdom and Heaven Union Divine Kingdom were in sharp opposition to each other from the start. As the Divine Void Third Crown Prince and Big Flame met each other, their visions seemed to turn into tangible essence that violently collided in the skies. These two people were both peerless proud sons of heaven from true divinity influences. With both of them being such proud characters, once they met they naturally had to compete to see who was lower and who was higher. You are that so-called third crown prince from the divine void divine kingdom? Big Flame looked at the third crown prince and laughed, clearly not fearing him in the least. The divine void third crown prince sneered and unhurriedly said, "Did you come here especially to provoke me today? How interesting. My divine void divine kingdom has long been fighting your heaven union divine kingdom. During every final trial, the fights between juniors make for the fiercest battlefield. There is even a tradition of gambling fights. How about it? Do you want to make a bet with me today? Haha, aren't you just overconfident in yourself? My goal this time is to obtain at least 80%. If you want to make a bet with me, then you had best consider your own worth first." Big Flame arrogantly boasted. The divine void third crown prince only laughed in response. 80%? It was like this person thought he would achieve that just by saying it. You sure speak a bunch of crap. I have 3 Nirvana Origin Balancing Pills. Do you want to make a bet? Nirvana Origin Balancing Pill? Big Flame's eyes lit up and he licked his lips. The martial artists watching from around the sea had also heard of the Nirvana Origin Balancing Pill before and their eyes shined in response. This was a pill on the transcendent divine level, but in a true divinity holy land, many transcendent divine pills came from the hands of a true divinity, so the effects were normally much better than those of an ordinary transcendent divine pill. Only the extreme genius of a true divinity influence would be able to take out a top pill like this for a bet. The final trial hadn't begun, and yet there were already sparks flying between these two proud sons of heaven. With this, one could see just how intense the competition in the final trial would be. In addition to the horrifying pressure that exuded from that soul-freezing entrance, as well as the droves of elites that came from all the large influences around the Azura Road, even if many of the martial artists present weren't able to participate in the final trial, just being able to be here to witness such a grand event left them all inexplicably excited. Good. If you want to give me pills, then I won't stop you. Big Flame laughed. He led the group from Heaven Union Divine Kingdom towards the incomparably massive black crack that was the final trial, and then they all disappeared without leaving a trace. Seeing this, the people watching from around the sea all sucked in a deep breath. If they were sucked in by such a terrifying black vortex, wouldn't they just lose their lives? As these people were feeling weak of heart, the divine Void Crown Prince also led his own people and rushed into the black vortex. The oppressive feeling that originated from the final trial was simply far too strong. Even the proudest and most extraordinary children of heaven wouldn't say they didn't feel at least a hint of fear upon facing that dreadful black vortex. As the people from Divine Void Divine Kingdom and Heaven Union Divine Kingdom entered, squads from all the different influences began flying towards the black vortex. In the midst of all these flying martial artists, Lin Ming actually glanced the form of a blue-clothed woman. This blue-clothed woman's movements were light and sprightly. In the wild and fierce storm of energy, she seemed as if she were taking a casual stroll through the woods. Her step wasn't quick, but in just several moments she arrived before the massive vortex of the final trial. Then, like a blue flower petal, she was sucked into the vortex, immediately vanishing from sight. That woman is... As Lin Ming saw this blue-clothed woman, he felt a strange movement in his heart. Just a moment ago, when the high-spirited Big Flame and Third Crown Prince were arguing, Lin Ming hadn't felt much at all. But in this brief moment when that blue-clothed woman fluttered about like a spirit in the wind, this actually left a deep impression on Lin Ming's mind. Just by seeing this woman's form, Lin Ming felt his heartbeat speed up. It's her. She really came. In the crowd, there were some well-informed individuals with extremely sharp eyesight. Even from a distance and in the crowds of people, they were able to accurately see this blue-clothed woman's form. This blue-clothed woman was always low-key in her actions, but many people knew that she was the true lead of the final trial. 83% completion rate. Isn't she satisfied with her past record? An old man from the side of the Heaven Union Divine Kingdom muttered, his withered lips twitching. When Big Flame and the Divine Void Third Crown Prince had made a bet, these old men hadn't placed that event in their eyes. To them, it was merely a little spirited tussle between juniors. But the appearance of this blue-clothed woman actually caused the old man's complexion to change. What a dreadful woman! She is even more dreadful than Soul Emperor Divine Void. A hoarse voice croaked out from behind the old man. This other person was wrapped in a red cloak, and his body exuded a terrifying fluctuation of laws. Luckily for us, she is someone from the 33 heavens, so she will not return to the Azura Road so easily. Otherwise, the balance between the saints and spiritas within the inner Azura Road would be broken by her. The Azura Road is separated from the 33 heavens by a barrier of laws that was laid down by the Azura Road Master. No matter how powerful the spiritas of the 33 heavens are, it won't affect us. I just have no idea what completion percent this horrifying woman will have and what rewards she will obtain. Really? She is truly a cause for envy, the previously speaking old man said, sighing with emotion. The rich rewards of the final trial were truly something they would be jealous about. As these two old men were discussing with each other, in the dreadful storm of energy, a squad of 5 people flew low at sea level as they approached the massive black vortex. The vortex churned, stretched out for thousands of miles. In front of this black vortex, the 5 people were nothing but grains of sand in front of a mountain, common and unnoticeable. As they submerged themselves in the black vortex, they didn't even cause a tiny splash. Lin Ming had finally stepped into the final trial. This would be the last story he left behind in the Azura Road. When Lin Ming flew into the final trial, he kept a low profile, just like the blue-clothed woman. In addition, he was very fast, so there were many people that didn't notice him. However, there were some considerably strong people with keen eyesight who were familiar with Lin Ming and saw his back. That person is the Divine Runic Masters Guild's Lin Ming? The one who spoke was a World King powerhouse. He had attended the Divine Rune City auction in the past, so he had an extremely deep impression of Lin Ming. Lin Ming? The creator of the Lin symbols. Many people had never seen Lin Ming but knew of his name. He was someone who created the myth of gathering 10 billion contribution points in half a month, and this was a story that spread throughout the entirety of the inner Azura Road. Isn't he only at the Divine Lord realm? Moreover, he's a Divine Runic Master. Is he planning on entering the final trial? In everyone's opinion, those young geniuses with extraordinary combat talent wouldn't choose to become Divine Runic Masters. People had limited time and energy, and the occupation of a Divine Runic Master was an extremely time-consuming ordeal. Even Lin Ming, who possessed the heaven-defying magic cube and had absorbed the memories of 3 Divine Runic Masters, still had his own cultivation speed delayed considerably due to studying the Divine Runic arts. Of course, disasters and blessings came together. Because he studied the Divine Runic arts, Lin Ming had an even deeper understanding of the Azura laws. These were all things that occurred later. As for other geniuses, they didn't possess something as ridiculous as the magic cube. If they placed all their time in studying the Divine Runic arts, then their combat talent would naturally be left behind. In many people's opinion, Lin Ming's talent in the Divine Runic arts had reached the pinnacle of possibility. If he didn't invest a massive amount of time into the Divine Runic arts, then there wouldn't be anyone who believed this. In this situation, most people subconsciously believed that Lin Ming, who lacked cultivation time, would have a dismally low combat efficiency. Otherwise, he would be too abnormal an existence. But now he actually flew into the final trial mystic realm with a mere Divine Lord cultivation. This left everyone watching outside stunned. If Lin Ming were to perish inside, wouldn't that just be too great a pity? This boy, just what games is he playing? On the observation pavilion, Divine Rune City's Old Shui and Old Su had also arrived some time ago. These 2 old geezers had already reached the limit of their cultivation, and the only thing that grew for them every day was their hair. They spent most of their time idling about with their hobbies and of course wouldn't miss such a lively event. Since they were here, they naturally spotted Lin Ming. As Old Su saw Lin Ming fly into the final trial mystic realm, he was a tad worried. There were many holy lords and world kings gathered inside. Moreover, these people were all outstanding characters amongst their cultivation step. And beyond that, there were also the dangers of the final trial. If Lin Ming were to enter with a mere divine lord realm cultivation, it would undoubtedly be disastrously risky for him. Old Su didn't want such a divine runic arts prodigy to die inside. Hey, don't look down on him. That little fellow's strength isn't as simple as you think it is. We have no idea just what level he is. We've worried for him before, but it's all been in vain. He's a smart young boy. If he dares to enter the Azura Road, then he should have some confidence in his ability. I have no idea what completion percentage he will obtain though. If it's 70%, then that really is too abnormal. Old Shui had an unusual amount of faith in Lin Ming. 70%? You sure are optimistic. If he can survive that hell and come out alive, then I'll already be thanking the heavens and earth. His talent is good, but in the end he is only at the Divine Lord realm. Can he really jump too large boundaries to fight a World King genius? I fear that he will be harmed by someone inside. Even his enemy Duke Full Moon is in there. If that person is thinking of assassinating Lin Ming. As Old Su spoke to hear, he was a bit scared. In Divine Rune City, Lin Ming would have the protection of the Divine Runic Masters Guild as well as that mysterious master of his. But in the final trial, Lin Ming could only rely on himself. Killing in there was not uncommon. Even unparalleled geniuses still needed to be past the Divine Lord realm, so they would have the ability to ensure their own safety. Only then would someone dare to enter the final trial. As these two old men were speaking, within that dreadful vortex of energy that spanned from the heavens to earth, another familiar form appeared. This form wasn't some stranger. It was the extreme star Holy Land's Suya. The two old men glanced at each other, surprised. They didn't think that Suya would also enter the final trial. This girl's strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, she is interested in Lin Ming. I hope that she will look after him, Old Su mumbled. In front of him, the overwhelming storm of energy became increasingly fierce. As Lin Ming approached the strange world of the final trial, he felt goosebumps rise all over his body. He could hear a strange sound in the void. It was the incomparably pure sea of energy trembling. This strange world appeared to be a massive black vortex. Any beam of light that neared it was distorted and swallowed up. Xiao Moxian anxiously held onto Lin Ming's hand. As Lin Ming felt Xiao Moxian slip her hand into his, he reached out and gently wrapped his hand across her waist. With his right hand he waved the Phoenix Blood Spear, sending out a wave of energy that gradually calmed down the strange energy. With a resolute shout, Lin Ming decisively rushed into this unusual new world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beside him, a succession of proud heroes from the Azura Road hurtled in, all of them rushing ahead to be first. The final trial was extremely dangerous. The final trial had a very high mortality rate. These were all things that those who participated were well aware of. But the heaven-defying lucky chances within were enough to make their eyes go red with envy. Waves of thick energy crashed onto everyone like a violent stormy sea. Every wave of energy was like the impact of an ancient beast. Even Lin Ming felt a considerable amount of pressure. However, after having broken into the second Dao Palace, his mortal body was 100 times more solid than those vicious beasts from ancient times. Although he was hindered, he didn't suffer any injuries. Lin Ming spread his hands wide, his muscles and bones popping as they extended outwards, withstanding the violent flow of energy. Xiao Moxian grasped onto Lin Ming, protected beneath him. Xiao Moxian could feel a warm flow of energy surround her, and a smile crossed her face. With her current strength, she was more than capable of withstanding this violent flux of energy. But she rather enjoyed this feeling of being protected by Lin Ming. His speed was fast, and by relying on his bodily strength, he was able to drill through the brutal flow of energy like a hot knife in snow. As the energy flows crashed into him, all of them scattered on his body. To the rear, Mo Bright Moon and the two others followed close behind. Thousand Slaughter furiously slashed out with his golden saber, spiritual strength shooting into the skies, creating 9 phantoms of ancient demonic Taotais. These Taotais were each massive and terrifying. As they appeared, they began to desperately swallow up all of the energy around them, treating the flow of energy like delicious food. These Taotai phantoms constantly grew, but in the process of swallowing they were shattered by the impact of energy. As they broke apart, they continued to reform. It was a peculiar sight. But for better or worse, Mo Bright Moon and the others were all sheltered from the violent flux of energy. Lin Ming noticed this and was slightly surprised. He realized that Thousand Slaughter's golden saber was some rare divine weapon, so he paid more attention to it. As Lin Ming looked at the golden saber in Thousand Slaughter's hand, Thousand Slaughter was also secretly shocked by Lin Ming's strength. He had once heard Mo Bright Moon mention this youth. Besides the divine runic arts, this Lin Ming had aspects to him that were beyond the norm. He and Fanny Fafa hadn't believed these tales much, but as they saw Lin Ming use his body alone to resist the wild waves of energy, whilst his speed was even faster than the Taotai phantoms, he was left speechless. Without a doubt, this Lin Ming was far stronger than he was. In this world, there are actually people that can be so abnormal just by the strength of their bodies? Luckily, he's our ally. Fanny Fafa's eyes widened as a splendid light flashed in his eyes. Within the flow of energy, all sense and sight was twisted up by the wild fluctuations around them. Besides their own squad, it was impossible to see any further. Who dash? The wild flow of energy finally reached its end. As if finally passing through walls of water, the pressure on Lin Ming's body lightened. A bizarre land appeared in front of them. All they saw were a sea of mountain peaks rising up and down in the world like floating islands, vast and endless. Each mountain peak was covered with vibrant life. There were falling waterfalls and lush green trees. But for some reason, they give off an unrealistic feeling to Lin Ming, as if everything he saw was fake. In the distance, he could see surging rivers filled with strange black water. There, the land was desolate and shrouded in a pale gray atmosphere. Lin Ming stood on the ground and let Xiao Moxian down. He carefully observed the world in front of him. Weird. These things seem both real and false. Moreover, the energy here is peculiar, as if there's some risk. But for some reason I can't make out what it is. Lin Ming mumbled. Faintly, he could feel an inexplicable danger, as if some viper were eyeing him from a hidden nest. Why aren't we walking? Thousand Slaughter's strong and tall body arrived behind Lin Ming. He looked down at him from a towering position, asking him in a low and deep voice. His high bamboo hat left behind a shadow that covered Lin Ming. Mo Bright Moon also looked at Lin Ming, a bit puzzled. Fanny Fafa giggled. Killing has never been the forte of a divine runic master. Sir Lin, if you don't wish to lead the way, then allow me the honor. A feminine voice brought with it a faint chill. The sound was like a cold snake running over the body, making one feel alarmed. As Fanny Fafa laughed, his body fluttered up as if he was weightless. As he passed by Lin Ming, his eyes swept over his body, carrying with it a faint sense of ridicule. When Lin Ming had demonstrated his amazing bodily strength, he had left Fanny Fafa surprised. This had ignited Fanny Fafa's competitive spirit, one that all martial artists had. His methods were all extremely strange. His body emitted strands of silk-like milky white spiritual power that probed the surroundings. This spiritual power spread out, covering the skies and earth. Lin Ming's complexion changed. As he realized what Fanny Fafa was doing, he shouted out, "Don't move!" But it was too late. The milky white threads of spiritual strength spread out and submerged in all directions, vanishing from the world as if something had swallowed them up. Fanny Fafa's complexion changed. At this time, the originally empty space above them suddenly seemed to be stimulated by something. The void tore open and an icy cold black energy filled the air. For figures threw themselves onto the ground from this black energy, all of them carrying with them a fierce and blood-drenched aura. At this time, in front of Lin Ming and his group, four dark gold skeletons appeared. Each skeleton was filled with a tyrannical and horrifying aura. The void of their sockets shined with a dark reddish-black light, and they held blood-rusted bone knives in their hands. With a simple slash, even the void was split asunder. A space storm formed, sweeping towards Fanny Fafa. This sudden change caught Fanny Fafa by surprise. He released countless milky white threads of spiritual strength that condensed in the air like iron, forming layers and layers around his body. Clang, clang, clang. The barrier of spiritual strength collided with these bone knives that had torn apart space. A grating metallic sound filled the air as sparks flew out. At this time, Lin Ming's figure flushed forwards. With a rumbling sound, his fist crashed into the skull of one of the skeletons. After breaking into the heavenly retribution Tao Palace, a single wave of his hand could summon 10 billion genes of strength. Even an ancient vicious beast would have been ripped asunder. Dong dash! As the fist came crashing down, the air blocking its path was squeezed so hard that it became like iron, solidly forming a column of air. The incomparably tough bones shattered like tofu. Soon after, a second fist came smashing out, even extinguishing the dark ruby flames in the sockets of the skeleton. Soon after, the phoenix blood spear came thrusting out. In the blink of an eye, thousands upon thousands of spear strikes pierced out, each spear bringing with it enough strength to crush a planet. The bones they struck were directly blown away. At this time, Mo Bright Moon also attacked. Her fingers waved and a strange crescent moon-shaped rune appeared atop her fingertips. The rune slashed out into the wind, breaking through the void, the enormous pressure imprisoning a skeleton. With a loud shout, the crescent moon rune shined with an incandescent brilliance. The sharp blade of the rune tore through the skeleton, the slicing maelstrom of energy turning it into powder. Thousand Slaughter's figure flashed and he disappeared like gods and ghosts, immediately reappearing behind another skeleton warrior. His golden saber was able to find the weakness of the skeleton warriors in a single stroke, the little wisp of will hidden deep in its body. The deep black aura of a Taotai sparked and an immense swallowing force spread out, swallowing up that wisp of will. The skeleton warrior's body immediately disintegrated, vanishing into the wind. The entire process lasted only several breaths of time. The 4 skeleton warriors were destroyed and the space in front of the group began to peel apart, breaking down. Jet black runes began to scatter out. Those distant mountain peaks and the raging black rivers all vanished from sight. The surroundings also began to dim down. The boundless death energy and colding energy around them suddenly surrounded them from all directions. Beneath their feet, they were stepping on seals designed in the images of different kinds of vicious beast, some of them still glowing with a strange and fantastic light. The entire atmosphere became grim and gloomy. This sort of place, looking at the pitch-black darkness in front of them that seemed to have no end, Xiao Moxian immediately lit a little flame. Light spread out, scattering all the shadows. Everyone was startled. They could see that in front of them was a vast tunnel extending to forever, one with scattered skeletons lying all around it. Each skeleton glowed with its own color. Some were dark gold and some were purple gold. The purer gold colored the skeletons, the thicker the death energy emanating from them. This should be an ancient grave, Lin Ming slowly said as he looked at the various sacrificial patterns engraved upon the walls. Those mountain peaks and rivers, they should have been an illusion. Fanny Fafa frowned. He had been completely unable to see through the illusion. Luckily, the golden skeletons weren't too strong. If they were comparable to a world king, then the battle just now would have been dangerous. There are hidden spatial array formations everywhere. Do not act rashly. A moment ago, you touched an array formation that transmitted us here. Lin Ming calmly judged the situation. Now, he finally knew why he had a restless feeling ever since he arrived. This was because he discovered that everywhere here vaguely conformed to the Azura heavenly Tao laws. Moreover, he didn't understand many of the laws here. These laws were closely related to the array formations arranged all over this place. If they were even slightly touched, there would be tremendous problems. Everyone felt a chill crawl up their backs as they heard Lin Ming speak. If there were array formation traps everywhere, then they had to be especially careful as they walked forwards. However, the Lin Ming standing in front of them seemed to have some strange ability to sense these array formations, as if he had some safeguard against them. Fanny Fafa and Thousand Slaughter couldn't help but look towards Lin Ming. Although they didn't want to admit it, they had to. This young divine runic master, who invented the Lin, divine runic symbols, was far different from any other divine runic master they had encountered. Follow close behind me and pay careful attention to my steps. This array formation, I've seen it in an ancient text before. Lin Ming thoughtlessly came up with a reason. Although the others felt that this so-called ancient text that Lin Ming spoke of was a bit odd. At this time they had no reason to doubt him. Sensing the strange array formation rules around him and also fusing in the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao and the power of illusions, Lin Ming led the way for the group. After all, his comprehensions of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws became increasingly profound with every year. Using these comprehensions, he was able to break through some of these array formation traps. Thousand Slaughter followed close behind Lin Ming, maintaining full vigilance of his surroundings even as he guarded Lin Ming's rear. In this final trial, only perfect cooperation would allow them to go further. Mo Bright Moon was originally an outstanding killer. A crescent moon-shaped ring appeared on her hand, sparkling with light and emitting traces of spiritual energy that seemed to cut through the void. It was clear that this was a powerful spirit treasure. As the group followed close behind Lin Ming, they carefully made their way through the tunnel. As they walked forwards, by relying on Lin Ming's exceptional senses, they were able to discover and avoid several strange space traps. The pitch-black and gloomy road was filled with a pervasive death energy that lingered about. In the tunnel, the fierce cracks and bloodstains covered the walls. The bloodstains had already dried up and were difficult to discern. It was clear that they had originated from countless years ago. It was unknown just how many times fierce life or death battles had been fought in this tunnel. Kacha, after some time, at a wall in front of them not too far away, an unusual sound echoed out. There was an extremely strange image on this wall. The image was painted with a special kind of liquid and was over 30 feet tall. The image showed several demonic beings, all of them with 2 horns and cruel crimson fangs. This was an image of man-eating fierce ghosts. Although this was a mere painting, Lin Ming didn't know why, but he felt the crimson-eyed fierce ghosts were looking at them, their eyes blazing with green. "Sir Lin?" Fanny Fafa suddenly asked. Lin Ming thought for a moment, looking at the fierce ghost drawing in front of him. The Azura Road Master's methods were beyond mortal comprehension. In this final trial, any strange and unusual matter could occur. Lin Ming and Fanny Fafa could both feel something off with the painting, and as they were looking carefully at it, the painting began to slowly move towards them. It drew closer and closer. Everyone raised their guard. Puff! Puff! Suddenly, a terrifying black energy burst out from the fierce ghost drawing. Then, the group of demonic fierce ghosts actually leapt out from the drawing. The air was immediately filled with the thick and pungent scent of blood. At this time, from the walls around and above them, fierce ghosts popped out from all directions, immediately surrounding Lin Ming, Mo Bright Moon, and everyone else. Originally they thought there were only several fierce ghosts, but there were actually far more than they imagined. Moreover, the way they hid themselves surprised Lin Ming. Of course, this was only surprise. The power of the heretical god tree began to crazily swell up from within Lin Ming. A bolt of lightning shot out from Lin Ming's palm, rumbling into the fierce ghosts and blowing up a good number of them. At this time, the crescent moon ring on Mo Brightman's hand also emitted a brilliant cyan light. Each beam of cyan light emitted crackling sounds in the air. As they struck the fierce ghosts, they emitted heaven-shaking explosive sounds. Fanny Fafa flung his voluminous sleeves forwards. Like a sharp blade, a beam of energy cleaved ahead, sweeping out. As this beam of energy struck the fierce ghosts, they were cut in half. After a moment of chaos, the tunnel was suddenly peaceful. The drawing of fierce ghosts and the blood-red lights in their eyes had dimmed down. "Let's go." Lin Ming rushed ahead, deeper into the tunnel. Along the way, the group encountered several more waves of danger. But before each battle, Lin Ming was always able to sense it happening and would promptly warn the group. All of these traps and hidden attacks that were originally impossible to guard against suddenly became far less dangerous. And the power of these sneak attacks was inferior to the squad of 5. None of them thought that there were any difficulties in the first level of the trial. But what they didn't know was that in other places, There were some weaker squads that were finding it extremely difficult to move forwards. They were given headaches by the illusion array formations here, and some of them had even suffered casualties. Who dash? After chopping down a giant-sized bloated corpse, Lin Ming's palms tingled with numbness. Beside him, Thousand Slaughter and Fanny Fafa were also gasping for breath in great heaving gulps. They moved forward faster and faster, and the things they met became increasingly dangerous. Just now they finished dealing with a wave of corpses summoned by an array formation. This attack nearly caused some of them to be injured. However, luckily Lin Ming's body was incredibly tough, and Fanny Fafa also had a strange supernatural talent that allowed him to imprison his opponents with spiritual power. With these two abilities, it became much easier for them to deal with these brainless corpses. Woong, woong, woong. Suddenly, the sound of crashing tides appeared from not too far away. Everyone looked forwards to see a black vortex of energy appear in front of them, just like when they first entered the final trial. As everyone saw this, they were overjoyed. This must be the entrance leading from the first level to the second level. Everyone quickly leapt forwards. Within this vortex of energy, there was also a wild flow of energy. But with the experiences of the past, none of them were affected at all by it. As the waves of energy flowed over Lin Ming, he felt something strange in his mind. Final trial, completion rate, 20%. Completion, 20%? Lin Ming perked up and looked towards everyone else. At this time, Mo Bright Moon, Fanny Fafa, and the others were also looking at Lin Ming. It was clear that they also received the information on their completion percentage. 20% you? Lin Ming asked. The same. Mo Bright Moon and the others glanced at each other. This completion percentage was better than they had anticipated. After all, when walking all the way here, the truth was that they hadn't encountered any true dangers at all. The completion percentage should be more difficult the later it is. After 80%, it is likely that every point will be more difficult than the last. Our current completion percentage isn't strange at all. Let's go. Ho dash. The group finally emerged from the endless wild flow of energy and landed on the ground. Here, dark winds howled, carrying with them a dry and desolate aura as they swept over the scattered gravel on the ground. The sky in front of them was unusually high, as blue and transparent as sapphires. In the far-off distance, the shapes of the mountains were vague, resembling the outline of some sleeping great beast. Beneath their feet was a vast rough land of sand and stone. Thick weeds grew up periodically, many patches as high as a person. There were only several ghostly-looking trees scattered around. The plant life here was sparse. This was a windswept wilderness, bleak and dreary. This is the second level, right? Xiao Moxin flew up into the skies a little, looking around before falling down next to Lin Ming. Lin Ming thought for a moment. He didn't know just how many levels the final trial had. Now that he came here himself, the first few layers weren't too dangerous at all. Don't worry. Let's rest up first, Lin Ming proposed. According to what he knew, the final trial would likely last for several years. Now that everyone had just passed the first level, they had inevitably consumed some of their energy. Since they didn't know what the second floor was going to be like, they might as well stay here and adjust themselves to their peak condition. This was the safest plan of action. As Lin Ming spoke, Mo Bright Moon and the others sat in meditation. Without noticing it, Lin Ming had already become the core of the team. On the first level of the smelting trial, everyone had been able to witness Lin Ming's performance with their own eyes, so they naturally listened to his opinion. However, before the group had meditated for long, a sudden sad and high-pitched scream echoed out from the south of the wilderness. Lin Ming frowned. Someone was here? In the first level, they had touched a space trap and were transported somewhere else. After that, they hadn't met any other groups. It was likely they had been cut off from the other groups. But here in the world of the second level, this place was vast and boundless. Perhaps there were other squads here. Should they go and investigate the source of that sad scream? The other people glanced at each other before looking towards Lin Ming, wanting to solicit his opinion. If they went to investigate what happened, it was likely they would encounter some dangers. Let's go take a look. But be a bit more careful. If there's anything wrong, then we'll flee at once. Lin Ming succinctly stated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group of people rushed towards the direction of the scream like bolts of lightning. The group fell onto a barren rocky hill a few miles away, looking towards the area that the horrible scream came from. Lin Ming's vision was as sharp as an eagle's. With one glance, he could see a gaping cave going into the ground, one that was covered with a giant bloodstain. The blood was fresh and hadn't yet coagulated. Besides that, there weren't any other clues as to what happened. It was clear that some macabre death had just occurred here. At this time, from different directions in the distance, there were the deafening sounds of a sonic boom. Lin Ming and the others felt their minds chill. They all restrained their auras together. A milky white spiritual strength emerged from Fanny Fafa's hands, cutting through the air and thoroughly covering the group's auras. Lin Ming couldn't help but be curious about this milky white spiritual strength. This sort of strange spiritual strength seemed to be Fanny Fafa's supernatural talent. It was an extremely strange and complex ability. He really had no idea just what cultivation method Fanny Fafa practiced. Fourth junior apprentice brother's soul lamp has been extinguished and his wisp of soul disappeared here. That bloodstain's aura also belongs to junior apprentice brother. Where is he? Could there be something strange in that cave? Both of the two people that flew over were tall and vigorous looking. One of them was covered with transparent raging flames. These flames exuded a powerful momentum that surrounded the cave with the bloodstain. The other person held a strange divine runic symbol in their hands. As the divine runic symbol appeared, it emitted a pitch-black fire energy. Big Brother Lin. That fellow is using the divine runic symbol you created. Xiao Moxian whispered to Lin Ming, as if she had discovered the funniest thing in the world. Her eyes were locked onto the divine runic symbol in the person's hand. Lin Ming's vision was keen. He was immediately able to see the Lin character marking the bottom right of the divine runic symbol. Indeed, it was one of the Lin logo divine runic symbols, and also the extremely expensive heavenly fire symbol too. He couldn't help but smile a little upon seeing this. It seemed that these Lin logo divine runic symbols had spread to the upper levels of the Azura Road. The one who bought the heavenly fire symbols was Empyrean Lionheart, but Empyrean Lionheart's sect wasn't experiencing war anytime soon, so it was possible for them to sell a portion of the divine runic symbols to others. Then again, Lin Ming had produced just over 1,000 of these specialized 5th-grade divine runic symbols. If a person was able to possess one, then they should have some status in their large influence, otherwise it simply wouldn't be their turn to wield it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The divine runic symbol smashed into the cave tunnels. There was a continuous blast of explosions echoing from within. Flames soared to the heavens and all of the soil and rock around the cave was instantly melted by the high temperatures. Sharp shrieks sounded out. A number of figures fled from the burning cave, their bodies blackened. These creatures had thick tails extending from their backs and had bodies similar to a person's, but their appearance was like a beast. As these strange beast creatures appeared, runes began to shine on their foreheads. They rushed towards the person that used the heavenly fire symbol, a beam of black lightning shooting out from between their eyebrows towards the two people. Shit! The trial challenger who held the Lin symbol was angered. Just as he was about to use the heavenly fire symbol in his hand yet again, his companions stopped him. Don't be in a hurry, we must save it. The fierceness of the heavenly fire symbol lay in the fact that even if a martial artist were at their weakest state, completely exhausted of strength, using the heavenly fire symbol would still result in an all-out attack that remained the same no matter what condition the martial artist was in. They definitely had to save this divine runic symbol as much as they could to use in critical moments to preserve their lives. Bang! With an explosive sound, the black light emitted by the monsters fell onto the ground, causing a dreadful eruption of power. And as this violent fluctuation of energy shook the mountain, more and more monsters began emerging from all over. The aura of these monsters was actually at the peak Holy Lord realm. One or two of these monsters wasn't scary, but with dozens of them gathered together, that was truly horrifying. In particular, the black light these monsters shot out could gather together and produce an effect of locking down space. These black lights were like a giant spider web, making it so that the two martial artists couldn't escape even if they wanted to. We must last until senior apprentice brother arrives. Even facing such a dangerous situation, the disciple who spoke wasn't afraid at all. Rather, he put forth over 10 array discs and used these array discs to battle these monsters. As for his companion, he wasn't weak either. He pulled out his sword, displaying fierce and swift sword skills, perfectly coordinating his attacks. It was clear that those people who had the qualifications to enter the final trial were all extraordinary. At this time, a keening howl echoed out, as if something was flying towards them and tearing apart the atmosphere as it did. The two martial artists turned and were immediately overjoyed. Senior apprentice brother has arrived. Lin Ming and the others turned towards the sound and saw someone rapidly flying towards them. Lin Ming frowned as he did. Really, enemies crossed paths far too often. This person was none other than Duke Fullmoon. After entering the final trial's first level, because they triggered trap array formations, the disciples of Divine Void Divine Kingdom were transmitted to separate areas. But they were truly incredible individuals. Even though they were split apart, they were able to pass the first level of the trial and arrive at the second level. As soon as they entered the second level, they were able to use all sorts of methods to contact their companions. The two disciples who were surrounded by the monsters were subordinates of Divine Void Divine Kingdom's 9 Nether Province. They were fellow disciples of Duke Fullmoon. It's that fellow again. He keeps on haunting us like ghosts. Xianxia gnashed her teeth, thinking over multiple ways she could try to put Duke Fullmoon to death in this final trial mystic realm. Senior apprentice brother. As the two disciples were overjoyed, at this time, some of the monsters that surrounded them began rushing towards Duke Fullmoon. These monsters were all bloodthirsty to the point of craziness. Before Duke Fullmoon attacked, they had already taken the initiative. Che! Duke Fullmoon immediately slowed down before coming to a stop in the air. Faced these 20-some monsters, he frowned, hesitating somewhat. He could see that these monsters were difficult to deal with. Even for him, they would be a great deal of trouble. He began considering whether or not acting to save these two junior apprentice brothers would harm himself. If the risk was too great, then he would rather turn tail and run. But at this time, Duke Fullmoon discovered Lin Ming's existence. Lin Ming and his group were far too obvious. In their haste, when they rushed over, they had only restrained their auras and hadn't set up a concealment array formation. Thus Duke Fullmoon had detected them. It's you? After noticing Lin Ming, Duke Fullmoon was stunned. He clearly didn't expect to see Lin Ming here. In a spark of lightning, the 20-some monsters had already reached less than 1,000 feet in front of Duke Fullmoon. Duke Fullmoon maniacally grinned. The road to heaven you choose not to walk, but the gates of hell you would rush through. Without further ado, Duke Fullmoon took these monsters chasing after him and rushed towards Lin Ming. His plan was clear. It was to drag Lin Ming down with him and have him share in the pressure of dealing with these monsters. If possible, he would even look for a chance to use these monsters to kill Lin Ming or at least severely wound him. At that time, although he might not be able to obtain Lin Ming's divine runic arts inheritances, he could still obtain the other secrets on his body. This damned bastard! Xianxia was enraged. This Duke Fullmoon was cunning enough. The area he was flying in was from their rear. This just happened to trap Lin Ming and the others between the monsters. Ha! Brother Lin. What a small world. We keep meeting each other everywhere. Duke Fullmoon wantonly smiled as he rapidly flew towards Lin Ming. At the same time, his fingers flexed as he thrust out hundreds and thousands of energy threads. These energy threads didn't have much power behind them. Their only function was to hinder the movements of Lin Ming and his group. Duke Fullmoon wanted Lin Ming to stay here. In Duke Fullmoon's eyes, Lin Ming was only a divine runic master. No matter how formidable his divine runic arts were, his combat strength was likely nothing to speak of. Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the late Divine Lord realm, and he had lived a mere 100-some years of life. Moreover, Duke Fullmoon was sure that Lin Ming had lived an ascetic life for these past years, and had invariably invested a massive amount of time in studying the divine runic arts, leaving his combat strength in utter shambles. Duke Fullmoon already bore a grudge against Lin Ming, and he also secretly envied the secrets that Lin Ming possessed. Even if there were not secrets on Lin Ming's body, if he killed Lin Ming, he would still be able to obtain the massive amount of wealth and rare materials he kept on him. This final trial was the best chance to kill Lin Ming. He didn't need to consider the Divine Runic Masters Guild, nor did he need to consider the mysterious master that stood behind Lin Ming. As Duke Fullmoon thought of all this, a fierce smile crossed his face. "You little shit, you want to die?" Fanny Fafa's eyebrows rose in anger. He had walked through the Azura Road for many years and assassinated many people, but rarely had anyone tried to plot against him. Now that this Duke Fullmoon was dragging many monsters towards them, it was clear he wanted to use them as his spear and then profit from their disaster. Although Fanny Fafa didn't fear these monsters, he couldn't swallow the rage from being used by others. "Don't move." At this time, Lin Ming stopped Fanny Fafa. In this situation, as long as they attacked, they would fall into the trap because no matter who they attacked, it would be disadvantageous for them. If they attacked Duke Fullmoon, those monsters would rush towards them. But if they attacked the monsters, that would be the same as doing exactly what Duke Fullmoon wished for and acting as his spears. No matter what, if Lin Ming and the others attacked, they would definitely fall into a brutal melee with the monsters. And now, more and more monsters were catching up. Although the combined strength of Lin Ming's group was more than enough to fight these monsters, participating in such a meaningless fight in this danger-ridden final trial wasn't wise at all. If they consumed too much strength and encountered some other trap, that would be far more dangerous for them. "Sir Lin?" Fanny Fafa asked, puzzled as he kept looking at the 20-some monsters that Duke Fullmoon was bringing towards them. If Lin Ming didn't attack, wasn't that the same as waiting for death? "Allow me." Lin Ming stepped forwards and stood in front of Fanny Fafa. He took out a divine runic symbol from his spatial ring. This divine runic symbol had a Lin character that shined on the bottom left. In the past, when Lin Ming left Divine Rune City and returned to Tragic Death Valley to rescue Empyrean Divine Mist, he had cultivated in Tragic Death Valley for a considerable amount of time. In that period, he had drawn up a massive number of divine runic symbols in preparation for this final trial. This divine runic symbol was named Heaven's Divide. It was a peak 5th grade divine runic symbol and also an improved divine runic symbol. Moreover, it could only be used one time. For a divine runic symbol to be used once, that meant that its complete strength would erupt. As Lin Ming crumbled the divine runic symbol, countless lines of the Azura laws spread outwards, surrounding his group, overlapping again and again. For a time, space seemed to tear apart. Fanny Fafa, Mo Bright Moon, and the others all felt as if they were instantly placed into a different dimension. "This is..." Fanny Fafa, Mo Bright Moon, and the others were all surprised. They looked towards Lin Ming with disbelief. This move was marvelous. The torn space distorted, becoming a separate world. This space isolated all origin energy fluctuations even as it served as the best protective barrier. This was a top-grade group-wide defensive divine runic symbol. In that moment, Duke Fullmoon looked on helplessly as the originally nearby Lin Ming and his group suddenly disappeared into thin air. "What?" Duke Fullmoon's complexion immediately became extremely ugly. He was well aware that Lin Ming had hidden himself in a spatial tear in front of him, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. He had personally witnessed the power of Lin Ming's divine runic symbols himself. If an ordinary World King powerhouse were to use the space laws to conceal themselves, then Duke Fullmoon had the confidence he had the methods to break through it. But facing Lin Ming's divine runic symbols, Duke Fullmoon didn't have the same confidence. Moreover, there were also 20-some monsters chasing behind him. With Duke Fullmoon's strength, where would he have the ability to defend against these monsters and unravel Lin Ming's divine runic symbol at the same time? "You damned little beast!" Duke Fullmoon cursed out loud. He had only been thinking about Lin Ming's abhorrent combat strength and had neglected the fact that Lin Ming's divine runic arts were able to make up for those flaws. If he just thought about this, then he would have realized Lin Ming inevitably carried with him a massive number of divine runic symbols, and the various uses of these divine runic symbols and their might could be imagined. No matter who it was, wanting to attack Lin Ming wouldn't be simple at all. As Duke Fullmoon thought of this person who was clearly far inferior to him, and yet was able to use luxurious divine runic symbols as if they didn't cost money at all, he felt incomparably wronged. There was simply nothing he could do about this. But at this moment, Duke Fullmoon had no time to think about these matters, because those 20-some monsters chasing him from behind had already surrounded him. Damn! Because of Duke Fullmoon's rage and grief, he already had a green-tinted face. His current predicament wouldn't be easy to solve no matter what. Whoosh! 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 Without saying anything, those monsters that chased after Duke Fullmoon opened their mouths and began releasing a strange light. These beams of light were extremely compact. As they cut through the void, they emitted a sound like sabers scratching on glass. Grating to the ears, Duke Fullmoon immediately fell into a fierce struggle. His strength began to rapidly deplete. Not just that, but more and more monsters began catching up. Duke Fullmoon felt nothing but deep regret. If he had known that this would happen then, he would never have come to rescue those two trouble-stirring junior apprentice brothers of his. The truth was that the second level wasn't too risky to begin with. But Duke Fullmoon's two junior apprentice brothers were too arrogant and conceited in their own strength and abilities, and had gone too far in their actions as a result. Instead of avoiding these monsters, they had used Lin Ming's heavenly fire symbol to blow apart their den. If they hadn't done this, then they wouldn't have fallen into such a bitter battle. If I'm in a bad situation, then don't think you lot can stay uninvolved. Duke Fullmoon was truly incredibly strong. Even though he was under siege from these monsters, he was still able to rush through them and constantly guide these monsters and their black beams of light towards the area Lin Ming was at. However, how could the improved one-time use Heaven's Divide symbol that Lin Ming carefully drew up be so easily defeated? In particular, these monsters only had brute force behind their skills. They didn't have a deep understanding of the laws. Lin Ming cleverly used the space laws contained within Heaven's Divide to twist the nearby space, causing those beams of black light to bend around the group's location. From the outside, it was like the area Lin Ming was in was only the surface of water. As the beams of light struck the barrier, they refracted, passing around Lin Ming's group and causing no harm to any of them. Big brother Lin, you're so fierce. Xiao Moxian hugged Lin Ming's arm. In terms of strength, Lin Ming was formidable. But because he frequently entered dangerous situations that far surpassed his level, even his heaven-defying strength was often lacking. However, Lin Ming was able to make use of all sorts of other methods, finding a singular path in a supposedly impossible situation to turn the tide and completely overcome the impossible. This move is a bit fierce, haha. Fanny Fafa sighed in praise. Mo Bright Moon also let out a sigh of relief as she looked towards Lin Ming with a strange light in her eyes. However, Lin Ming shook his head. This sort of divine runic symbol isn't easy to create. My time and materials were limited, so I was only to draw up a few of them. Every time I use one, I'll have one less. Moreover, bending these black lights will continuously consume the energy within the divine runic symbol. If this continues, I estimate the barrier will collapse within an incense stick of time. Lin Ming's voice was indifferent. He didn't reveal any pride or contentment at using this ingenious method. Instead, all there was in his eyes was a faint killing intent. This killing intent was focused on Duke Fullmoon. Lin Ming was disgusted by this person to begin with. And today, this person even tried to use these monsters to kill him, arousing Lin Ming's killing intent even further. Sir Lin, could you be thinking of... The normally silent Thousand Slaughter suddenly spoke as he vaguely sensed Lin Ming's intentions. Please just call me Lin Ming. And yes, you should all be prepared. After an incense stick of time passes, we'll all attack together and cut down that Duke Fullmoon. He isn't weak. Amongst ordinary world kings, he can be considered amongst the top. Do not underestimate the enemy. Mo Bright Moon and the two companions she brought over were extraordinary existences amongst ordinary world kings. However, Duke Fullmoon was a disciple from a massive influence, so he would definitely have some life-saving methods up his sleeve. Wanting to kill him here wouldn't be easy at all. Lin Ming quietly traced his spatial ring. Within this spatial ring were many offensive divine runic symbols. Once the heavens divide barrier collapsed, he would not only attack with his full strength, but also support it with the attack of divine runic symbols. As Fanny Fafa witnessed Lin Ming's various methods as well as his deep eyes that locked onto Duke Full Moon like a viper eyeing its prey, he felt an inexplicable chill crawl up his spine. He discovered that even though he had given a sufficiently high appraisal of Lin Ming, the result was that he had never been able to clearly see the abilities of this youth from beginning to end. To be an enemy of this young man was a truly terrifying matter. Like this half an incense stick of time passed, Duke Full Moon's entire body was stained with blood. The more he fought, the more ruthless and vicious his moves became. Just by himself, he had killed over 10 of these monsters. But because these monsters continuously caught up to him, their numbers never seemed to drop. Damn it all! Duke Full Moon's complexion became increasingly angry. At this time, he already felt that it was impossible for him to kill off these monsters. And if he wanted to escape, it wouldn't be easy with the spider web of black lights covering everywhere around him. In order to withdraw, he would definitely have to pay some price. He would need to burn some of his blood essence or use the life-saving cards obtained from his sect. As Duke Full Moon thought of using up one of these cards, he felt as if someone had pulled out his heart. He had 2 life-saving cards in hand, and each one was exchanged with a massive amount of sect contribution points. These cards were to be used in the final trial. If he were to use one up in just the second level of the final trial, how could he not feel pain? As he was burning with anger, his eyes blazing with rage, he passed all of this hate onto Lin Ming. If Lin Ming wasn't tricky and cunning and had obediently acted as his spear, then how would he have ended up in such a horrible situation? As Duke Full Moon grit his teeth and was prepared to take out one of these cards, at this time, a chilly blue light covered this entire desolate and blood-drenched land. This blue light was clear and ephemeral, seeming as if it had flowed forth from the furthest stretches of time, bringing with it a strength that stunned the mind. This blue light was incomparably cold, but at the same time, it was as vivid as a spring breeze, carrying with it a vibrant life force. Wherever it visited, plant life began to bloom upon the bleak land. Strange and unusual ice flowers, cold plums, and snow lotuses began to appear in abundance. For a time, the entire sky was covered in an ethereal haze of cold frost. As those rage-filled monsters were covered in this cold blue light, all of them immediately stiffened. They seemed to lose all desire to attack and instead became extremely docile. The dozen-some monsters were all covered with ice crystals. As if enthralled by the blue light, they all knelt on the ground, lying prostrate as if they were worshipping their totem. What sort of method is this? Behind the protective barrier of the divine runic symbol, Lin Ming was astonished. If the master of this blue light had used some thunder technique to annihilate all of these monsters, then he wouldn't have been surprised at all. But she was actually able to compel these monsters to lose all desire to attack and kneel in worship instead. This was a technique he had never heard of before. Could this be a Spirita's ability? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred, because he cultivated the divine mist heart mantra. Lin Ming knew that when a Spirita's martial artist's soul force reached a terrifying boundary, they could use their powerful soul force to affect the mind of an enemy, even control them. Weaker martial artists could have their souls captured by this soul force and be turned into living puppets without realizing it. This method, could it be her? Lin Ming's mind chilled. He immediately recalled the figure of the blue-clothed woman. At that time, amongst the numerous heroic elites that had plunged into the black vortex of the final trial, only the blue-clothed woman had left a profound impression upon Lin Ming. She kept a low profile and Lin Ming had only caught a glimpse of her. But whether it was the Divine Void Third Crown Prince or Sovereign Heaven Union's direct disciple, Big Flame, Lin Ming could feel that they were both inferior to even 1% of this blue-clothed woman. In the next moment, Lin Ming was able to confirm his suspicions. On the distant horizon, there was a peerless woman in a blue skirt flying towards them as she stepped on the wind. Her face was shrouded in a strange wave of energy, making her appearance seem hazy and unreal. However, her figure was tall and graceful. Her black hair fell down like a waterfall and accentuated her abundant chest. Her entire body exuded a mysterious and sacred aura, forming a peculiar contrast. As Duke Fullmoon saw this blue-clothed woman, he was immediately ecstatic. Soul Empress, over here. The truth was that Soul Empress Xianxia couldn't be considered an ally of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. As for Duke Fullmoon, who was merely a subordinate of Divine Void Divine Kingdom's 9 nether province, there was absolutely no way he could come into contact with an existence like her. The reason Xianxia had rescued Duke Fullmoon was only because she owed Soul Emperor Divine Void a favor. Her steps were soft and supple. Although she was originally on the horizon, in just several steps she arrived in front of everyone. Like a fairy maiden descending from heaven, she floated down, landing on the earth. Blue light shined on the vast wilderness. Ice flowers and snow plums grew everywhere. Soul Empress Xianxia fell upon the largest snow lotus. Her slender feet were like a butterfly, her lithe body seeming to have no weight. Soul Empress! The happy Duke Fullmoon hurriedly bowed, his face full of attentiveness. What kind of character was Soul Empress Xianxia? Even Soul Emperor Divine Void had to treat her with respect. It could even be said that she was an existence on the same level as Soul Emperor Divine Void. In front of Soul Empress Xianxia, Duke Fullmoon was nothing more than a little ant. For Xianxia to personally rescue him, Duke Fullmoon felt extremely flattered. Xianxia didn't look at Duke Fullmoon. Rather, she faintly glanced over at Lin Ming's direction. Within the space distortion, Lin Ming frowned. This woman was terrifying beyond description. Without a doubt, the 5 of them combined together wouldn't be her match. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then lifted the barrier of heaven's divide. Towards this dreadful person, a barrier on this level wasn't any different from paper. As he looked at Xianxia, he was put under a dreadful pressure. He couldn't see this woman's strength at all. Xianxia stared deeply into Lin Ming's eyes. A strange color appeared within her smoky eyes. What is your name? Xianxia suddenly asked for Lin Ming's name. This caused Lin Ming to feel a sudden chill cross his body. It had to be known that within this final trial that was filled with numerous young elites, he was extremely common and unnoticeable. Beside those people who participated in the Divine Rune City auction during that eventful year, as well as those who kept up with news about the Divine Runic Arts, very few people bothered paying attention to Lin Ming. The Divine Void Third Crown Prince and Big Flame, the direct disciple of Divine Emperor Heaven Union, were both the leads of this final trial. But even these 2 leads weren't able to enter Soul Empress Xianxia's eyes. Yet, currently, Xianxia had taken the initiative to ask Lin Ming for his name. This was similar to a human asking an ant for their name. Lin Ming couldn't help but keep his mind and heart vigilant about this change in events. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent thoughts in his heart and calmly saying, "My name is Lin Ming." Xianxia softly hummed. "Your soul is quite special. It is a bit like a special soul physique recorded in the holy scripture of my people. But what a pity! You are nothing but a human, so your soul is destined to only be alike. If you were a spiritus, then I might have accepted you as my disciple." As Xianxia spoke, she lightly smiled. This was a smile of pure appreciation. But as this smile fell into Lin Ming's eyes, his heart shook. Special soul physique recorded in the Holy Scripture? Was it the magic cube? Lin Ming remembered that the second time he had seen Empyrean Divine Mist, he had said that there was an ancient text which existed within the Spiritas legends, the Spiritas Holy Scripture. Within the Spiritas Holy Scripture, the existence of the magic cube had been recorded. It was known as the Stone of Eternal Life. When Xianxia had mentioned the Holy Scripture, it was 99% likely that it was the Spiritas Holy Scripture that Empyrean Divine Mist had mentioned. Was this so-called special soul physique spoken of within the Holy Scriptures also related to the magic cube? In that moment, Lin Ming could feel a cold sweat dripping from his palms. Luckily, even this terrifying woman in front of him didn't realize the existence of the magic cube in his inner world. Perhaps because Lin Ming had possessed the magic cube for such a long time, His soul might have been subtly influenced by the magic cube. This made Xianxia mistake Lin Ming's soul for having some similarities to the special soul physique recorded in the Spirida's holy scripture. This sort of soul was named the eternal soul. The rarity of such a thing couldn't be described with words. Compared to that, Xiao Moxian's half-god beast bloodline was nothing at all. Although a half-god beast physique was rare, it wasn't strange for it to occur every billion years in a universe. But as for the eternal soul recorded in the Spirida's holy scripture, it hadn't appeared in the entire 33 heavens for several great calamities in a row. Thus, Xianxia only casually spoke. She would never believe that a human like Lin Ming would possess the eternal soul that was mentioned in the legends of the Spiridas, something that had already vanished from existence 10 billion years ago. However, after hearing Xianxia's words, Duke Fullmoon felt an intense surge of jealousy. This was clearly the first time that Xianxia had seen Lin Ming, but she had actually said that she would accept Lin Ming as a disciple if he were a Spiritas. Duke Fullmoon knew that Xianxia was a person whose heart was higher than the heavens. In her entire life she had never received a disciple, much less a male disciple. If Duke Fullmoon could become Xianxia's disciple, he would even be willing to sacrifice half his lifespan. But after she appeared, she didn't even bother glancing at someone like Duke Fullmoon who was on her side, but had instead spoken to an outsider like Lin Ming. This caused Duke Fullmoon to feel somewhat ill. Lin Ming was only a human, so why? Lin Ming's divine runic arts were fierce, but to someone on the level of Xianxia, what meaning did the divine runic arts have? As Duke Fullmoon was depressed, Lin Ming stood rigidly on the ground. His inner world's fluctuations had been reduced to their lowest levels, and even as he maintained absolute vigilance, he kept his appearance as calm as he could. Then, Xianxia finally turned, about to leave. Lin Ming's mind relaxed a little. To him, every second felt like a year. He was looking forwards to this terrifying woman disappearing as hastily as she came. But then Duke Fullmoon called out to Xianxia. "Soul Empress." Duke Fullmoon summoned the courage to say. Lin Ming was nervous as he heard this. He really wanted to just kill this damned idiot and get him over with. "What is it?" Xianxia turned her head and glanced at Duke Fullmoon. Seeing Xianxia's cold eyes on him, Duke Fullmoon suddenly felt weak at the knees. He gulped and stuttered out, Those people over there, they..." For a time, Duke Fullmoon was at a loss for words. There was no way he could ask Xianxia to help him kill Lin Ming, but he wasn't willing to miss such an opportunity. Xianxia faintly frowned. "You aren't asking me to handle your grudges for you, are you?" Xianxia could immediately see that Duke Fullmoon had a grudge with Lin Ming and the others. "No, I wouldn't dare." Duke Fullmoon quickly denied. Just what status did he have? He was already thanking the heavens and earth that Xianxia had saved him. He and Xianxia weren't even from the same influence, so what qualifications did he have to ask her to help him take revenge? As for using the secrets on Lin Ming's body to tempt Xianxia, Duke Fullmoon didn't know whether these supposed secrets really existed or not. He only thought that Lin Ming was far too young to have such extraordinary skill in divine runic arts. As for what was going on with Lin Ming, Duke Fullmoon couldn't say it clearly himself. To the influences within the Azura Road, the greatest value that Lin Ming possessed was to draw up divine runic symbols and create a massive amount of wealth. But what lure did wealth have to someone like Xianxia, whose status was similar to a true divinity-level character? It was likely there was nothing on Lin Ming's body that could tempt Xianxia. As Duke Fullmoon was lost in thought, Xianxia had already floated away. Left behind, Duke Fullmoon watched Xianxia's parting back with an ugly complexion. He looked at Lin Ming and Lin Ming looked at him. Duke Fullmoon had 3 people on his side. Lin Ming had 5. As their eyes met in midair, sparks flashed between them, followed by surging killing intent. They each wanted to kill the other. At this time, Lin Ming was considering what his chances were of killing Duke Fullmoon in a situation where he couldn't sneak attack him. And would Duke Fullmoon's other squad members catch up? And most importantly of all, Lin Ming didn't know about how Soul Empress Xianxia would take this. Was she planning on guaranteeing the lives of Divine Void Divine Kingdom's disciples in this smelting trial? All of these doubts made it so that Lin Ming didn't attack. As for Duke Fullmoon, He dreaded the many divine runic symbols Lin Ming had on him, as well as the several companions with him. "You little bastard. Consider yourself lucky," Duke Fullmoon sneered. "You think you can do whatever you want just because of some divine runic symbols? You should remember to save them as much as you can and not use them all up. Because if that happens, I will kill you as easily as butchering a dog or a chicken. Really, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue with your constant babbling? I'm confused. Just which family was so lazy as to forget to tie up your chain? As a dog, you should have the awareness of a dog. Just who do you think you are? If it weren't for the Soul Empress appearing just now, you would have already died." Xiao Moxian had never been someone who was willing to lose in a war of words. As Duke Fullmoon started cursing at Lin Ming, she immediately opposed him. "Hey, you bitch, aren't you Lin Ming's woman? I will soon make you regret choosing this kind of man. At that time, you might even enjoy it." Duke Fullmoon lecherously smiled before he turned and left. The two other disciples of Divine Void Divine Kingdom hurriedly followed behind, keeping a close tab on their surroundings. Seeing the three people about to vanish, Mo Bright Moon felt her sword blade. She frowned. "Are we going to let them leave like this?" "Just this time," Lin Ming indifferently said. Duke Fullmoon was already on his kill list. It was just that there were too many variables involved, so he hadn't attacked. After the brief battle just now, Lin Ming's squad continued forwards carefully. If they could avoid the monsters on the second floor, they would avoid them. They tried to keep the battles to a bare minimum. Like this, they went deeper and deeper into the wilderness. And the deeper they went, the thicker the chaotic energy in the skies became. In the endless distance, they could vaguely see the appearance of a massive metal door, like a mountain range that stretched to the ends of time. Waves of profound and quiet runes scattered out from the metal door. They were incomparably vast and mysterious. Seeing these metal doors that constantly emitted a golden light, Mo Brightmoon's eyes flashed, a strange color covering them. "The Gate of Laws, according to the information I purchased before, this is the entrance to the third level. The Gate of Laws that leads to the third level is particularly special." "Oh? Special?" Lin Ming stopped and asked, startled. "That's right. Starting from the Gate of Laws, the disparity between the different martial artists in the final trial will be pulled even further apart. The strong will be better, obtaining even higher points and better rewards. As for the weak, they will be directly eliminated." Mo Bright Moon said, a restless anticipation in her eyes. With her own level of talent, what sort of scene would she see when passing through the Gate of Laws? As Lin Ming walked towards the Gate of Laws, increasingly powerful auras appeared one after another. The powerhouses that had completed the first level and were scattered over the world of the second level began converging towards the Gate of Laws. These people were all extraordinary disciples of their large influences. After passing through the fierce battles of the first and second floor, not too many of them perished. Only some extremely unlucky martial artists who had been surrounded by monsters had died. "It's that fellow. The whatever crown prince from Divine Void Divine Kingdom is coming," Xiao Moxian suddenly commented as they neared the Gate of Laws. Lin Ming looked back to see several men and women wearing feather robes with star crowns on their heads. They were surrounding a young man wearing a dragon crown with his hair hanging loose around him. This young man stood atop the head of a silver python that was as large as a mountain. The silver python twisted as it moved forwards, leaving deep gullies in the earth. This young man was dashing and high-spirited, showing disdain for all heroes. He was the Divine Void Third Crown Prince. As the Divine Void Third Crown Prince appeared, so did Duke Fullmoon. At this time, Duke Fullmoon was flying high in the air as he followed behind the Third Crown Prince. There was a faint smile on his face as he looked towards the people up ahead with a commanding gaze. The other disciples of Divine Void Divine Kingdom didn't dare to stand upon the head of this giant silver python. This silver python was the contract beast of the Third Crown Prince. It was an arrogant beast that didn't allow anyone else besides its master to ride it. Although this silver python wasn't a god beast, it had an ancient bloodline relationship with a god beast. It was said that if the silver python was able to grow 4 feet and grow horns atop its head, it would evolve into a silver dragon. Of course, the road to that path was beset with difficulties and the chances of it happening were impossibly low. And at this time, a phoenix-like cry spread through the air. Brilliant waves of flames rolled up in the skies as a massive phoenix-looking firebird appeared. Just by flying, this firebird filled the skies with raging flames, immediately causing the temperature of the surroundings to become boiling hot. On the back of this firebird was a fat youth wearing a bright yellow five-clawed dragon robe. This fat youth was Big Flame, the direct disciple of Heaven Union Divine Kingdom's Divine Emperor. The Divine Void Third Crown Prince, Big Flame, the top disciples of the true divinity influences had arrived. Big Flame, you arrived here quite fast. I thought perhaps your luck might be worse than I thought and that you could be surrounded by the monsters here. If that were to happen, your fat body would disappear. The Third Crown Prince taunted as he saw Big Flame show up. Haha! I must thank the Crown Prince for worrying over me. When I arrived, I was indeed frightened miserable. Luckily, I managed to somehow stumble my way over here. How could I compare to someone as peerlessly wise and skilled as Crown Prince Your Highness? You could likely lay down on the floor and still arrive here. Ah, that's right, at this gate of laws. Does the peerlessly wise and skilled Crown Prince plan on challenging the Heaven Step difficulty level? Big Flame's words were kind and subservient. But if one wasn't an idiot, they could clearly hear the taunting within them. The Divine Void Crown Prince frowned as he heard these words. He knew that the most important part of Big Flame's words was at the end. Big Flame wanted him to challenge the Heaven Step difficulty of the Gate of Laws. The final trial's Gate of Laws was extremely special. Before this, all trial challengers were placed together and could pass levels in groups. But at the Gate of Laws, every person would be separated and also had to choose their difficulty. No matter what difficulty they chose, as long as they passed through the Gate of Laws, they would reach the third level. What was different was that the higher the difficulty one chose at the Gate of Laws, the better the rewards would be and the higher the completion percentage would be. Of course, this also meant greater dangers. Every difficulty was divided into 4 possibilities: perfect completion, partial completion, barely passing, and death. If one perfectly completed their difficulty, their rewards would be higher and the final trial completion percentage would be higher. At partial completion, rewards and completion percentage would be reduced. As for barely passing, there wouldn't be any reward and the given completion percentage would also be the lowest. Still, they would be able to safely enter the third level. As for death, there was no need to mention it. It was the worst result in the Gate of Laws, where one perished within. The Heaven Step difficulty was one of the highest levels of difficulty within the Gate of Laws. Since ancient times, countless proud children of heaven had participated in the final trial. But those that dared to choose the Heaven Step difficulty were extremely rare. As for those who had chosen it, there had never been anyone who had managed to perfectly complete it. Just partially completing it and surviving through the end was an extraordinary result. Although the Divine Void Crown Prince was arrogant, he was well aware of his own abilities. He estimated that if he chose the Heaven Step difficulty, the most he could do was just barely pass it or only complete a small percentage of it. Although he would likely be able to reach the third level, the completion percentage would be too low and the rewards wouldn't be too great either. Moreover, he would also have to risk a high chance of dying there. Who would be willing to do something so stupid? This Big Flame was clearly trying to stir him up with dark intentions in his mind. The Divine Void Crown Prince wasn't an idiot, so why would he fall for such an obvious ploy? Instead, he sneered and mockingly said, I have self-awareness of my own abilities. I naturally do not have the skill to challenge the Heaven Step difficulty, but I am more than capable of playing in the Earth Step difficulty. If Brother Big Flame is so proud of your own skills, then you should certainly try the Heaven Step difficulty yourself. Haha. The Divine Void Crown Prince's voice was extremely loud. At this time, before the Gate of Laws, many disciples of large influences had gathered and they were all looking at him. These people knew that Big Flame and the Third Crown Prince already had a gambling bet between themselves. Now, in front of the Gate of Laws, they were still stood in sharp opposition. Hee hee. How interesting. Two descendants from true divinity-level influences are trying to provoke each other into entering the heaven-step difficulty of the Gate of Laws. Not too far away, many people were watching the fun play. They're just messing around and trying to one-up each other. They both know that trying to provoke the other party won't have any effect. With their strength, they might be able to perfectly complete the Earth-step difficulty, but as for the heaven-step difficulty, just forget about it. As these people were speaking, their discussions naturally fell into Lin Ming's ears. As he listened to these people speak, and in addition to the explanation that Mo Bright Moon had given him, Lin Ming already had a rough understanding of the Gate of Laws. When choosing a difficulty in the Gate of Laws, it was best to choose one that could be perfectly completed. In that way, one would have the greatest harvests. At the very worst, one had to choose a difficulty at which they could at least achieve 90% or above. As Lin Ming was thinking this, a sudden sound of footsteps left him feeling icy cold. In front of the Gate of Laws, he could see a blue-clothed woman floating high in the air. Her body seemed to merge with her surroundings, making it difficult to notice her existence. Lin Ming could confirm that just a moment ago, this blue-clothed woman hadn't been there. But now, she had suddenly emerged in the skies above, as if she had teleported there. Soul Empress! As the blue-clothed woman appeared, the divine Void Crown Prince quickly hurried forwards to greet her. In front of her, he didn't show any arrogance at all. He had already witnessed the attitude with which Soul Emperor Divine Void had treated her. Xianxia faintly looked over at the third Crown Prince and slightly bowed. As for the previously flagrant Big Flame, he had no intention of moving forwards. Instead, he looked on from the distance, utterly silent. Big Flame knew that in the 33 heavens, the saints were at war with the Spiritas. As a saint from the Azura Road, he wouldn't be sucked up into their affairs. Even so, it was likely that this Xianxia didn't have any good impressions of him at all. It was best to hide away as much as possible. Who is that blue-clothed woman? Why would the third Crown Prince be so respectful to her? Because Xianxia kept a low profile, many martial artists didn't recognize her. As they saw that even the third Crown Prince was bowing to her, they were stunned. Don't you know who she is? Haven't you heard that several years ago in the Divine Void Divine Kingdom, there was a grown ice phoenix that descended upon their land, even forcing Soul Emperor Divine Void out of his seclusion? And that woman is the person who arrived on that ice phoenix. She is the one who holds the record for the highest completion percentage, 83%. I heard that for these last several years she has been staying at Divine Void Divine Kingdom, and her status is on par with that of Soul Emperor Divine Void. What? The record of the highest completion percentage? Isn't she the one that already obtained a completion rate of 83%? Why would she come to the Azura Road's final trial again? Isn't that just a waste of qualifications? Many people asked, puzzled. The Azura Road was simply far too large. Even if Xianxia had caused a giant stir in Divine Void Divine Kingdom, many people still hadn't heard of her. Hee. It's not as simple as you think, the one who spoke before mysteriously said. He began to whisper in a cryptic tone. If she came again, then she naturally believes 83% is not her limit. This mysterious Spiritas woman has an extremely unique cultivation method, one that makes her talent grow stronger and stronger. She has already surpassed all common logic. What? Many martial artists looked at each other in fear. 83% wasn't her limit? Then what degree would she reach? As for a cultivation method that constantly increased one's talent, they had never heard of that before. This kind of cultivation method exists? I've only heard rumors about it. Moreover, this blue-clothed woman's cultivation is far too confusing. Some people say she is an early Empyrean and some people say she is an ordinary world king. It's as if her cultivation is always changing. But one point is for certain is that whether she is an Empyrean or world king, she can easily pinch us to death without any effort at all. Although we are standing here with her, the truth is that we are on completely different levels. In her eyes, we are nothing more than ants. The martial artist who spoke deeply sighed. Everyone here was a proud child of the heavens. In their own large sects and families, They were heroic figures that stood at the peak of their generation. But here they were actually considered to be no more than ants. No matter what, this left them feeling uncomfortable. However, they had to acknowledge the truth. This Spiritas woman stood on par with Soul Emperor Divine Void, with no inferiority or superiority between them. And Soul Emperor Divine Void was a true divinity supreme elder. As for the rest of them, they already considered it the highest honor to have an Empyrean praise them a few times. The disparity between them could be imagined. As all of this talk fell into Lin Ming's ears, he lost himself in thought for a moment. He had some faint ideas about this Spiritas woman. In the past, when he first entered the Azura Road, he had heard Soul White mention that in the last 100 million years, there had been two people who had obtained an 80% completion rate and above, the Good Fortune Saint's son and a mysterious Spiritas woman. Lin Ming thought that the Good Fortune Saint's son and the mysterious Spiritas woman were the greatest geniuses of their race's youths. But now it seemed that he had misunderstood everything. This mysterious Spiritas woman was not some junior, but a high-level figure of the soul race. The Spiritas Soul Empress. If she comes from the 33 heavens, then she would definitely know about the war between the saints and the Spiritas. Lin Ming was worried about the war between the saints and the Spiritas in the 33 heavens. This was an event greatly interlinked with humanity's great calamity. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. From this perspective, the Spiritas had no conflicts of interest with humanity. It was only that the Spiritas of the 33 heavens were far too mysterious. It seemed that because there was still a completely intact space barrier between the divine realm and the universes of the Spiritas, Lin Ming's knowledge of them was limited. As all these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, at this time, a supple voice sounded out. "Sir Lin, it's been a while since we've seen each other." This was a familiar voice. Lin Ming turned, startled, and saw that just a few hundred feet away, there was a woman wearing a slim and tight-fitting dress. This woman was calm and composed, and her figure was curvy beyond belief. She had an extremely elegant style, and when combined with her dress, she seemed like a classical beauty. This woman was Suya. Her current style was completely different from how it was 20 years ago. At that time, Suya had exuded sexual appeal. Every heave of her milky white breasts within her plunging necklines made her seem like some sort of intoxicating succubus that had arrived in the mortal plane. But the current Suya wore a simple light layer of practical clothing. She seemed elegant and fresh, just like the young daughter of a noble family. Xiao Moxian's jaw dropped. It was like she hadn't recognized Suya at all. "Little sister Xian'er, you remain beautiful as always." Suya smiled. For a time, the air seemed to brighten and fill with a rose haze. "Big sister Suya is also as beautiful as I remember," Xiao Moxian sweetly said, her little canines flashing. After their last parting, she and Suya had inexplicably improved their relationship. Now that Xiao Moxian saw Suya today, she couldn't help but feel a sincere liking towards this woman. Such a noble and dignified young woman would be appreciated by any man or woman that saw them. "It's been a while since we've seen each other. I didn't think we would meet in the final trial." Lin Ming didn't know what he felt as he saw this current Suya. He gestured towards Mo Bright Moon and the others, saying, "Miss Suya, these are my companions. We are participating in the final trial together." As Lin Ming introduced his team, just as he was about to say something, the entire Gate of Laws began to emit a blinding light. Everyone was shocked and they all turned towards it. The unimaginably large Gate of Laws began to rumble open, and even the earth shivered as it did so. A horrifying aura poured out over everyone like an unending waterfall. Everyone that faced the Gate of Laws felt an enormous pressure. This was a triple aspect pressure, one that simultaneously pressed down on their soul, body, and inner world. Even if these people were all chosen prides of heaven, they still found it hard to withstand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Like a million thunderclaps sounding off at once. The two giant doors that blocked off the skies began to slowly pull open. The Gate of Laws was opening. The moment that the Gate of Laws began to open, an ancient and vigorous atmosphere that contained the power of the great Tao surged outwards. All of the martial artists outside were soaked in the power of the great Tao. For a time, everyone was shocked. It was like they were enlightened, their mind and soul filled with infinite inspirations. Even Soul Empress Xianxia, who had already been baptized by this aura of the great Tao, felt inspirations rise in her mind, as if she were about to perceive more of the laws. No wonder it's called the Gate of Laws. Lin Ming was stunned upon feeling this aura. This sort of feeling was similar to a human martial artist that was crossing their ninefall, the moment that the law fragments would descend from the heavens and mark the martial artist's flesh and bones with the laws. However, the heavenly Tao contained within the Gate of Laws was far too profound. Moreover, in such a short period of time, the martial artists weren't able to perceive too much. They hadn't even been able to perceive a millionth of what washed over them. Even Lin Ming was only able to verify the Ajura Sutra within the aura of the Great Tao. Unfortunately, the aura of the Great Tao disappeared before he could make a breakthrough. What a pity! Lin Ming shook his head. It would be great if he could comprehend a bit more. The other martial artists all opened their eyes. The things they comprehended were naturally far inferior to what Lin Ming had comprehended. The laws within the Gate of Laws contained all phenomena to exist in the heavens and earth. Not only was there the Ajura Heavenly Tao, but also the incomparably complex 33 Heavenly Tao laws. No matter what race one was from or what cultivation method they studied, everyone would receive some benefits from the aura of the Great Tao in front of the Gate of Laws. At this time, the Gate of Laws had already opened. Everyone looked towards the Gate of Laws to see that within the gate was an endless starry sky. And high within this starry world were 4 space-time gates standing side by side. These space-time gates all resembled a circular portal. Endless origin energy gathered around them, slowly spinning, make them seem like mysterious black holes. There were tremendous differences amongst the 4 space-time gates. From left to right, the space-time gates became increasingly small. The leftmost gate was several hundred miles wide, resembling a star. It was dark gray. As for the rightmost gate, it was only 10 miles wide and a deep blood red in color. This swirling dark red portal made one feel fearful and apprehensive as an inexplicable dread rose within them. This gate. Lin Ming looked towards the smallest space-time gate. He vaguely sensed that the smaller a space-time gate was, the more terrifying the aura it emitted. The martial artists peacefully stood in front of these 4 massive space-time gates. They were about to make a decision that would affect their future potential and even their entire lives. The smaller the space-time gate, the more difficult it is. Many people who understood the situation in the final trial said, "Is it? No wonder the rightmost gate has such a terrifying aura exuding from it. It's like there is some dreadful ancient god-beast hiding within it. Is this the heaven step difficulty that the divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame were speaking of?" Many people had heard the divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame heatedly exchanging words with each other just now. The divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame both didn't dare to choose the heaven step difficulty. This was something they wouldn't dare to touch, and even the earth step difficulty would be somewhat difficult for them. "No!" At this time, Big Flame spoke up. He shot a glance at Soul Empress Xianxia and began to slowly say, "The heaven step difficulty is the second space-time gate from the right. The second from the left is the earth step difficulty. As for the first one on the left, the largest space-time gate, that is the easiest mortal step difficulty." Big Flame had acquired a tremendous amount of detailed information on the final trial. Before coming here, he had thoroughly researched these materials and knew as much as anyone else did about these 4 portals within the Gate of Laws. What, isn't the heaven step difficulty the hardest one? The rightmost blood-red space-time gate. Many people were shocked as they heard this. Their eyes suddenly moved towards the space-time gate on the rightmost side, the one that was also the smallest. As everyone stared at this gate, they felt a sense of dread swell up within their bodies, as if their very souls would be sucked inside. It was hard to look towards this gate for an extended period of time. That space-time gate is the Ajura difficulty. Big Flame shook his head. Although the heaven step difficulty was hard, there had always been peerless existences since ancient times who had dared to challenge it. For instance, if one wished to obtain a final 80% completion rate or above, they had to choose the heaven step difficulty gate. But the Ajura difficulty was a true life-forbidden zone. In the Azura Road, anything that could be described with the word Azura was incredibly horrifying. Azura difficulty. Many young elites gulped, their mouths drying up. They didn't know just what to say. Many people quietly looked over to Soul Empress Xianxia. They were all wondering, did Xianxia have the smallest chance of challenging the Azura difficulty? Don't worry about others. The rest of you should quickly choose the difficulty you want and stand in front of the corresponding space-time gate. In a little bit, the space-time gate will send out a space vortex that will swallow you in. At that time, every person will enter their own independent trial. Whether or not you can pass will all depend on yourselves. Don't expect anyone else to come to your aid. Big Flame stepped on the feet of a few junior apprentice brothers who were lost in a daze. As he sternly spoke to them, he glanced over at the Divine Void Crown Prince. At this time, the Divine Void Crown Prince was already standing in front of the second spacetime gate from the left. That was the Earth Step difficulty. Big Flame sneered and slowly waddled his way over. A good number of people chose the Earth Step difficulty gate along with the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame. Fanny Fafa slapped his hands together and said to Lin Ming, "Good brother Lin, I will go first. I feel that this Earth Step difficulty is just around the level that I can handle. Would you join me? Or perhaps..." As Fanny Fafa spoke, he looked towards the Heaven Step difficulty gate. There was not a single person standing in front of it. In Fanny Fafa's opinion, Lin Ming's talent was beyond compare. If he chose the Heaven Step difficulty, although there might be some difficulties, it was a challenge he could more than handle. It had to be known that one didn't need to perfectly complete the trial of the Gate of Laws. As long as one could complete a portion of it, they could safely pass. Fanny Fafa had selected the Earth Step difficulty spacetime gate, and he wasn't planning on perfectly completing it. He was well aware of his own talent and knew that he was a bit lacking when compared to the Divine Void Crown Prince and Big Flame. Lin Ming only smiled, no responding. Fanny Fafa recognized that Lin Ming hadn't finished deciding which difficulty he wanted. He said, "All right, then I shall go first." Fanny Fafa nodded at Lin Ming and then stood before the Earth Step gate. Mo Bright Moon and Thousand Slaughter glanced at each other. After speaking a few words with Lin Ming, they also joined Fanny Fafa. They didn't possess Fanny Fafa's pure in body, and in terms of talent, they were slightly lower. But the two of them weren't willing to choose the lowest level mortal step spacetime gate. "Sir Lin, the benefits will be greatest if you choose the difficulty that you can perfectly complete. Try not to push yourself too far," Suya said to Lin Ming before she left. The truth was that Suya had never seen Lin Ming fight, but her intuition told her that Lin Ming was different from ordinary divine runic masters. He shouldn't be weak. Thank you." Lin Ming lightly smiled and watched as Suya stepped before the Earth Step gate. Then, more and more martial artists began to make their choice. In terms of proportion of people who chose, the Mortal Step gate accounted for around 60% and the Earth Step gate accounted for 40%. The front of the Heaven Step gate was completely empty. At this time, only a few people had yet to make their choice. This included Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian, as well as Soul Empress Xianxia. Everyone's eyes turned to Soul Empress Xianxia. They were all waiting to see her choice. Without a doubt, Xianxia was the most powerful person in this final trial. Everyone was curious as to what difficulty she would choose. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. Her steps slowly moved forwards and her slim body fluttered like a blue flower petal in the wind. The direction she chose was the second gate from the right, the Heaven Step spacetime gate. "It's the Heaven Step. Soul Empress Xianxia has chosen the Heaven Step difficulty." Many Spiritas martial artists exclaimed, startled. "Hey!" To the Soul Empress, just what is the Heaven Step gate? The last time the Soul Empress was in the final trial, she also chose the Heaven Step difficulty. If the Soul Empress chooses the Heaven Step difficulty, then it's likely she can already perfectly complete it. To perfectly complete the Heaven Step difficulty. To those listening, this was already a legend, and at this time nearly everyone had made their choice. The only ones missing were Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian. Lin Ming speechlessly rubbed his temples, a bit exasperated. His original plan was to have everyone enter their space-time gates and then he would choose. Like this, it wouldn't arouse anyone's interest no matter what he chose. But the space-time gates just happened to activate all at once, sucking everyone in. If so, then Lin Ming had no other options but to make his choice under the eyes of everyone. Lin Ming looked at Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian said, "Big brother Lin, I've chosen." Lin Ming nodded. The truth was that at this time, not many people were paying attention to Lin Ming. They were only looking at Soul Empress Shang Mei, wanting to see what choice she would make. As for Lin Ming, not many people cared for him. Of course, there were always at least some individuals keeping a sharp eye on Lin Ming. For instance, Duke Fullmoon. Duke Fullmoon stood behind the third crown prince, glaring at Lin Ming. With so many people here, it was impossible for him to launch a sudden attack. He would have to wait until he reached the third level and then look for a chance to have some fun with Lin Ming. However, Duke Fullmoon hadn't thought that even now, Lin Ming still wouldn't have made his choice. Instead, he stood before the 4 space-time gates, deep in thought. He began to slowly understand the reason why Lin Ming still hadn't made his choice. It must be because although Lin Ming had a high comprehensive combat efficiency, the reason for this was also because of his divine runic symbols. But in the Gate of Laws, these external objects were useless. Thinking of this, Duke Fullmoon mockingly jeered. "You little beast, are you scared? The Gate of Laws tests a martial artist's talent and external items cannot play any role. Don't think you can rely on your divine runic symbols. No matter how powerful they are, they will still be nothing more than scraps of paper. I hope that you can emerge from the Gate of Laws alive. Then I can personally kill you and take all of your treasures. Ha ha ha." Duke Fullmoon recklessly laughed. Lin Ming coldly looked at Duke Fullmoon, ignoring his provocation. However, Duke Fullmoon had managed to warn Lin Ming about something. That was that, in the Gate of Laws, all external items were useless. Thinking about it, this was also well within reason. If external items could be used, then this wouldn't be a true test of a martial artist's talent. Seeing the Gate of Laws slightly tremble, as if the space vortex was brewing, Lin Ming shook his head. "Forget it. It doesn't matter if others think I'm an idiot." Lin Ming already expected that his choice would cause the many people here to think he was nothing but a brain-dead lunatic. And in truth, this was an inevitable matter. Xiao Moxian stepped out before Lin Ming. Her step was light and sprightly, like a beautiful butterfly floating forwards. Although her step didn't seem quick, she arrived in front of the space-time gate she chose in the blink of an eye. Her choice was the Heaven Step difficulty. She stood beside Soul Empress Shang Mei. For a time, even Shang Mei looked at Xiao Moxian with surprise. For such a young and delicate young girl to stand next to Shang Mei, this sight was simply too dazzling. The originally noisy crowd calmed down for some time. Everyone discovered that there was something strange about the atmosphere. And as they discovered the reason, they all looked towards Xiao Moxian. As they looked at Xiao Moxian, they were all dumbfounded. Everyone already had high expectations of the Heaven Step difficulty. They looked at her with their eyes wide open. Just what background did this young girl have that she would choose the Heaven Step difficulty? Suya also covered her mouth. For better or worse, she had known Xiao Moxian for a long time and now considered her similar to a little sister. Although she could feel that Xiao Moxian's talent wasn't ordinary, she hadn't thought that she would have the confidence and courage to choose the Heaven Step difficulty. And before everyone had time to respond, something even more ridiculous occurred. They saw a black-clothed young man stroll past the Heaven Step difficulty gate, towards the rightmost gate. That was the Azura difficulty space-time gate. As for Duke Fullmoon, who had been watching Lin Ming from the start, his original mocking smile had completely frozen. He watched with utter disbelief as Lin Ming neared the Azura difficulty space-time gate, his mouth having dropped open, dumbfounded. What is he doing?" Duke Fullmoon muttered to himself, his eyes wide open. This couldn't even be called crazy. Could it be that Lin Ming recognized he couldn't pass, so he had sunken into despair and completely thrown everything to the wind? No. Even though Duke Fullmoon mocked Lin Ming, he also knew that Lin Ming's cultivation speed was quite quick. Even if Lin Ming's true combat strength was garbage, passing the lowest level mortal step difficulty shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, passing and perfectly completing were two entirely different concepts. If one wished to enter the third level, that wouldn't be difficult at all. As Duke Fullmoon was lost in thought, Lin Ming had already stood in front of the Azura difficulty gate. In front of that giant spacetime gate, there was only Lin Ming standing there. It was simply far too eye-catching a sight. All the martial artists watching felt their jaws drop as they looked at Lin Ming. In their eyes, Lin Ming had gone mad. Lin Ming he. Even Suya, who held Lin Ming in high esteem, was shocked by this. As for Mo Bright Moon, who had accompanied Lin Ming here, she also didn't expect him to make such an exaggerated choice. As for the others, they all looked at Lin Ming like he was particularly special. Did this person have some sort of mental issue? Where had this fool come from? He is probably the Divine Runic Masters Guild's Lin Ming. Out of the many young elites present, some of them had attended the Divine Rune City auction that Lin Ming had participated in, thus they recognized him. Within the inner Azura Road, Lin Ming could just barely pass as a well-known figure. As soon as Lin Ming and the Lin logo was mentioned, many people realized who he was. There were some people here who just happened to be using those Lin logo divine runic symbols. Lin Ming, the creator of the Lin logo? Isn't he a divine runic master? Then why would he? No one could figure out what was happening. A divine runic master attending the final trial wasn't anything too strange. But the key point here was that in the final trial, this Lin Ming had decided to choose the Azura difficulty that no one had chosen in hundreds of millions or even billions of years. This left everyone racking their minds for just what was going on. It had to be known that in the Gate of Laws, there was the persistent danger of death. As everyone was speaking, Soul Empress Xiang Mei only quietly looked at Lin Ming. The discussions of these martial artists were also heard by Xiang Mei. From what she knew, this Lin Ming wasn't an ordinary person. However, even she couldn't complete the Azura level difficulty. She simply didn't believe that there was a junior who surpassed her in talent. Are you sure you know what concept the Azura level difficulty is? Xiang Mei parted her cherry red lips and asked Lin Ming. These could be called words of comfort. According to common logic, an unimportant figure like Lin Ming could make any choice he wanted to and Xiang Mei wouldn't bat an eyelash. However, she felt that there was something special about Lin Ming. Thus she made an exception to ask him. Of course, she was only asking him this once. If Lin Ming didn't want to listen to her, then she wouldn't say anything else. Facing the eyes of so many people as well as Soul Empress Xiang Mei's question, Lin Ming was left speechless. He only wanted to complete the trial in a very low-profile manner that didn't draw any attention. He replied, I thank Soul Empress for the concern, but if no one has chosen the Azura difficulty in so many hundreds of millions of years, who is to say what the difficulty will be like? Moreover, no matter which gate it is, it seems that there are many degrees of completion. I don't need to perfectly complete it, just barely passing it will be fine for me. In all fairness, Lin Ming couldn't guarantee what results he would have once he entered the Azura difficulty gate. He had two advantages he could rely on. The first was his combat strength that far surpassed others of his step, and the second was his understandings of the Azura Heavenly Tao. In the past, the good fortune Saint Sun had chosen the Heaven Step difficulty and obtained a final completion rate of 81%. Lin Ming believed that if he went up another level of difficulty, he should have some chance of completing it. Taking a step backwards, even if the Azura difficulty was far too abnormally difficult, then he could definitely give up all thoughts of rewards and simply work to maintain his life. With all of these factors combined, Lin Ming had thus chosen the Azura difficulty. However, as Lin Ming's words fell upon Xiang Mei's ears, they sounded like the words of a proud and high-spirited youth. She simply shook her head, not trying to advise him anymore. As for everyone else, their eyes on Lin Ming were as if they were looking at a fool. Those that were able to participate in the final trial were all outstanding elites of their generation. However, an idiot had appeared out of nowhere. Since it wasn't their job to manage him, they might as well join in on the fun. You would rather die in the Gate of Laws? Duke Fullmoon coldly sneered as he looked at Lin Ming and spoke in a mocking tone. Lin Ming didn't bother with Duke Full Moon. He simply sat cross-legged in the air and shut his eyes in meditation. At this time, Mo Bright Moon and Suya's worried sound transmissions echoed in his ears. Really, Lin Ming's choice had caused many people to worry about him. Lin Ming felt a headache creeping up. Just as he was about to explain his choice, a loud rumbling came from the incomparably massive Gate of Laws. As the Gate of Laws trembled, for space-time channels began to wildly form and revolve. The energies that permeated the second floor and the aura of the laws began to swirl together, sweeping up into a giant origin energy vortex. In the vortex, everyone could feel a horrifying suction strength pull upon their bodies. In this vortex, even a World King powerhouse was nothing but a leaf in a storm, completely unable to control their body. Everyone cried out in alarm. But in the next instant, they were all sucked into the space-time channels where they vanished from sight. What a terrifying strength. It's like the momentum of the world, a force that cannot be disobeyed. As Lin Ming was swept up in the brutal energy vortex, he guarded his inner world and kept his mind pure and bright. He watched as the blood-red space-time channel came increasingly close. Then, like a pebble in the sea, he submerged into the channel without raising a single ripple. After having experienced an intense feeling of spatial warping, Lin Ming felt his body shake. After that, the deep blood-red color that flooded his eyes disappeared, leaving him in a deep and quiet ancient land. The place where Lin Ming stood was atop a time-worn cliff, with walls that stretched down to infinity. In front of Lin Ming was a narrow aerial bridge. This aerial bridge was only 10 foot wide. Beneath the bridge was an impossibly distant valley that he couldn't see the bottom of. Looking down, one could sense the atmosphere of timeless years exuding from the valley, as if falling in there would be the same as falling into the eternal past. Moreover, in front of Lin Ming, there were also hundreds of floating weapons. There was a sword, spear, saber, dagger, hammer, chain, whip, shield, ruler, and so forth. There could be said to be every type of possible weapon available to him. There were even different weapons of the same category. For instance, within spears there were also hard spears, flexible spears, lances, short spears, overlord spears, and so forth. Any weapon that could be thought of could be chosen. Seeing these weapons, Lin Ming had a faint guess of what was happening. His mind touched upon his spatial ring, and as he tried to search it, he discovered that it was indeed blocked. No external items could be used here. One could only choose a weapon available within this trial and rush through the Gate of Laws depending on their own ability. Lin Ming's eyes swept out and he chose a plain 9-foot-long spear from the weapons. As he shook it, a horrifying shaking force slammed up his arm, vibrating the air. It was unknown what material this spear was made from, but the quality was wonderful to the point of leaving one flabbergasted. Lin Ming didn't doubt that the materials used in this spear were more than enough to craft an Empyrean spirit treasure. But this spear in Lin Ming's hand wasn't an Empyrean spirit treasure. In fact, it wasn't even a spirit artifact. This was only a simple and ordinary spear. No matter how perfectly flexible it was or how impeccably sharp it was, there was no array formation carved into the spear shaft. Thus, this spear wasn't able to increase a martial artist's strength. It was a mere weapon. This was simply a waste of heaven's treasures. But when Lin Ming took this spear in hand, he felt his fighting spirit be ignited by it. Before he entered the final trial, he had heard that what this final trial tested was a martial artist's comprehensive talent and not their absolute strength. However, from the past until now, everything Lin Ming had encountered were indiscriminate dangers. For instance, those traps and monsters he encountered could be easily overcome by someone strong. Those weak would have already perished without even their bones left. Now, in the Gate of Laws, this trial was undoubtedly a test of one's talent. From this point on, the disparity between the various trial challengers would be pulled open. As Lin Ming stepped on the aerial bridge, he immediately felt a dreadful pressure crushing down on him. This pressure was like there was a god-beast not too far away from Lin Ming, greedily eyeing him. For those that were too weak, just this pressure would have made their minds shake and unable to display even 50% of their true strength. Like this, they would have already lost from the start. Lin Ming took one step forwards at a time. No enemies appeared. Rather, the pressure on him became increasingly heavy. Lin Ming continually adjusted his breath, keeping his mindset in a state of calm. Walking by himself, above this unfathomably deep abyss, the horrifying aura from the abyss rolled up into the skies, causing Lin Ming's clothes to flap in the wind. After some time, Lin Ming turned around to see that he had actually walked a considerable distance away from where he began. Looking at the distant scenery behind him, Lin Ming was stunned. It turned out that he hadn't been standing on a cliff. Rather, he had been standing on a sculpture that was unimaginably large. This sculpture was that of a giant war god. From where Lin Ming was standing, he could only make out the mountain-like head of the sculpture. The rest of it was wrapped in dense fog, making it impossible to clearly see. Azura! Inexplicably, this word popped into Lin Ming's mind. Without knowing why, he felt that this sculpture was an Azura. Every edge and turn of this incomparably massive statue represented the infinite true meaning and intense will of the Azura Roadmaster. There were countless mysteries contained within it. The great Tao was like a vast moat. Only the brave would find victory. Lin Ming's mind surged with lofty thoughts and heroic ambitions. In the past, the Azura Roadmaster had relied on his strength to create a great world that stood beside the 33 heavens. This sort of courage and daring even infected Lin Ming. He wanted to be the same as the Azura Roadmaster, creating his own world, establishing his own laws, and paving his own road of martial arts. One step at a time, Lin Ming firmly and decisively moved forwards. Suddenly, the void in front of him began to shake like a rippling lake surface. Who dash? A fierce roar seemed to arrive from the endless flow of time, bringing with it an endless killing intent, raging and wild. A massive snow-white god-beast phantom appeared in front of Lin Ming. Its two pupils contained an endless killing intent. This was a white tiger god-beast. Soon after, the heavens and earth moved again. Space was torn apart and an azure dragon flew forth, its body as long and winding as a mountain range as it clawed at the skies. Its entire body was covered with a vibrant blue spiritual strength that exuded life force. Following that, a vermilion bird god beast appeared, one that blocked out the skies. Deep beneath the ground, a mysterious creature began to move. This was a black turtle god beast. God beast grand array. No wonder there was such a tremendous pressure here. This strange land was suppressed in all directions by a god-beast grand array. Ancient god-beasts originally evolved from the laws of the heavens and earth. Each type of god-beast represented the purest manifestation of the great Tao, and each one grasped the strongest source strength of their attribute. Now that the god-beast grand array appeared, Lin Ming felt like a heavy mountain was pressing down on his heart. Goosebumps rose all over his body. If he wanted to walk to the end of this bridge, he naturally needed to pass this god-beast grand array that suppressed this land. Lin Ming's blood began to boil as he thought of this. All of the fighting strength in his body was stimulated, becoming increasingly wild. He stepped forwards, one step at a time. The terrifying pressure fell onto him like a waterfall, pressing down so hard that it made his bones emit loud explosive sounds and caused his entire body to shake. This was a horrifying array formation. Lin Ming estimated that the strength of this array formation was set by the skeletal age of a trial challenger. Only then would it be accurate in testing a person's talent. Lin Ming thought that his own talent was already near the peak of all races in the 33 heavens. Even so, facing this god-beast grand array, Lin Ming was hard-pressed to continue. From this alone, it could be seen how arduous the Azura level difficulty was. Heretical God Force. Lin Ming's thoughts focused and the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared behind him. Above the crown of the heretical god tree, the power of thunder and fire wildly crackled and blazed. With the support of the heretical god force, Lin Ming continued forwards. But the pressure still became increasingly horrifying. Even though he opened the heretical god force, Lin Ming was finding it hard to withstand this suppressive force. Purple Temple Tao Palace. Lin Ming's entire body crackled. His flesh and bones released deafening explosive sounds as starlight from the 9 heavens appeared out of nowhere. This starlight fell onto Lin Ming's body like a river of stars, soaking him in power, causing his strength to rapidly rise. Underneath the support of this titanic strength, Lin Ming took step after step into the God-Beast Grand Array. His body emitted explosive sounds again and again. His clothes disintegrated and his blood vessels popped up on his skin. Then, with a roar that shook the heavens and cracked the earth, the white tiger came hurtling towards Lin Ming. This phantom carried with it a roiling, blood-slaughtering intent as it hurtled towards Lin Ming. On the aerial bridge, Lin Ming was shocked. He quickly retreated, but as he was doing so, he was bombarded by waves of terrifying energy. In that moment, monstrous waves tumbled in Lin Ming's mind. He watched as his surroundings disappeared and he suddenly reappeared in a primal execution ground. Giant demon carcasses dotted this black and blighted land. This air was filled with the scent of death and decay. The massive white tiger god-beast stood between the heavens and earth, its blood-red pupils fixed on Lin Ming. Its killing intent substantialized so thick and sharp it cut through air. Kill, kill, kill. A powerful killing intent lingered in the air, screaming out at the mind. Even Lin Ming was infected by this killing intent. Kill, kill, kill your way to your bloody road. Kill your way to your eternal great Tao. At this time, the strong killing intent surged into Lin Ming's heart, immersing his entire body in the will to kill. For a time, Lin Ming slowly lost control of his body. He gradually moved towards the side of the aerial bridge, about to step off it. But just as he was about to step off into the endless abyss, faintly, endless starlight began to flow out from within Lin Ming's bones, filling him with life vitality, infinitely varied and subtle. From within this inexhaustible life force, all sorts of strange, mysterious runes began to float up. These runes were the fragments of the Heavenly Retribution Tao diagram that Lin Ming had shattered when he broke into the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace. This starlight was filled with life and the great Tao, and had fused into his muscles and bones. In this crucial moment, these runes had responded. Some runes flashed like wisps of lightning. They slashed out, slamming into Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming felt his mind shake. Suddenly, he was panic-stricken as he realized he was being surrounded by an endless killing intent. This white tiger god-beast's attack was not just physical but also misled the divine soul. A white tiger was the essence of Buddha-slaughtering killing intent. If someone were to be fully infected by this Buddha-slaughtering killing intent, then they would lose their will and become nothing but a mindless slaughter puppet. Lin Ming woke up. This chaotic flow of energy was the white tiger god-beast's Buddha-slaughtering road. If it weren't for the Heavenly Retribution Tao Palace within his body striking out with lightning and awakening him from his stupor, he would have been in a dangerous situation. This place is indeed a land filled with cunning dangers. Lin Ming focused his mind. He could faintly feel that after stepping into the gate of laws, battles would not just be slaughter battles fought with true essence. Moreover, this would be a battle of wills and laws and many other aspects. Here, one could obtain great harvests, but at the same time, the dangers were equally risky. With a thought, he shook the long spear in his hand. Celestial Tyrant Manual 100-layered waves. Each strike of the long spear tore through the void, carrying with it brutal strength of 10 billion genes. Even a planet would be crushed by this attack. This massive strength rushed out like waves, layering upon each other and rapidly growing. Finally, this boundless force combined into a single point, condensing within this mysterious long spear. As the spear thrust out one final time, it was with a force similar to a supernova, blinding to the eyes. Rumble! Rumble! Lin Ming's spear stabbed towards the giant white tiger that lay across the dark lands. This white tiger phantom was in no way a true god-beast. It was only a wisp of aura from the god-beast Grand Array. In that moment, with the sound of crashing thunder, a massive wound was blown into the white tiger. The shattered pieces of the white tiger blew out. These were runes of the great Tao marked with the power of killing intent. Within the formidable white tiger god-beast phantom, a flaw had appeared.